The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The Grand Chess Tour is back with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland in beautiful Warsaw. The capital city is teeming with chess fans excited for an incredible event. The ultimate wildcard Magnus Carlsen may be the oldest player in this tournament, but he still has some lessons to teach the younger generation as the world's #1 sits comfortably in a tie for second. However, the surprise of the round was young Romanian Kirill Shevchenko, who started off hot, winning all 3 of his games for clear first place. We have a surprise leader out of the gate, but these elite competitors are just getting warmed up. Day 2 of thrilling chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 of the 2024 Superbet Rapid and Blitz held here in Warsaw, Poland. What an amazing day 1, what an amazing start to this event. Thrilling, exciting chess all around. I'm very excited to see what the players are going to bring in day 2. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
One of the low-rated players has vaulted into the lead. Can Kirill Shevchenko keep the streak going? We'll find out today. And it all starts right now. Hello and welcome. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it is a great pleasure to be here in the St. Louis studio alongside the brilliant Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and our source of chess wisdom, International Master Nazi Paikidze.
Jovi, Nazi,
great to be here.
Great pleasure to be with you both. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of Poland Grand Chess Tour, our first leg of the season. It started out great. The first round was a real stunner, as you've heard. The lowest rated player in the field won all of his games. Congratulations to Kirill. Can he keep up the pace? Jovi, do the honors. Tell us our standings after day 1 of play.
It was a day full of surprises because at the top of the table, it is the lowest rated player, Kirill Shevchenko. He started with 3 victories, 6 points for him. Magnus, Carlsen, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, they are on 4 points with 3 players chasing on 3 points. Arjun, Erigaisi, Ramesh Babu, Praggnanandhaa and Vincent, Keymer. Anything can happen today.
Absolutely, and tell us about the format.
Yes, we're in for a lot of chess. 10-player round robin, and the Rapid, they are playing at a time control of 25 minutes plus 10-second bonus per move. And in the Blitz, it's a whole lot of games, 18 games of Blitz at time control of 5 minutes plus 2-second bonus per move. No draw-overs allowed. And when it comes to the Rapid games, it's an atypical scoring system. 2 points for the win, 1 point for the draw, nothing if you lose.
Pity that. Tell us about the schedule.
Yes. So we had 3 days of Rapid games yesterday, 3 games of Rapid, yes, rather. And we're looking forward to some more games of Rapid today. 3 games today and then 3 games tomorrow. And then over the weekend, well, we have a whole lot of Blitz. 18 rounds, 9 games are going to be played on Saturday and then on Sunday. And of course, playoffs will be there if needed to determine the winner.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. And Nasi, you're going to tell us about the tournament leaders after day 1.
Yes, we had a very exciting day yesterday, a lot of decisive games, but of course the biggest surprise was the lowest rated player scoring a perfect score. So let's take a look who he played against yesterday. He has 3 wins against the World Championship challenger Gukesh, prodigy from India, Prague, and German's #1 Vincent Keymer. So currently Kirill Shevchenko is in clear first. Now let's take a look at Magnus Carlsen. He seemed quite happy yesterday with his +1 score. We should also mention he was a little bit in trouble against Duda yesterday.
Right.
So a bit of a shaky start for Magnus, but of course we are expecting great results from him today. And also, let's take a look at Nodirbek. He started perfectly. He won his game against Anish Giri. As we mentioned yesterday, it was the most brilliant game with the queen sacrifice and a nice checkmate. He also defeated Gukesh, so after 2 rounds, he was co-lead in the tournament with Kirill, but had a very unfortunate endgame against Prague. And now let's go to Warsaw to hear more about the players from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thanks, Nazi. Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 from Poland at the 2024 Superbet Rapid and Blitz. What a thrilling day 1 we've had yesterday. Everybody is here to fight, and you, Nazi, has highlighted 2 of the players, and I want to talk about their mentality as well. I'm talking about Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and of course the wild card in this event, Kirill, Shevchenko. They are here to fight. I've been chatting with them, taking their interviews, and you can sense that they don't care who they're playing against. They don't care if they're playing against Magnus, Carlsen, the new challenger, Gukesh. They want to fight, and they are ready to take the fight to their opponents. They are fearless in this event, and you can see it in their results. Abdusattorov, I have to say, out of the opening, he's not getting great positions, but fortunately for him, he's able to fight. Kirill, Shevchenko, as you can see, yesterday started off with a difficult game against Gukesh, but he was resilient. He was defending all the way until the end. And it definitely paid off after that big blunder by Gukesh, Queen D3. So I have to say, I'm very impressed with Kirill, Shevchenko, and Nodirbek. Abdusattorov, as you can see, the young... I cannot believe he's 19 years of age. It feels like he's been around for so many years. He was a world champion, world rapid champion, only 3 years ago when he was 17. URS rating 2771. Incredible players all around, guys. But Anastasiya, you've been catching up with the former world champion and the world champion in Rapid and Blitz as well, Magnus Carlsen. Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, Magnus Carlsen is also having really good events so far. I think he's very happy about his result. He made +1 yesterday. He defeated Wei Yi on his way, and you could see him in a good mood. He was chatting with us in the players' room. We discussed some lines in his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He came here to you, Cristian, and gave this nice interview after the games. And in general, he's in a good mood. But, you know, today he has a very, very important game coming. In the first round, he's going to play against Kirill Shevchenko, the leader of the tournament so far. I think it's really, really important game for both of them. And if Kirill will show the same strengths as yesterday, I mean, I don't want to be in Magnus' shoes at the moment,
look at that.
Playing with black pieces. But
first in the world against 57th in the world. But again, it's all about that mentality.
Exactly. It doesn't matter that much which number you have in the world. What matters is which mood you have, which shape, your preparation. We're going to see a really big battle today. I feel this. What about you, Cristian?
And also social media. You've been taking the interviews from the players after the very critical moments. You talked with Kirill Shevchenko yesterday after that Queen D3 in his game against Gukesh. So make sure you follow that up. We will be giving you guys all the updates from Warsaw here in Poland. Back to you in the studio, guys.
Thank you, Cristian.
Yeah, very
Anastasiya.
nice marquee matchup you've just been discussing. But Jovi, do the honors and tell our viewers what they can expect for the pairings.
Yes.
As we get started for round 4.
Every day we are going to be facing those juicy pairings, and there we see Anish Giri with the white pieces against Wei Yi. Then we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda facing off against Arjun Erigaisi, and our marquee matchup, as mentioned, Kirill Shevchenko, tournament leader, against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Vincent, Keymer, and Gukesh against his countrymate and perhaps rival Praggnanandhaa.
I would say definite rival. Oh yeah, those juniors, boy, they love these kinds of rivalries. As we see our tournament leader, Kirill, coming into the playing hall, getting ready for what Boris Spassky told me, my moment in the sun. I was going to play Anatoly Karpov, the world champion, in the Parliament building in London. And he said, enjoy your moment in the sun. Here Kirill is going to go up against world's #1, Magnus Carlsen. A lot of excitement.
There we do see Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Arjun Erigaisi. And Duda, he's having a quiet tournament, slow start, 2 draws yesterday,
And a
lost against...
Maybe a big missed opportunity to go along with that against Magnus. Now remember, when he won this tournament, GCT Tour, he did it in style. He won it by 4 points. So there you have it. They're playing in the museum. The history of Polish Jews.
And there we do see the opening move played by Professor Piotr Waszowiak, the rector of Warsaw School of Economics. And what move has he chosen? Knight F3. I wonder if that one's a keeper.
Now, might be. I like the way you pronounce his name, by the way. Really, really good.
I'll leave it for our Polish viewers to determine whether I did an admirable job. And here we also see the young teenagers, Nodirbek against Vincent Keymer, and the bell has sounded, and we are off.
It's remarkable as we're looking at these two youngsters. What else to say? Knight F3. Here you go. Magnus Carlsen, the senior in the tournament at 33 years old. Anish Giri, the second oldest player in the tournament at 29. And the youths are really coming. And boy, do we have the biggest talents here. I have on my board Kirill versus Magnus, our marquee matchup. I'm not getting any moves, so I'm just going to turn it over to you, Nasi, and you do have moves.
No, I think Magnus is just fashionably late, as always.
Oh, is that it?
Their game hasn't started yet, but
Okay.
we do have, let's take a look at Nodirbek's game against Vincent. Knight F3.
Magnus has just entered the building, so
Exactly.
there we do see D4, the move from Kirill Shevchenko. What is Magnus going to respond with? Probably Knight F6.
The remarkable thing about Magnus is really he can literally essay just about anything he wants. Obviously, Knight F6 is a go-to. He could play D5, as he just did. He just played D5. He can do G6, B6, B5. He just plays everything. It's remarkable. We got a Queen's Gambit decline going on here, I suspect. And you had a game, Nasi, that you were going to show us. Vincent.
Yeah, we have a couple of moves here. It started as the ready opening, but looked like possibly transpositioning into Catalan if after D5 Nodirbek played D4, my favorite opening, Catalan. But this didn't happen on the board. Instead, he played Bishop G2, giving Black opportunity to either take on C4 or push D4. And that's exactly what we see here. Vincent played D4. Do we have a name for this? Not clear.
Not sure. A reverse
And then-
Benoni. I mean, what can I say?
Reverse Banana is a good name. And E3, it looks a little bit ugly playing G3 fianchetto in your bishop and playing E3 opening this up, but this is still all theory and preparation. C5, D3, castles, H6, prophylaxis move. Not really sure why was that necessary yet.
Right.
But players are playing really fast, so I'm certain they're still in their prep. And then Knight A3. Not the most typical development of the pieces.
Ooh.
I'm always very happy when with Black I get to have this center like reversed King's Indian center. What do we expect here? We'll probably see some trades and opening up of E-file. Maybe C takes D?
Well, Rook E1 is
Rook
coming.
E1 is a problem,
Right.
right? Because White has to start working some magic right now. Because if Black is allowed the happy moves, develop dark square bishop, castles, solidify the center, Black is going to be comfortably better. That's just my prejudice against the Benoni showing.
E takes D4 was actually played, and then Bishop F.
Bishop F4.
F4.
So no Rook E1 yet. Bishop F4's idea is that if you play Bishop D6, I will take it. And now maybe Knight on A3 is actually useful. I can win another tempo on the Queen with Knight B5. And computer suggests Queen B8. A little odd move. I would probably go back to D8. And after Rook E1, Black can just cover with Bishop E6. However, Yasser, would you consider sacking on E6 here?
Not here, no. I would take a page out of the Benoni, and I'd play Bishop H3.
Bishop
which
H3.
is a kind of a standard move Yeah, and these pawn sacrifices are considered quite okay, quite playable for the second player, but okay.
Played this with reverse colors where
Exactly.
black, the queen will
Right.
come to h3, knight g4, and black will have compensation.
Okay, well, thank you, Nasi. We'll keep a careful eye on that. I just want to turn our attention back to our marquee matchup between Kirill and Magnus. And let's see what we had. From the opening, Queen's Gambit, d5, knight f6, knight c3, bishop e7, the old standard stuff, bishop f4, which I want to say really was around in the 1990s. And then during the World Championship match in London 2018, it kind of got a revival. Bishop f4, castles, e3, c7, c5. And I remember there was this World Championship candidates match between Jonathan Spielman, Spess,
Yes.
on the white side,
And Nigel Short.
and Nigel Short. And a specimen in his book of best games explained that Jonathan Tisdall, his second, had come up with this great idea. And he was so excited. It was with queen c2 and g4. And he was so excited to play it that he was literally trembling with nerves. And during the game, so that he wouldn't move immediately, he sang himself a poem to calm himself down. And I just thought this was so charming and so truthful, you know, like he was really, really, really nervous about the game. I have played this position as white on multiple occasions. This last move, bishop d3, does come with a little saucy tactic of bishop takes h7 check, followed by queen c2. So for example, knight c6 is a big blunder. I'm sure many players have fallen for this. Check, king takes, and you're not going to pursue a checkmate. It's not there. You're going to go queen c2 check and pick up the bishop. So bishop b4 check is rather the main move, and there's two schools of thought. One, you block the check naturally with the move knight d2. The other school of thought, the one I liked, was king e2, and you think, oh, I lost the right to castle. That really is terrible. But in truth, I'm going to play queen to b1, rook to d1, and very, very quickly my king will come back to the king side. So I don't lose that much time when I play knight d2 or not. Do we have a move? And we do have knight d2, by the way. Kirill played knight d2.
I was looking forward to seeing the king being in the center. I agree with you. This kind of structure is very similar to kind of Caro-Kann style.
Yes.
And you're there, it's not unusual to kind of put your king in the center.
Exactly.
Centralize the rook, run for the hills with the king.
Exactly. Knight d2 was played, and we're still in the throes of theory. Knight c6, queen f6. Queen f6 is one of those moves. You hit the pawn on a b2. You're quick to continue your development, knight c6, and so forth and so on. And the idea behind queen f6, not just hitting the pawn on b2, but also prepping the move bishop f5. Again, this is all very, very standard theory, and I'm sure from his World Championship match with Fabi, Magnus burned a lot of the midnight oil.
But the one thing that I'm going to ask you is this an aggressive opening from Magnus? To me, it just looks like he's trying to aim for solidity. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't describe it as a aggressive defense by Magnus. I describe it as a way of equalizing the game. Knight c6. You've got an isolated queen pawn, and more or less, at a certain moment, you're going to feel the obligation to play d4, and then, well, everything can go. Let's just continue. For example, knight c6 castles. If you play d4, and let's just say for argument's sake, I played knight f3, you can see, well, gee, that's a pretty even-steven looking position. And for Kirill, I'm sorry, you're playing against Magnus Carlsen.
it's fine, right?
Yeah,
you're in the lead.
Exactly.
One of your main rivals out of the way, right?
Absolutely.
So this is good news.
Yeah, for Kirill's fans, he's got more or less a perfect opening. Definitely not worse, and maybe maybe a small pull. Nasi, what have you? Oh, your favorite Catalan. You found one.
I found one, yes. Still, it's pretty early in the game, so most of the games are playing just theoretical lines.
Right.
So I chose this to show you Duda against Erigaisi. I should also mention that Arjun, out of 4 games, he had 3 blacks.
Yes, he started with 2 blacks, yes.
And he's doing quite well, no losses so far.
All draws.
So this was the very famous Catalan line, and I want to highlight this moment. So Queen e2 is definitely a popular move, but Knight f to d2 is something that I was taught because now you can get the pawn. There's no b5 because of bishop c6. But the downside of playing knight d2 is that we give away control of the e5 square. So black can now challenge the center with e5. And the best move here for white is to give up our beautiful fianchettoed bishop, trade on c6 and take here. It's a very sharp line with a lot of engine lines, messy pawn structure, but of course weak white squares.
Exactly.
Now this didn't happen, so Duda went for queen e2, b5, so black keeps the extra pawn. After b3, the double pawns got traded, but also white managed to open up the rook on the a file, so after bishop b7, and we are right here after the castle. The main compensation for the pawn is that we have c5 square, where knights will try to get to. We have, of course, the Catalan diagonal, and mainly the control of the center with the central pawns.
If you don't mind me asking, at the end of, I know this position actually goes many, many moves further. The engine eval at this moment is slight edge for white, or is it just even
We know the
Stevens?
engines really love material,
Right.
so it gives slight edge to black.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, white didn't do anything wrong yet. But I can see.
Apart from give up a pawn.
Well, yeah, but again, you know, you look at these dynamics. You know, this pawn on c7 is, you know, a real weakness, and you can press against it. We'll keep an eye on that.
We certainly will keep an eye on that game. It's looking very tense at the minute. So shall we just take a look at some of the other games in progress? So
let's jump to that reverse Benoni, I think is what we were going to call it. This is the game between Nodirbek and Vincent. And it was bishop f4, which was obviously a prelude to knight e5, which was played. Knight e5, knight takes, bishop takes castles, rook e1, a7, a6. If I'm white in this position and I see this move a6, it kind of brings a little smile to my face, because the knight on a3, well, it's not, but it wasn't really ever going to go to b5. What white really wants to do is white wants to play b4, full stop. He wants to play b4 and swing the knight to c2 so that he can open up the queen side, and this bishop is in an ambush, if you will, lurking on this long diagonal.
but I suspect that a6 is a very sneaky move with the idea of, work with me here.
Please.
Rook a7, b6.
Right.
And then putting the bishop on b7.
Okay, you're definitely of the school of Alexander Alekhine, as I saw a number of his games where he liked that rook to a7 and swinging his rook across the second rank, or seventh rank in this case.
I really like to, in this particular pawn structure, when white has fianchettoed the king side, I really like swapping off light square bishops.
Oh, if you can do it, you're good.
Right.
Okay, but just to put moves to the position, knight to c2 is played. Imagine you play rook a7, a very decent move.
And now
b4.
b6.
Yeah, you don't want to give up and take this. So you do want to play b6. We want to take. And then I might ask you, well, I've got the open file, right?
Yeah,
I won something here.
You won a lot, didn't you?
I did.
So
Yeah. And your rook on a7 still has to prove itself. I mean, I can imagine you wanting to play bishop d6 and running across with the rook.
That's right. But then the question kind of asks itself, why did black play bishop e7
Right.
earlier on? Why
And
not
all
go
of that
bishop d6?
Right, exactly. All of that good stuff. So I like this for white.
And let's take a look at the tournament playing hall.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's absolutely stunning. And what I love about this is not just how amazing this arena is, but also it's been played at the Museum of the History of Polish Jews, but also the fact that there's a live audience, there's a crowd.
Exactly.
And I saw pictures on social media of the players just being surrounded by fans.
Oh, and it's so nice. I can't describe how you get this really great personal sense of fulfillment when you come into a crowded playing hall where the fans are jostling for, you know, seats, and you just really have this feeling that your art, your sport, is really being appreciated as we get to see Nodirbek and Vincent there. And let's just go around the playing hall for just a moment, because we do have, as we mentioned at the top of the show, a matchup between two of the great, outstanding juniors, not only of India, but of the world, Gukesh versus Prague. And let's catch up with their game. Again, we're kind of seeing Queen's Gambit declines, double fianchettos, almost a, well, I'm not going to say reverse Caro-Kann. I don't even know what to call it. A5. Now, that move I find very intriguing, because we're taught, well, you know, you don't want to play moves where you create a weakness, in this case the pawn on b6, without something concrete in return. I'm sure that Prague felt that a5 he wants to cement his control over the b4 square, but guess what? You don't have the b4 square in your mitts yet. So let's just have a look-see. Imagine I played knight g5 here.
And that one would force the trade of knights, because you're eyeballing the f7 square.
I sure was. So knight takes, pawn takes. Now again, in this particular case, you can see that you've secured the b4 square, but there's nothing there that you're going to secure.
And if I go knight to d7?
Darn, I was really hoping you were going to play knight e4. And my intention, had you played knight e4, by the way, was to artificially isolate the pawn. I'm not going to capture on c2. I was going to play c4 and then, you know, smuggle the pawn off the board. Knight d7, very, very good move. And then I would probably come back. Now, in this particular case, you can say, well, your knight's not really getting there, and maybe one day my knight is getting here. I would say it's about even-ish. But
I'd say white has a small initiative. I
don't know. There's still
pressure against e5, but c2 can be easily defended. Let's face it. You know, a rook can slide to c1. You just need your queen to be covering that diagonal. So you want to be going queen to d2, rook to c1, and I'm just thinking that this
maybe
pawn on e5 is a real clamp on the black position.
That was what I was trying to aim for, yes, with the pawn on e5. Okay, besides knight to g5, which might be it might be a timing issue. One other move that I would find myself attracted to is h4.
Speaking my language here.
Yeah, let's go.
h4, let's go. We don't
Hack
care about
attack.
the g4. But it's, you know, it was popular around about 2021, 2022.
h4.
Go h4, never a bad idea.
Very good. We'll keep an eye on this one. We're going to go to the game of Anish versus Wei. Now for Anish, he's not having a joyful tournament. Day one definitely didn't go in his favor, and in fact, he was victimized by an absolute brilliancy of Nodirbek. Wei Yi had a wonderful position against Magnus, and Magnus turned that game around, and Wei Yi was defeated in that game. Now in this opening, it's a funny Catalan that oftentimes goes into a Dutch stonewall. And this idea of g7, g5, this early idea of g5, Tigran Petrosian, but I also saw at a Tata Steel event Magnus Carlsen playing the black side of this very typical stonewall structure. And it's a challenge. It basically says to white, well, what are you going to do? Do your worst. If you do nothing, I want to make petite little moves. I want to play the move h6. I want to play bishop to d6. I want to play queen e7. I'm not doing anything, splendid, but from your perspective as white, your pawn break b4 is going to be met by en passant.
Correct.
Your pawn break e4 is going to take a lot of time to get that going.
But it needs to be done.
Okay, but when you get e4 in, if you imagine that the knight, for example, the knight goes back.
Yeah, but knight goes back to e1. That was my idea.
Right.
Put the knight on d3. That's
Perfect.
the perfect square for a knight in this structure.
Right.
And now...
I'm really waiting for you to play f3. And the reason I'm waiting for you to play f3 is because I want to play f4. So here I'm eyeballing the pawn on g3. And I'm hoping that if we ever have a trade, the king on g1 is going to be a little bit weaker than the king on g8. I mean, I got a lot of proving to do, but there you go. Those are the strategies, if you will, of the players in this position.
Yeah, I suspect this is going to be a long maneuvering game where white will be playing for that f3, e4, exploding open the center. And here we can see the queen drop down to c1. And there in the middle, we can see their accuracy. Oh, these are big numbers, Yasser. 98.6 accuracy for Anish.
It stuns me. It really, really does.
97.4
wow.
accuracy for Wei Yi.
That's amazing. We just had been covering the candidates tournament in Toronto. I want to say something that everybody seemed to be doing, by the way. The Toronto candidates tournament certainly had the eyes of the chess world upon it. And one of the things I noticed throughout that tournament, was the extraordinary accuracy of the players. I mean, there was one particular game that went into a queen and pawn ending, and the accuracy was above 96%.
Wow.
I mean, and this was like a queen ending, which is incredibly hard. Queen c1 on the board, attacking the pawn on a g5. I really don't want to play the move g4. Why? Why do I hate that move?
You concede squares.
I do.
You concede the f4 square, and just as a kind of comparison to the earlier line that we were talking about, that when the knight came to d3 and this idea of f3, you were trying to lock the position down with f4. Not possible.
Exactly. Which is why I do feel the move h7, h6 is obliged. And the pawn sacrifice, you might be thinking, oh, aren't I charging and opening up white's king? Well, guess what? You're not. You're just losing a pawn. I'll take that. I could probably include takes as well, but I just don't believe f4 is playable. By the way, did we see g4? I'm really surprised. If Wei Yi played g4,
yes,
I'm
Wei Yi
stunned.
played.
Wow, Nasi, jump in on this one because I'm more than curious what the engine thinks of the move g5, g4. For me, that would be a move I would try to avoid at all cost.
Well, Yasser, it's engine's first move.
No way, wow.
I'm surprised as well.
Wow.
f4, h6 definitely seemed a lot more logical, but he has played g4. And here, what's the main reason you didn't like g4?
91.
91, let's take a look. After 91, computer says, well, maybe just h5, h4, go for the attack.
So after knight d3, h4.
Knight d3, h4.
I get to put my pieces on what look like really, really nice, positionally speaking, great squares. So bishop f4, or let me just... Or should I play bishop h6? Is it?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Bishop h6, rook f7, and I feel the rook wants to be there.
Doesn't rook want to be there, though? That's the weird part. I don't know. So bishop f4, and how does the engine evaluate this?
Black has this idea, knight f6, and improving the knight. Knight's getting to c4. That's very important for black. Evaluation is slightly better for white, plus 0.5.
Not that much.
Not that much. So I think engine believes in black's play here and doesn't think that black is actually weak. All these positional weaknesses of the black squares, it's just really hard to take advantage of that at the moment.
I just feel this is so stunning to my eyes. So if we continued c4, c5, and I assume you want to play knight c4,
right?
And I go knight e5, and I assume you have to trade?
Yes, I will trade, take
Bishop
to the
takes?
bishop,
Yeah.
and I'll try to trade again.
So here, again, if I was just, to look at this position and say, compared the bishops, I'm sitting there saying, I think your bishop on c8 is kind of dead.
Oh, it is absolutely dead, but...
But maybe my
So will
bishop
be-
on g2
exactly.
might be dead.
Let's make
Queen
some move.
f4.
Let's say queen e3, queen f4, h3, and our bishop is also dead. Even with the potential to change the diagonal for the bishop, it doesn't really get much better.
And
Wow.
there's no way to explode open the position. So I was thinking instead of queen e3, could you go queen h6? Let's put the queen so that she's sniffing around the black king.
Queen
Queen
h6.
h6.
I know queen by herself doesn't give checkmate, but
Right? Just to
Yeah.
be there.
just exactly.
One idea here for black is to trade and change the pawn structure, and then just use
Yeah.
the rook to defend the king side.
And here I was thinking e4.
e4, wow, interesting.
Okay, I can see the
Very nice.
evaluation bars like, nope.
Well, black has to try to go to the end game. Queen f8. So just to show the idea, Jovi's idea with e4 is that if we take with the f pawn, then
Bishop takes.
bishop comes in, and now white's attack is actually serious on the king side. So black will try to avoid that. Queen f8. This queen is definitely annoying for black, so black should try to get rid of it. If you give check, I'll probably just keep offering the trade.
Yeah, and at the end of it, black has the good pawn structure.
Yes.
Right.
We
Again,
have some moves.
Yeah.
We do have this position on the board, so we'll see. So instead of knight e5, no, knight e1.
we went
That's how
90
we started, right? And instead of h5, Wei Yi played immediately knight b6.
Yes, that's what he did. Is immediately.
And now, according to the engine, the best continuation is to capture on d5.
Okay.
I would probably take with the e pawn just to give some breathing room to this bishop, right?
Okay.
And here, interesting suggestion, h4. That move would not come to mind.
Me either.
I don't think we'll see that move. Most likely bishop f4, trying to...
I would be going knight to d3 and maybe
Yeah.
even bishop to b4.
Bishop b4, very, very cool idea. So let's say after knight c4, will you still try bishop b4 or f4?
Yeah, bishop f4.
Bishop
Because
f4.
I think this knight on c4 is annoying.
It is annoying, and that's why I was wondering whether you could go bishop f4 and then maybe f3. I'm still obsessed with opening,
e4, yeah.
opening up the position with
Fair.
f3, e4.
Exactly. It's interesting that Wei Yi did not go for the h5, h4
And now
possibility.
engine does prefer white. Says it's close to plus 0.7.
Okay.
And I think
I'm still, sometimes the evaluations of the engines just stunning for me.
And, well, Wei Yi is playing with the black pieces, and let's take a look at some of his stats. Just 24 years old, actually passed the 2700 rating mark at the tender age of 15, has a universal rating of 2769, and is a two-time Chinese chess champion.
I remember when he exploded onto the world scene as a 13-year-old. Last 4 years, he's been very quiet because guess what? He was getting his degree, his university degree, and now he is back. Jumping to the game of Kirill versus Magnus for a moment, feels like Magnus has actually gained some time on the clock. He's got 16 minutes to 13. Let's pick it up. When we left it, it was bishop b4 check, knight to d2, knight to c6, castles. Interesting. Voluntarily retreating. Bishop e7 in order to put his bishop on the f6 square. a3. Oh, there's still the bishop. I'm wondering, why isn't that pawn on pre? Well, remember this tactic from before when the bishop was on c5. Bishop takes h7 check, followed by queen c2, and I'll pick up the bishop. So the pawn is tactically defended, and after
Now it's
a3,
time.
now we have to defend it. Bishop to, the pawn, that is to say. Rook to d1, and we have caught up with the players.
Well, rook to d1 is a very provocative move.
It is.
Because naturally, when black puts the bishop on e6, eyeing up the white queen, you think, well,
I got to do
you've got to
something
do something about
d4.
d4, right?
And I suppose the idea behind rook to d1 is to try to turn the tables around and say, okay, You hit my queen with a discovered attack, but now I'm going to pin the pawn with the move knight c4. And I wasn't even sure if I shouldn't play bishop to c4. I didn't think you should take this pawn. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, because there are some strange tactics afoot in this line. But I thought knight c4 is attempt to discourage.
Yeah, and it's an interesting position. But Magnus Carlsen yesterday,
Yes.
he got off to 2 points out of 3.
Right.
That's 4 points out of 6.
Right.
Traditionally, Magnus is known for having a slow start, even
Right.
though he always racks up a phenomenal amount of points. But going into the tournament before day one,
Yes.
here we're going to see a little graph because
His
Magnus
expected results.
was expected to get 23.2 points. And you can also see Shevchenko there in red. He was just expected to get 10.7 points.
I'd say Kirill might be outperforming at this moment.
And after round 1, let's take a look at the change. And you can see that Magnus is still on track to get his 23 points. And, well, things have gotten better for Shevchenko.
What's a bit of a surprise is that Duda, who got off to a very slow start, just a slight downward adjustment from his pre-tournament expected score. Not that much. Gukesh, I'm really surprised, is at this moment expected to take last. I mean, based on the expectations, right? But I'm sitting there saying, wait a minute, this is a guy who just won the tournament.
Right, and it doesn't take into account
Candidate.
that yesterday some of his games were quite heartbreaking. You know,
Yes.
he lost in time trouble. But I tell you, the stats are ruthless. You make a mistake and
Yes.
they punish you immediately.
Yes, they do. And speaking of Gukesh, and there you see Gukesh versus Prague on the screen. And, well, it's a day for the Dutch Stonewall, isn't it? Because look what we're seeing. F5 and G5 over here as well.
We have a
Nessie.
lot of G5s today.
Right.
And even in the position of Kirill against Magnus. In this game, computers suggest to play G5 for black.
Really? Oh, how fun is that? Just catching up with this game of Prague for a moment, because we just saw Gukesh play the move knight e5, and this is a clear prelude to the move f2, f3. This knight bothers me. I want to get rid of this knight from the center of the board. So f2, f3. Give me a quick valuation by the engine on this position, because, again, maybe I'm doing something wrong. My judgment may be way, way off. I like white.
It's close to equal. Black has a couple of good options here. The best is rook f8 with the idea to play f4. It's also kind of preparing against f3, because when you play f3, black is still going to play in between move f4.
Really?
Yes, and now you don't really want to play bishop c1, do we?
No, I don't think. Well, we can have a
we can
look.
try bishop c1. After that, black can take on e5, and the knight gets a pretty good square on c5. And I mean, all white pieces are on the first rank.
Fisher
Not
random.
ideal.
Not
And I
ideal.
also was just looking at, is knight c3 a possibility in order to get d4 in and liberate the
c3.
light squared bishop?
Let's take a look. Knight c3. Yes, white has to play queen d4 to not allow black to play d4.
Right.
Yes, and in this case, white is okay. This knight might actually eventually get trapped.
Vulnerable, yeah.
But after f3, f4, instead of bishop c1, let's take a look at f takes e.
Okay.
And here, after a lot of trades, black's two fianchetto bishops are actually looking pretty good, because position is opening up. And I'm feeling, I would prefer black here.
I would prefer black as well.
Wait a minute. Hold. What's going on? So, bishop g2, you're going to take on e5, take on d1.
And then c2 pawn is hanging.
I gotcha. Okay. That makes sense.
Oops.
Oops. What happened?
I think, there we go.
Okay. Right.
There we
Takes.
Maybe bishop c4
Bishop
here?
c4. Yes.
Yeah, that's a better move, but black can meet
Bishop
that
d5.
with bishop d5.
Okay.
Now if you trade, I will fix my pawn structure.
I'm not going to oblige. I wouldn't want to do that.
Okay.
White's king is looking really shaky, Yasser.
I know. That's the problem. I don't. Yeah, no, I don't like this at all. Bishop c1 wasn't. Rook f8.
Rook.
I just
Hasn't been played yet.
Right.
Prague is still thinking, but that's a great move. Also interesting is bishop takes e5 and d4. The sacrifice just to open up the diagonal.
Okay.
Of course, if we take with the queen, then c2 pawn hangs, and black will be very happy to get the rook on the second rank. So we'll take a look at bishop takes d4.
Okay.
And here, I love this move, rook e7. With the idea to just play rook d7 and create this very unpleasant pin on the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And black isn't going to be seduced by ideas of sacrificing the exchange. I just want to...
On e4?
Yeah, on d... Yeah, on
for
D.
black?
Yeah, rook takes c2 was what I was thinking.
Oh, okay. Instead of rook e7,
Instead
maybe?
of rook e7 is a very classy move. I like that one a lot, now that you pointed it out to me. But I'm also
Let's take a
looking
look.
at rook takes c2. And,
Queen
takes
okay,
c2,
you can see the
queen
computer is
d4.
not a fan.
Probably because we still have the white square bishop here that can defend the king side.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
doesn't feel like enough compensation because white still has a good bishop.
By the way, they did follow your line, rook f8, f3, f4, bishop c1 is on the board.
Very interesting. So now if Prague takes on e5 and goes knight c5, like the lines we showed, then black is slightly better. And definitely easier to play for black because of all the space advantage.
Can I just see that again? So f3, so you're recommending for black, bishop takes e5, d takes e5, knight to c5. I really did want to stop d4. I'm not sure I want to take or not, but let's assume I just
d4?
play queen to d4 to blockade or stop the idea of d5, d4. I'm attacking f4. I understand you might go after a pawn over here.
Let's take
Yeah, the
it.
pawn is hanging.
Okay.
Gift it to me, yes. I'm taking it. Rook takes f3.
Rook f3, queen,
Rook f5.
You know what I really wanted was bishop to d3 after your rook f5. There's a small problem. The knight on c5 stops it. Okay, what that means is I have to take, queen to d4. Whose king is more vulnerable on the g file? Maybe.
Also, I'm not one for gambiting pawns.
You're not?
No, I'm not. But I'm just wondering, after pawn takes f4, could you just go d4?
Yes. Just to have some fun yourself.
And enjoy the moment, because I don't normally suggest these type of moves.
Okay, because I like blasting open this diagonal.
Yeah.
Can we just have a look-see and just...
Okay, now takes.
With
takes on f3 with...
Bishop or the rook?
Bishop. Bishop, and let's set up a battery on the long diagonal.
And so if I go here, all the way back.
Yes.
And queen to d5.
Queen to d5.
Well, I must say, I feel like a little breeze is blowing down this long diagonal, and I like this pawn sacrifice very much. d4, I probably
Great
should
line,
be taking.
Jovi. That is -5.
What?
-5?
Yes. The idea to not take back on f4 and play d4 instead was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the line you were looking at, f takes g, bishop f3. I looked at queen d2 because it's slightly better for white, but after bishop e2, bishop a8 is the best move, and this is undefendable, this diagonal.
This breeze is
Absolutely brilliant.
nice. We'll keep an eye on this one. I did want to go back to our marquee matchup between Kirill, who, for those of you who are joining us late, won all of his games on day one. Electrifying the chess world is this lowest seeded player in the tournament as he leads, and he's playing against Magnus Carlsen, who's in second place. Queen e7, queen b5, h3, and still quiet play. Not all the pieces are on the board, but this feels like a 3-result game. And I must say that if I'm in Kirill's position, I feel pretty good about the situation. I'm on the white side of isolated queen pawn.
Yeah.
How do they match up?
Let's take a look at their head-to-head. And here we can see 4 wins, 9
Not bad.
losses, 2 draws.
Now,
So-
I'm assuming that this is in classical blitz and rapid that they've met over the years. But anytime you get a victory over Magnus, you know, you got to pat yourself on the shoulder. 4 wins.
4 wins and 9
Not bad.
losses.
Okay,
Though.
don't pay attention to that part of the stat, but they apparently know each other quite well.
Yeah. And what was a big difference in universal ratings?
Right.
26-82, which is an incredible rating.
Absolutely.
But Magnus, of course, he is the GOAT. I was curious about the position that we had, and Magnus has answered the question. A4. I was wondering whether it was time to go D4, explode open the position, but Magnus said, nope, no need.
I didn't think so, because the problem from Black's point of view is the knight on D2 is nicely corralled. The move D4 does invite knight to E4. Gift me the...
Sorry to interrupt, but we have breaking
We have
news.
drama there.
Uh-oh.
There's a big blunder in the game, Nodirbek against Vincent Keymer. Nodirbek just played A6, and I was wondering if Vincent would be able to find this tactic because he's down on the clock, only 4 minutes against 15 minutes.
Okay.
Rook C2. What would you play? Rook
Rook
E2,
E2,
logical
force.
move, and Queen B2, double attack.
Oy, oy,
and
oy.
the knight on B3 is hanging, and we
Overloaded.
can't save it. And even though we have pawn on A6, it's not in time to create any counterplay, so Black is just about to pick up a free piece. And just completely winning game after Rook C2. Let's try to take a look at Knight D2, maybe instead of Rook E2.
Yep.
But here Black still can play Queen B2, but even better is Queen C3.
Okay.
Because now you don't have Rook E2, Rook on A1 will be hanging.
So you have to go Rook A D1.
Rook A to D1, and Black can simply pick up this pawn with the threats of Knight C3, and there's the pin on the second rank is so bad you can't get out of it.
Devastating.
I mean, you can try King H1 is the best move, but after Knight C3, I'm picking up an exchange and then a piece, so that's a lot of material.
Right.
Huge blunder because before A6 position was absolutely fine. Instead, Nodirbek should have played something like Rook C1.
Just chill.
Yes, he has an extra pawn. Of course, Black has some compensation for it. Position was about even. But after A6, a big blunder. Wonder what he missed. Probably the Queen B2 move. And he did play Knight D2.
I see. We've got our little sneaky cameras
Where
in
have
the
they
playing
been
hall.
positioned? That's the
Yeah,
big
we
question.
have these padding the players on each side of the board, and they're nicely disguised. The cameras are nicely disguised. You can see the black pads. This is an invention that came up by the Silverback crew here in St. Louis. They created these pads, which are very, very nice, and they hide the cameras, the sneaky, the spectrum, pardon me, not Silverback, spectrum.
And wow, did you just see from the sneaky cam? You just saw Vincent just eyeballing
I'm sure he
that Nodirbek
opportunity
and just thinking, just looking at him like, I don't understand. Why are you allowing me this queen to B2? It's the most natural move on the board.
Exactly.
Is there no kind of possibility with A7? Just run with the pawn. But obviously, the problem is the king is there on G2 and too much traffic there on the second line. And
Knight
look at
D2.
that.
Yeah, there
Yeah, look at there. You can see exactly where those eyes are pointing to.
Whoa,
What happened?
very, very, very surprising. I loved your move, Queen C3, Nasi. Just putting more pressure on the pinned piece on D2. Queen C3 looked very, very strong.
Knight B4 is
Knight
also
B4.
a very good move.
Yeah?
Yes.
Because that was his choice, actually. He did play the move Knight B4. By the way, I wanted to ask you, why wasn't Queen B2?
Queen B2 was also good. Black has too many good moves.
That's the problem. Okay, he did play Knight B4, and what's the main line after the move played by Vincent?
Rook E to D1. And then computer suggests to just pick up the pawn on A6 or D3, either of those pawns. Knight D3 looks like more of a forcing move. Queen E3 and Knight to B2, kicking the rook from D1.
That makes a lot of sense. Love that move.
And if you go rook c1, I can play immediately knight c4.
Rook to c1? Can't I
Yeah,
take the
because-
rook?
Yeah, you can, but this isn't the a7 ideas.
Yes, there's queen e8, a7 ideas.
Yeah.
Really?
Pass pawn is a prisoner.
Wait a minute. I'm a rook up,
Yep.
and you're telling me
You'll have to give that rook back. So let's take a look. Rook takes.
rook takes, queen e8 check, I presume?
Yes,
Yeah.
queen e8 check, king
Otherwise,
h7,
I drop back.
and a7. And you don't have any
I'm
in between
stunned.
checks or any way to catch the pawn but to play rook a1. That's the best move.
Rook a1 and
Because if you play rook c2, I have queen e4 check.
right.
Very nice point.
Nice. Okay, we'll definitely keep an eye on this, but at the moment it sure looks to us like Vincent is in the driver's seat and our player who's in number 2 position
Yeah, and
could fall. Gukesh.
Let's turn our eyes to that one because take a look at this. The king is there on h1, rook f2 just been played, and
F3, queen c7. So Prague invites the win of the piece, which Gukesh accepted. Takes on king h1. I have to say that's a very, very bold decision, right? Rook f2, and Nazi, jump in on this screamer of a game. My goodness, what's happening?
Yeah, rook f2 is a mistake.
It's a mistake.
It's
even.
a big mistake, yes. Now
Wow.
after queen g4, white is almost completely winning. It's more than +2. Position has changed a lot. So after bishop a3, f takes g was the first mistake. Here Prague had to play bishop takes e5, d takes e5. And I mean, b5 is a very computer move, so no one can say it's easy to spot. But knight c5, I would play this move, and black
Much
keeps the
more
positional advantage.
Exactly.
Right? The pawn on f4 is great. Everything remains about the same, but f takes g, he must have miscalculated something after rook f2 here. Black just doesn't have immediate threats. Yes, of course, we understand there's d takes e and e3 coming, but it's a bit too slow. So let's take a look after queen g4. If you take on e6, I give you a check, and it's black king who is in a bit of a trouble. King h8 and rook e3. It both stops e3, and in some lines I can. I'm threatening knight g6 and rook h3. Almost
Yeah.
checkmate.
Exactly.
Yes.
Feels like it should be checkmate.
Absolutely. Yeah, this rook looks very scary on f2, so I can understand why Prague went for this line. And we do have queen g4 on the board. One thing I'll note is that yesterday Gukesh had a bad day, mostly because in time trouble he made a lot of blunders.
Yes.
In this game, he has 10 minutes against 2. So he's definitely learned his lesson and improved on that.
And here is our challenger to the world champion,
I know,
Gukesh.
17 years old, our youngest participant, also a tour regular with a universal rating of 27.35, and in 2022 he did win the gold medal at the Chess Olympiad. What a participant.
On the individual board, yes, and our congratulations once again to Gukesh, who will be fighting for the World Chess Championship title later this year, I believe. As we see, boy, look at both players are so intense at the moment. But this move, Queen G4, I really can't understand what Prague might have missed, because after the move Rook F2, when your king's under attack, the first thing that you want to do as a defender is rush, your pieces over to the defense of your king. So, you have to imagine that Queen G4 does that. You've got ideas of Rook E2, Bishop G2, protect the king at all costs. But Queen G4 also comes with, as Nasi has been pointing out, a very nasty threat. Queen takes E6 check.
We do have a move played, bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes E5, right?
And now I'm wondering whether you
Swiss
just
and
simply
Zouk
go
should
queen
be-
takes E6.
Yes.
Throw that one in first.
Yeah, should we do the Zwischenzug? Queen takes E6 check. Now, well, I don't even know what to make as a suggestion here. Queen takes E6 check. I really don't want to move the king and allow
And a
trades.
piece up.
Yeah. Unless this must be what Prague is banking on.
But it looks like there's bishop g2 at the end of it.
Yes, bishop g2, rook takes c2.
Bishop takes pawn.
And now I want to play rook takes h2 check.
Check.
Bishop takes e4. That looks like a clincher.
Prague played king h8 after queen e6 check in the game, and after queen e5, it's just simply +4.
+4.
There's no compensation for the extra piece.
Exactly. I won't argue there at all. Queen takes e5. And again, it's one of those positions that it looks like there should be some danger around white's king, but no, it's empty-handed.
It's a very strange mistake from Prague, because usually he's one to calculate thoroughly through any type of sacrifice.
Yes.
And so just to kind of go into this position, it kind of almost feels like he did it on intuition, because it looks really scary.
Right. It does, but as we've seen from the computer engine, queen takes e5 will be +4. Wow. All right. I want to go back to our marquee matchup between Magnus and Kirill, as actually white. When we left it, we saw a very intriguing move. a5, a4, offering the pawn, and I wanted to ask the salient question. Should Kirill have taken the pawn? I know in the game he didn't. He played the move b3. Presumably, queen takes a4, bishop takes b2. He stopped here, but I was wondering, isn't... Oh, no, you can play bishop takes a3.
Bishop takes a3.
I don't have a... You know, it's funny. I don't have a refutation to bishop takes a3. I just thought that the bishop needed to be over on the king side to protect some dark squares. But I think both players judged that to be in black's favor. So b3, queen takes a3 takes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who invited knight d4 to the party? Look at that. There's a discovered attack against the rook on c1, as well as the queen.
Beautiful shot, but he just...
Queen d3.
Nice. This is one thing we've
everything.
seen about Kirill, that he's very resourceful. I'm sure knight d4 came as a surprise, but queen to d3.
Takes. And nothing was really accomplished by this little queen sally, queen a3 and knight d4. It looks pretty good for white. I don't see any problems.
No problems for white whatsoever, but if Magnus plays here bishop f5, that's very nice in between move, then position is quite equal.
Okay, and that's what is required. If he goes knight c6?
Yes. If he goes knight c6, white has a slight advantage. Not much, but from practical standpoint, it's easier to play for white.
Sure, knight to c5.
Black has just 2 weak pawns, white only has 1, and we have more active pieces. But of course, it's still objectively equal.
Yeah.
Easier to play for white.
Yeah, way easier to play for white, right?
Absolutely.
You just go a5 and maybe even a6, undermine the knight.
A game we haven't looked at in a while, I want to just jump to it, is Duda versus Arjun. This was the Catalan gambit, if you will, where we had the c-file as play for the pawn. And let's catch up with the players. The knight ended up establishing itself on c6, knight to c6. And this is simply a huge positional compensation. I played these positions on the white side very, very often. I also like Nasi, the Catalan. And the knight on c6 is a prime square. So I really like white's compensation, and I think it's actually a clear advantage white. But let's see how things have developed. And here we have it. h4, h5, and your knee-jerk reaction. You like the pawn, or you like the activity, Jovi?
I'm fickle. So in this particular situation, I like the activity. The unsafe king really does bother black.
Okay.
And
I have some updates in Nodirbek's game against Vincent. When we left it, we thought Vincent was just going to win the piece and white would have no compensation after queen b2 or queen c3. But very surprising move, rook takes d2. Yes, black is getting a queen, but for 2 rooks, and the a7 pawn.
It's still on the board.
Maybe he forgot about the pawn. I'm not sure, because after knight c2, rook e8, king h7. Actually, it looks like rook a2 was the only move that is equalizing for white. Every other move is losing. But after rook a2, knight is hanging. If we move the knight anywhere, let's say knight d4, even threatening queen f3 is not that dangerous, because after a7, best black can do is
Perpetual check.
Yes.
And can white be the one that gets ambitious? So, for instance, after knight d4, you just go, I'm not going to give you that check. Because
And
this
play
pawn
rook e3?
Yeah, because this pawn on a6 is so strong.
Yes, and in this case, black would have to run back with the knight to be able to sacrifice the knight for the pawn.
Right.
And that endgame is evaluated as equal after rook a7, queen versus two rooks, equal pawns,
Queen b2 check.
queen b2 check, king h3. We do have a pass pawn on the b file, but two rooks should be able to easily stop it. That was a big miss by Vincent. He probably missed the rook a2 move. And now in the current position, he made move knight d4.
Right.
He only has 25 seconds.
Against 6 minutes and 23 seconds. a7, a perpetual check, is probably inevitable.
Right.
Rook e3 will be white's trying to play for a win.
I think rook e3 is going to make, no, a7
We see a7
played,
and
we're going to be looking at a perpetual.
Yes, queen takes f3 check.
Huge
king
save
c1.
for Nodirbek, because he was very close to losing this game.
Wow.
This is something I always teach my students, that when you're winning and you're so long time, do not try to force a win. Just keep the position winning. So queen c3 or queen b2 would have been my choice here. It's only because when you are in time trouble, you can always blunder something. You can miss just one move, and then it's too late. You can't go back.
Wow, thank you for that, Nasi. We do have queen f3, king f2.
We do
and,
see the players repeating.
Yes.
And it is handshake, it is a draw, our first result of the day.
Wow.
And there you see the players chuckling away.
Like, boy, did I blunder that. I just let that go. When we left the game between Gukesh and Prague, well, it was an extra piece for Gukesh. Is that still the case, Jovi?
It
Sure looks that.
sure looks that way. I'm just taking
Bishop
it.
G. Oh, remember we
think
got
it's-
here.
It's
and
a rook.
It was bishop to g2 and bishop takes e4 was your suggested play. He played rook e3, did Gukesh, and he basically says, look, I'm not going to let you open this diagonal, and I've got a passer. e6, e7, and let's go. Ooh, rook c3.
Very fancy, but
That's
close,
cheeky.
but no cigar. He just
There goes a
simply
rook.
Bishop g2, and now you can just steal the pawn.
So
on
it's an
h2.
extra rook, actually. I thought it was an extra piece, but it's an extra rook. Oh, this must be just completely over, right?
Totally, and especially if you have to make moves like bishop d5.
So just king to h3, let's say, just come up the board. Again, I'm looking just to play rook to e3 and to take this pawn.
What happens if h5?
Let's do it. h5, rook to e3. Just asking you, is this a threat or not?
Unfortunately, the king hides to f4. I mean, you've always got to look ahead to see whether you have a hiding place.
Right.
And g4 gives up the h4 square. And
It certainly
f
does.
So the next question is, do you have time to kind of go bishop maybe h4? Hang on, I have an idea. Never
H4.
underestimate. Yeah, okay.
Not to allow
take the pawn?
Let me take the pawn.
Now I'm happy. Bishop e6.
Check and mate.
Yeah.
And by the way, let me refresh my board and catch up to the players, because I did see that he went king to g3, lured the rook to g2. I went king h3, thinking that the rook wasn't actually badly placed on g2. Gukesh had a different idea. He's now played king h3, and again, in this case, there's no bishop e6 check. 14 seconds?
Yep, now taken down to under
For
10
Prague?
seconds for Prague. And
There's no trickies here, Nasi.
No trickies at all. There's no checkmates. There's no bishop e6.
We think
and-
he's lost on time, actually.
Well, according to
He played h5 in this position.
He did.
Yes.
Okay, so he got it in time. H7, H5.
Now Gukesh can play e6
I love that move, E6.
or rook d3 or rook e3. All of them are completely winning.
I love rook to D3 as well, because that actually tickles the bishop and asks the bishop, where do you want to go to?
All
Yeah.
good moves.
Yeah, all good moves.
There's only maybe one idea after rook d3, maybe bishop e4, rook e3, rook g4, and I'm creating some ideas with bishop g4, bishop f1, but like still nothing
At all.
Nothing
No.
serious.
No. Yeah. It's nice to be a rook up.
He played rook d3,
He did, indeed, play rook D3.
and this will be first win for Gukesh.
bishop
bishop-
c6.
Bishop to C6 after the move rook D3 on the board. And by the way, now I see 20 odd seconds for Prague, so he did not lose on time.
No, but his position is still lost.
True that.
E6.
You know, I'm a pawn grabber. Something, you know, just playing rook to D6 to H6 and taking away that pawn.
Well, Gukesh is channeling his inner Yasser.
Well, he didn't do it though. He just, I think he just wanted to gain some time, or he hit the bishop and then played rook E3 and said, okay, let me get rid of this passer. Rook takes E2 is on his agenda. Still no trickies. It looks just completely winning for Gukesh. And like you were saying, it would be his first win of the tournament, a much needed boost, I would say. You really, in these events, your confidence can get shaken very early. Like you just have bad results, and then everybody, you know, targets you.
And it sets the tone for the blitz, because there it is all about momentum, and there we do see Prague go for the rook to g4 idea.
I'll take the pawn. I'd play e6. Two moves I'd find very attractive, but taking the pawn.
Is he maybe, hang on a second.
Yes.
Is he maybe considering going rook h4, rook g4 with perpetual check? And so that's why he removes the pawn on e2.
Yes. So now if, like you were saying, you try to go for a perpetual check, I think I can actually walk away, just king f2 to e1. So he did play rook to g1. I assume he wants some, I don't know, bishop e6, h4. So,
Maybe the same kind
I
of
always
idea.
have, well, first of all, I would stop bishop e6. I would find the move e6 very attractive, just to stop bishop e6. By the way, that's going to be a girl. You know, e7, e8, and I've got rook h2 as a defense.
Well, rook e1 played.
Rook e1 played, okay. Basically saying, I don't think bishop e6 is an issue. Let's trade rooks.
Oh.
And he lost on time.
He lost on time.
The position was losing as well. There was no question about that.
But
Bishop e6 check. Congratulations to Gukesh. Where's the action, Nasi?
The action is in the game Anish Wei Yi. In our marquee matchup, it looks like it will be a draw very soon. So let's take a look at this game between Giri and Wei Yi. Earlier, Anish was in the driver's seat, had a much better position, but somewhere around here, both in time trouble. In 20 seconds, he made a mistake, and now Black has been putting a lot of pressure on the king side. And in the current position, it's looks like completely winning for Black. Black is about to pick up some material on g3.
If you don't mind me interrupting you for just a quick second, in the game between Duda and Arjun, somebody's down to like 2 seconds there. It was, and I think it was Duda. He just played the move queen e4, and he's got 12 seconds on his clock. 13 seconds to Arjun. And this is a 3-result game. This is a crazy position. And
it looks
I'm
good
liking
for white.
white. And we've just seen queen takes g3 check. And now the players are really in blitz mode.
They certainly are, but whose king is in danger?
Both.
Both kings, exactly. But how to get at the black king?
Queen g4 is a winning move here for white.
Queen g4, winning move.
The only winning move.
And
And
reaching
he's done
for
it. He's done it. He's threatening mate. e4 check to the bishop. But we can knight
And-
f4. By the way, we're getting a word.
That Anish
Wei
has
Yi.
lost to Wei Yi.
Yeah, Wei Yi won with the black side. Congratulations on that. But knight f4, 30 seconds. Arjun came into today's round having drawn all of his games thus far. So this would be his first loss of the tournament, first victory for Duda. Knight f4. Defend mate on g7. It's not possible.
You have to slide
Say
with the
it.
rook, but
And
no.
there it is.
And we
it's a
see-
handshake. Nice.
And bordering on the edge of a decisive game. But there we see
By the way,
Wei
I
Yi.
think Wei Yi checkmated.
he did. Shall we maybe
the final was a
cover
lovely
the
little-
last moments?
And the players were in time trouble, but it was this move bishop h4, to undam the blockade. Bishop takes, king takes, pawn takes, and here we see this queen whoop, coming into the position with queen h2 checkmate. Now, see, we didn't really get a chance to see how this all unfolded, but it was like Wei Yi's attack on the king side came through.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think maybe Anish underestimated how strong attack would be on the king side. So he should have played rook h1 instead, and in preparation to h5 come in, just defended more aggressively, I would say. So h5, king g1, h4, and bishop g2. So
The rook is nicely positioned.
exactly, very interesting position for the rook. Normally it would be a bad rook, but not when opponent's king is on h8 and mostly open. But after he didn't go for that line, the attack seemed just unstoppable. It's black had all the right pieces in the right places, and my engine is having some issues,
I
so
was
let's
about
ignore
to
the bar.
say, the eval bar kept jumping madly about.
But yeah, Wei Yi played very strong attack. Rook g4, d4. He just opened up all his pieces and created so many problems for Anish to solve in time trouble,
Right.
which, as we know, is extremely difficult. And bishop h4 was the key move. After this, game was over. The king is alone, rook's coming, queen's coming, and ended with a beautiful checkmate, like you showed. Very nice.
Wow, thank you for that. And Anish not having a good tournament at all. I mean, again, he comes in as the second oldest player at 29 years old, but he has yet to win. And let's go to our marquee matchup game and the remaining game between Kirill and Magnus. Magnus looks bored.
Well,
Probably
actually,
for good reason.
he looked away, and it did look like they were accepting of a peaceful result. Okay, the king triangulating to f6, but the
Nicely
bishop
done.
is just passing from b3 to a2.
So at a certain moment there, it looked like Magnus had kind of reconciled himself to making a draw. And then he suddenly, he finds, well, maybe I'm still interested in playing on. I guess not.
And
there's
we
the
see a
draw.
handshake. Is a draw. What a start today, too.
Well, for Kirill, this is absolutely
a
fantastic.
dream.
It's a dream. I mean, okay, he was white, but he wasn't any time in any danger.
He wasn't in any
kept-
danger, and he kept Magnus at bay. And now
Fantastic.
he moves on to 7 points.
Yes, but still an outstanding result as we get our opportunity to jump to Poland and Cristian and get their take on what happened in round 4.
Guys, I have to tell you, it's all about the mentality. And As you go into the playing hall, you start feeling the pressure that these players are feeling. And you can sense that especially when they get lower to their final few minutes. It's so important to stay ahead on time. We've seen Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he's doing an amazing job at doing just that. At one point, he had 3 times more time than his opponent, 15 minutes against 5 minutes, and he kept that advantage all the way towards the end. He wasn't able to do anything major with it, but still, in a complicated battle, 90% of the time, you're probably going to get the favorable result when you're ahead on time. It's so important. And of course, Kirill Shevchenko still playing absolutely amazing chess. I have to say, he was putting the pressure against Magnus. He was the one that was pressing both in the position as well as on the clock. And I have to say, I'm very happy to see Gukesh finally getting his first victory of the event. It's a new day and it feels like he's refreshed. He came into this day 2 with new and very, very refreshed spirits. Guys, back to you. We're just about to start round 2.
Thank you, Cristian. We're going to actually get in a break, starting the round or not. And as we do, at this time of the show, we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique. Yes, it is here, the newest edition of the World Chess Hall of Fame jacket. It is not to be missed. Jackets are 95% polyester, 5% spandex, and feature an outstanding, durable, hot-press logo of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the front. Available in men's and women's styles. Do all your chess shopping needs at qboutique.stl.com. And arguably the greatest chess player of all times, Magnus Carlsen, he sat down with our own Anastasiya, and we'll see you after the break. Enjoy the interview.
Magnus, welcome back to Poland, welcome back to GCT event. What do you think about the field we have this year? There are so many young players participating this time.
I feel very happy being the oldest player here, the only one above 30. And it's going to be a fun challenge. As soon as I saw the field here, I was like, yeah, this is going to be great. You know, all the young Indians, Gukesh is the world championship challenger, and yeah, it's a great field in general, and I can't wait to get started.
Do you feel some pressure from those young kids? Do you feel that some kind of motivation now that they all appear in the scene?
Yeah, for sure. I want to beat the kids while I still can. So, for the moment, like I don't have full confidence in my chess ability right now because I haven't played since I played in Germany, and which was a bit more than a month ago, and frankly I haven't looked too much at chess since then, so I might take a couple of days to get started, but once I get started I still have confidence in my ability to play.
Yeah, for sure. And with so many new faces in the Grand Chess Tour, you're not the full tour player, but some of them are. Who do you think will fight this year for the first places?
I think it's very, very open who's going to do well this year, but Abdusattorov is an obvious choice considering the progress he's made recently, and that he also has a track record of doing very well in all sorts of formats. But I think all of them are definitely capable of doing well.
Yeah. And you just said that you didn't play for some time, but I saw your Instagram post where you published a nice, beautiful photo where you're actually reading a book about the endgames. Do you think some players will be afraid to play rook and endgames against you?
I think they should, yeah. Maybe not rook endgames specifically, but I still think I'm a good endgame player for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking about the openings, are you going to surprise us with something really interesting? Like last year you played like Polish Gambit or maybe cow opening, who knows? Any surprises to expect this time?
I mean, you mentioned the cow opening, which I think is just stupid. It's like, it's incredibly, I assume it's a joke on the hippo, but it's like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. The Polish opening has some sense. Obviously, I played it mostly as a joke. I don't particularly intend to repeat it, although for the Blitz, you never know. But yeah, I definitely have some ideas of surprises, but we'll see how many of them I'll get to use.
Yeah, I asked about the cow opening because it was the question from the last year opening ceremony. One of the spectators asked you if you were aware of it and something like that. So it was just my guess.
My opinion of it hasn't
changed. Yes.
It hasn't changed. No.
Since that times, yes. I know that actually you will be playing in 2 events at the same time. So like balancing 2 big events, like how are you going to do it? Playing chess during the day in GCT, in the evening on Chess.com. Like, what's your plan?
No, the thing about the Champions Chess Tour this year is that there are fewer events, and so I didn't really want to miss any of them, and I didn't want to miss this event either here in Warsaw because I enjoyed it so much last year. And it was not about the fact that I won. I just enjoyed being here. I remember like the first 2-3 days when I was not playing so well, I was still thinking that this is a nice place to be, and I like this. And winning was a nice bonus as well. But okay, what I wanted to say is that hopefully I'll have some energy in the evenings to play the Champions Chess Tour as well. But it's obviously, it's not going to be an easy challenge. But I think I'm up for it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure for all your fans, have this kind of opportunity to watch you play in 2 events at the same time. I mean,
it's not going to be boring days as a chess fan, that's for sure.
For sure. I mean, speaking about the fans, how do you enjoy being here in Poland? I remember last year they were running after you. What's happening this year? What do you think?
Yeah, I enjoyed seeing all the fans there last year, and obviously as competitors, sometimes I need to be able to focus, but I didn't feel like it was a problem last year, and it was really good to see.
Yeah, and my last question, I mean, of course, I just would like to ask your opinion about the candidates tournament we just finished some days ago. What was the most exciting moment for you? What would you like to say about the winner of the tournament?
Yeah, first of all, I'm hugely impressed with Gukesh. I mean, I'm famously one of the people who underestimated him before the tournament. That I knew that he had the potential to do well, but I didn't think he had the potential to do this well. So, mildly impressed. Congratulations to him. As for excitement, the candidates is unique in the sense that it really incentivizes people to push very hard for a win from the get-go, and obviously it culminated with the last round and the game between Fabiano and Jan. I myself was thinking several times that I should just go to sleep, Fabi's gonna win this, and then we'll see tomorrow. Then I thought, let me watch a little bit more, and a lot of things happened, and it was just great entertainment.
That's great memories. Thank you so much for sharing all these ideas and thoughts and memories. Magnus, all the best of luck for you in GCT event.
Thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
And welcome back, and it's now round 5 and day 2 of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, and it was a tumultuous round 4.
It sure was.
3 decisive results, a draw that was very shaky, but let's after that take a look at the standings.
Here we go.
Yeah, and still at the top, it is Kirill Shevchenko, the lowest rated participant. Well, he's on 7 points out of 8. Magnus, Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, they are on 5 points. And now, with some decisive results, Wei Yi, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Vincent, Keymer are there on 4 points. Still everything to play for.
Absolutely, and tell us about the pairings coming up for this round 5.
As always, take your
take
your jaw off the floor, Yasser.
Right.
This is mouth-watering. Praggnanandhaa will be playing Anish Giri. These two have just lost. Vincent, Keymer is playing against Gukesh, just coming off a victory against Pragg. Magnus, Carlsen against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And Arjun Erigaisi will play tournament leader Kirill Shevchenko. Wei Yi has white against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Interesting pairings. Wei Yi and Jan both won.
Yes.
Pragg and Anish both lost. Magnus and Nodirbek both drew, but whoa. That draw that Nodirbek had was amazing. And here's our schedule.
Yes, we're on our second day of Rapid, so one more round after this. And then on Friday, it is 3 more rounds of Rapid, and then things get really exciting because time gets slashed and we move on to the Blitz portion. 18 games will be played over the weekend, and the players are not there, are they? Empty chairs all around.
Exactly. Let's see, I was watching your eval bar and it was just having a coronary attack. It was going up and down. What happened to your chess engine?
Not sure what happened, but it was forcing me to use my brain. So I was calculating a little bit. I really enjoyed Wei Yi's attack against Anish Giri. That was a beautiful game. But also really impressive was Vincent against Magnus. He didn't have any problems today. He wasn't worse even...
Kirill against
Magnus. Sorry, Kirill, not Vincent, right?
Right.
Against Magnus, to so easily equalize. I mean, I know he was playing with white, but there was a moment where I thought Magnus was going to start to outplay him after Magnus equalized, like he does in his style, but it never happened.
Exactly. He always held it very nicely, did Kirill. Now, for me, the game with Vincent, against Nodirbek. Vincent, he had such an overwhelming position. He had too many good moves, and he found one that allowed his opponent to escape.
In time trouble, having too many good moves is an actual problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's nice to have a clear path of victory.
I think there's a sign of nerves as well for some of the players, because we saw players blundering in tense positions, you know, Praggnanandhaa just going for that speculative sacrifice against Gukesh, which is really atypical of Pragg, because Pragg sits down, he invests the time, he's a fantastic calculator. So we'll see what happens in round 5 and which one of these matches excites you the most?
Magnus. Versus Nodirbek, because both players have been playing, I want to say, on the edge a little bit. They're pushing themselves, they're pushing their opponents. Sometimes they overdo it, and I'm expecting a great clash between them, but then I'm sitting there saying to myself, who is this guy, Kirill?
Yeah, and just to remind ourselves of the pairings, you can see, as you guys mentioned, Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri, both of them started the day with losses. Will they look to steady the ship, or will they go all out in their quest for a victory? Vincent, Keymer, do you think he'll be disappointed with his draw against Nodirbek? Well, he faces against Gukesh winning.
But Vincent will say, look, Mr. Gukesh, you're the challenger. I've got news for you. I think I can play with you. I think Vincent would love a victory here.
And what about Magnus Carlsen against Nodirbek?
No, because again, Kirill, Magnus needs to get in a victory. Peeking ahead. Tell us about the last round of play. Now, this will be played after this round, of course.
Yes, and well, wait for it, because we are going to have some very exciting pairings. Anish Giri plays Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Kirill Shevchenko. He plays Wei Yi, and then Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Arjun Erigaisi. But this is the one we want to see.
Absolutely.
Gukesh, 17 years old, with the white pieces against world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. It's like a kind of trial run against for his match against Ding Liren coming soon. Praggnanandhaa will have the white pieces against Vincent.
How do you see that game between Gukesh and Magnus?
So,
I mean, it's so anticipated.
Absolutely. I think there's 2 possibilities. It'll either be a very nice draw with 100% accuracy or close to it, or complete fireworks where either player can win.
Ooh.
I'm going to go for fireworks, because Magnus, he likes to stamp his authority on these talents. And Gukesh now has a target on his back just because he qualified for the World Championship Challenger. Everybody's looking to take him down.
I think right before the tournament, Magnus said in the interview that he said, I hope I can still teach them a thing or two.
And there we have this young man who took the world by storm in Toronto. Nobody picked him. He was a clear outsider, but boy, he recovered from a devastating defeat in the first half, came back, he played awesome chess for the second half of the tournament, was calm, held his nerves, and he is the youngest challenger in the history of the game.
Youngest player to win the candidates, youngest challenger, and if he wins this, youngest world champion.
Absolutely.
First teenager world champion.
Exactly, and there he is, and I'm sure India couldn't be more proud of his success. And of course, as you see on your screen, 2022 Olympic individual gold medalist, board 1. Bravo.
Bravo, and he started with 8 points out of 8, right?
In the Olympiad.
In the Olympiad.
In Chennai.
Defeated Fabi.
Well, the funny part was India, the host, had 3 teams. And they had a junior squad. And it was the junior squad who was leading the Olympiad and was ahead of the A group. And it was a marvelous, marvelous Olympiad. As the stage is getting set for this round 2, I'm wondering why. Something must be happening.
Empty chairs and empty tables.
Yeah, something must be happening in Poland. Maybe we're having a visit by a dignitary, as I think the scheduling is a little bit been thrown off here. We've been anticipating Magnus playing. By the way, quick questions for yourselves. Magnus, fashionably late. All the time. In all of his matches, he seems to be...
Do you think there's something psychological in this? So I remember being given advice by my dear old dad. And
Yes.
he would say, always come late, because when you shake hands,
Yes.
you're shaking hands from a position, higher position than your opponent.
Because your opponent might be seated or
Exactly,
something like that.
and so therefore you're asserting your superiority. And I was like, okay, whatever.
Well, does
Dear
Magnus
Dad.
really need that advantage? He already has that.
kind of
But
gravitas.
he's been known to do this type of boss moves before, right? There's a
Right.
kind of famous video of him turning up late, and he gets to the board. I think it's a blitz. It's 3 minutes on the clock, and
Yes.
he's like 1 minute,
30 seconds on his clock, and he
he
wins.
adjusts the pieces.
It's still, yeah.
And then he still went on to win that game.
Exactly.
Right, that was a specific game. I was there in Norway, Norwegian chess. It was round one, and Magnus was playing Topalov, and Magnus was late. And the international arbiter said, now listen, everybody, this is very important. This is the time schedule, the time control, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And wouldn't you know it, Magnus missed the entire speech. He came to the game, and he lost the game on time against Veselin Topalov. Topalov won that game, went on to win the tournament. So being late is actually not everybody's cup of tea.
And I'm looking
I
at
see some
my
moves.
screen, and I'm seeing some moves.
Okay.
E4 being played.
This is a very good thing as play is underway for round 5. We have the Trumpovsky. D4, oops, something just happened. Let me go back to the, D4, knight f6, bishop to g5 by Magnus. Again, Magnus can just play everything, but the London system and the Trumpovsky, well, I don't really, I'm having a little problems.
My
with
my screen is actually showing something completely different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Suddenly I went from a Trumpovsky to an e4, e5, knight f3. So maybe some relay issues going on.
Now we're in Petrov mode.
Now we're in something completely crazy. I'm assuming you're having the same issues?
Yes, same issues. It looks like the Trumpovskys either happen in Magnus's game or Prag's game.
Right.
But not sure yet in which game exactly this is happening.
Exactly.
Okay, maybe Magnus does have the Petrov.
But then there's also 2 Petrovs on my screen. So, well, whoops.
Whoops.
Whoops-a-daisy.
Nice catch. Well, not
Sorry about
really.
that.
No, it's all right. Okay, we do have a Petrov. Wow. It jumped again on me. I apologize.
Let's just dive in to the chess.
I want to do that, but I want to have the controls, you know? I like this. Okay, this is not, it's not going well. Just a second. Let me do it. I'll put in the moves. E4, E5. So Magnus, we think, is on the white side of a Petrov defense. D4. Knight takes E4, bishop to D3. At one moment, this line was all the rage. My gosh. In the 1990s, so many games. And there you go. My board just went kapoof. And I'm going to throw it over to you, Nasi, as I work with my issues.
I think I have at least one game set up. We think it's Arjun against Kirill. We had start with c4 with the English opening, but transposed into a d4 opening after a couple of moves. It's interesting. The line here says it's English opening Caro-Kann defense. I've never heard of that before. But anyway, we're in this position now. I'm not sure what the name is. Are we?
Isn't this a semi-Slav?
Yeah, I want to call it
But
not
what-
the Moran variation with knight d7, but a semi-Slav. Yeah.
Bishop e2. Right, so typical development here is knight d7. Bishop can go to d3 or e2, and then black fianchettos the bishop. Very symmetrical position, and the main plan here for white is to usually play e4, so I would probably start with queen c2
Right.
and try to open up the position with e4. Meanwhile, black tries to do the same with rook c8 and c5.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, black does have the the choice to wait it out. You can go rook c8, rook e8, put the queen on e7, h6. So there's all the kind of waiting moves.
Exactly.
But black can actually determine things by doing a very quick e5 or doing a very quick c5. But play becomes very, very forcing then. I think traditionally the best kind of idea is simply to wait it out. You wait for white to strike with e4, and then you respond accordingly.
Well, we're seeing in this particular case that white never got a chance to really get an e4 when the bishop was on e2.
Right.
I believe in the game, Arjun has chosen to play bishop to d3.
And here I'm familiar with this line, rook e8 and black trying to play e5 very quickly so that white doesn't get to play e4. So if we castle here, I think black goes immediately e5. Even though there's this bishop in the diagonal, there's no tactics. Black is prepared for any captures. And I never liked these positions for white. Felt like didn't achieve enough in the opening.
Yeah, the same for me. I don't feel like white got what he wanted. Without the move castles for a moment, if we can take the move castles back, and I appreciate that you've just played rook e8. e4, I'm afraid of e5. e4, e5.
Well, actually,
immediately e4.
Yeah, you know what I want.
Yes, e5.
e5.
Definitely.
Yeah,
this is the type of stuff that does happen.
Yeah.
But the players did break out with e5, but not with the preparatory rook to e8. Instead, you saw e5 immediately. And just like you were talking about, play becomes forced. And now we get to this particular position. What do we think of this? Black has the isolated pawn in the middle.
I'm having still issues on my board, so I'm looking at Nasi's board.
So bishop e2 here, so we're just playing against the isolated pawn on d5. But black has this continuation, take on f3, and then improve your bishop by playing bishop e5.
Right.
And then after castle, I would really love if black had time to do b6, bishop b7.
Right.
But that seems a bit slow here. Instead, black can play bishop f5 and maybe try to put knight on e4. And the pawn on d5 is not hanging because of this tactical resource. We are pinned. And white would probably prefer to put rooks on the open files, c1 and d1, and keep the queen on e2. But after queen e2, black can also counter with rook e8 with some ideas of d4. Of course, when we play with the isolated pawn, oftentimes the idea is to get rid of it by pushing it forward and trading.
Exactly.
So yeah, this position is close to equal. I would prefer to be black just because of this bishops, but at the same time, in a couple of moves, I can be in real trouble because of this pawn.
Yeah, that's a whole thing, if we can resolve the isolated pawn or not. If you continue the position for just a second, you just played rook e8, let me be the devil's advocate. I'll play rook on f1 to d1, and I'll ask you, are you going to play d4?
I think I have to.
Exactly. And then let's say I play, again, just for argument's sake, knight to a4.
But we need to also point out why you cannot take that pawn on d4.
If I take on d4,
you're going to be in for a rude
discover check.
awakening,
Oops, and there goes my queen.
Taking the queen. So after knight a4, black has this move, d3.
Exactly, and we just can, now the question is it an asset or a liability? I actually wanted to go queen f1, don't ask me why. Yeah, don't ask me.
I do want to ask, but okay. Queen
he wants to win the pawn, I think. I know it. He wants to
win this pawn.
Yes. Okay, queen d6 is really good because you stopped my knight c5 ideas. So bishop takes e5.
You do have a b7 pawn hanging that you can pick up.
Oh, you're talking my language here. Queen takes. Rook on a1 is hanging. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, bishop takes b7, but this feels like very good compensation suddenly.
Oh, definitely. Black has so much space advantage and such good pieces and possibly some
attack.
Danger on the king side.
Oh, yeah. No, I've been my provocative best. I want a pawn.
And that's good enough.
I'll leave the details to you, Jovi. You just take it from here. would you
Okay,
please?
I will play around the advanced d4.
So far, the players are following our line. Now we'll see if Kirill will play bishop f5 or not.
All right, key moment going on there. I wanted to turn our attention to the local heroes game. Duda, he's up against Wei Yi. Wei Yi just won a very nice checkmating attacking game against Anish Giri. And we just have one of these, I want to say, Joko piano games where I think they've been arguing this over for 100 years and more. Is the move g7, g5 good or bad? You know, right? There's a
For
bishop
a while,
on g3. Yes.
g5 won, and no one was touching this bishop out to g5. But in recent years, they've discovered that actually
It's challenging.
It is challenging for both sides. White will focus on the queen side and striking out in the center.
And we
Black
have...
will just go all out for a kingside attack.
Exactly. And we have with the move h7, h5, what you might call chaos on the board. I mean, essentially, Duda is saying, I may be black, but I want the initiative on move one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing anything with my king. Fundamentals, throw them out the door. I'm trying to play h5, h4. I'm trying to trap the bishop. And should you play a move like h3, I'm going to pursue the attack till the ends of the earth. I'm going to go h4, g4, and go hog wild on the king side. That's why we saw the move h4 just played. I'm going to update my board. And for Duda, he's going for it. g4, knight back. And I assume the idea is there's a peshki. How do we attack it?
Yeah, how do you?
Knight f8, knight g6. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Go for it.
Let's go for it.
In the
Knight
meantime,
f8, knight g6, knight takes h4, and I'll open up your king side, please.
yeah, in the meantime, you have to find some other counterplay, and I've seen people do moves like b5. I've also seen them kind of prepare for d4.
d4?
Lock that dark squared bishop out of the game.
I was about to say, don't reach for your f pawn. You might think the move f4 is desirable, and maybe it is. In that case, you could open up the f file, but there is a king on g1, so there's no f4. This is really double-edged stuff. Nazi, jump in on this one, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
sorry.
I just wanted to give our apologies. We're having a little bit of problems with the transmission, so we're not ignoring the other games. We're working behind the scenes very furiously to try to fix everything. And once we have the transmission sorted, we will be, of course, broadcasting the other games.
Very, very good. Jump in on this one, Nasi, because I see this as actually a pretty key matchup. The fortunes of both players.
Wei Yi against Duda? Okay.
Yes.
I finally got Magnus's game, so I thought...
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Good for you. All right.
I was going to show this a little bit. So we did have Petrov, no Trompovsky. Magnus chose e4.
Okay.
And let's just jump in straight to the current position.
Another isolated queen pawn position.
Yeah, and White hasn't finished the fully development yet. I was expecting him to develop bishop e3, but he's playing a6. Oh, it's interesting. So if we play a typical move like b6, I guess White keeps this pawn as somewhat of a long-term advantage.
Whoops.
Sorry, position disappeared,
No worry.
but it's back. In a lot of endgames, that pawn on a6 will be the key reason why White is better. So
Exactly.
He played a6, and computer actually suggests for black it's best to just take on a6.
All right.
Open up this a file, let white rook activate, and how would we evaluate this position? I think white is slightly more preferable.
I would prefer white for
The
sure.
only downside is that I still haven't developed my two pieces, and what would be the good squares? I can go to e3, maybe g5.
Mm-hmm. Bishop e3 or bishop g5. I kind of like bishop e3 to close the e file. Again, I'm just being told that the transmission is a little bit messed up We're not 100% sure
But
that we've got the right position on this one as well. And again, we are looking at Magnus's game. And we're just having some transmission relay errors
Shall we stick
to deal
to the
with.
two games that we are sure of? So let's head over to the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda, local hero, against tournament leader Kirill Shevchenko. And once again, apologies for the problems with transmission.
And let me just bring that game up. Where is Kirill's game? Magnus?
I think Arjun is playing Kirill.
Arjun.
Oh, sorry, Arjun.
Sorry, I was looking forward to the wrong. Okay, it was the bishop e5 and bishop f5. So they did follow scripture according to Nasi, bishop f5, and very nicely this bishop pinning the knight on c3, queen e2, prepping rook to d1, and knight takes d5 on white's agenda, defending the bishop on b2. Queen a5, attacking the knight.
Can we take the pawn?
Yes, take the pawn. Let's analyze that, because after bishop takes bishop, there is an intermediate move, knight to e7 check.
Absolutely, and what a beautiful intermezzo that is. Knight e7 check, king has to go to h8. I assume we're playing queen takes b2. But now let's think this through. Is it possible that this knight could be, a bridge too far? Like, how are we getting that knight out?
Nothing is a bridge too far in pursuit of a pawn. So we can get it out. We have got a bishop takes bishop.
Bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, let's
go.
go.
And now the rook will come to d1. So I'm going to go
very,
rook a to
very,
d1.
very calmly.
And my knight is coming back to d4.
I got you,
d5,
let's stop the knight from coming back to d5.
So now we have a face-off, but I'm not that concerned.
All right.
Because the knight does have an escape square on f5. I just have to support it.
Okay, so I'm arguing essentially that the queen along the a5, the fifth rank, is defending. Uh-oh, you got it?
I have a move.
You got it?
Rook d4.
Genius.
Yes, and now slide your queen over to e5, please.
All right.
Please, Yasser.
All right.
Then I'll go rook takes rook.
Oh, nasty.
And after queen takes queen, you might have won my queen, but you lost your king instead.
Oh, pity that. The Bobby Fischer teaches chess. It was I've got to get that in. Back rank, no, how come?
This is black to play.
Black to play. Okay, so take the queen, take the rook and checkmate. Bobby Fischer teaches chess. It was all about the back ranks. Rook d1, rook d8, rook d4. I don't know if this is the end of the story because, again, queen e5, one way, I'm still a little bit concerned about this knight. Like, okay, you attacked my knight, right? You just played rook, and you brilliantly showed why queen e5.
I always have this trick.
What trick?
So, no, hang on a second. I've got to be careful not to get back rank mating myself,
yourself,
right?
Okay. I also had a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
If I had taken the rook, you would presumably recapture. And I'm going to do a very cruel royal fork. Knight e2 check. You like that? Royal fork?
I did. I appreciate such cunning cheapos.
Right. Thank you very much. I do my best. It's an intriguing line. Jump in on this one, if you don't mind, Nasi. How does the engine evaluate our brilliant analysis, by the way?
So far, the players have been following your line, but instead of bishop e4 here, Kirill
E6.
actually played bishop e6, which, according to the engine, is a better try for black.
Okay.
Because in the lines with bishop e4, just like you were looking, Jovi was correct when she found the rook d4 idea.
Okay.
That's the key. But even earlier, white could play queen d4 immediately.
Really? Mm-hmm. And that knight on e7 is...
This knight has to leave, and as soon as you move anywhere, then I can use my queen to support my knight on f5.
I gotcha.
So that's why bishop e6 was played. And here, if white wants to maintain the advantage, he has to play e4, which has been found. Arjun played e4.
Okay.
And now let's try rook d8.
Rook d8, not rook e8, rook d8.
Oh, if rook e8, I'm guessing we just have...
Knight f5
I
or
was going to
something?
play knight f5, but there's also this in-between move, interesting move b4.
Oh.
Don't really understand the idea behind it, so let's stick with knight f5. And if you pick this up,
b7 is hanging.
exactly.
Gotcha.
You still don't get the pawn back yet because of weak pawn on b7.
Gotcha.
So after e4, rook d8 is also interesting.
On the board.
Okay. So
Or
this-
no, it's not on the board. Sorry, that was you. Who made
and
that move.
white would probably play rook d1. And if rook e8 here, now instead of knight f5, again, computer goes with this b4 idea. Let's take a look. So queen g5 and then knight f5 again. Maybe it's just an extra tempo. Once we take the pawn on b7, we are going to try to create a passer, so b4 can only be helpful.
Exactly. Push him.
Yeah.
And also, I just kind of wanted to say about this type of positions is that bishop against knight, the bishop is so much superior in these type of open positions. So what white will be aiming for is just making all of those trades, maybe just leaving a set of rooks and the bishop and making sure that the bishop will terrorize the black forces.
Indeed,
not equal.
yes. So after e4, Arjun has a significant advantage in this position.
Ooh, well, this will be the first problem for our tournament leader, as mentioned at the start of the show. Stunning the chess world. Kirill started with 3 consecutive wins of rapid chess to take 6 points out of 6. And he just drew with Magnus. Unfortunately, at the start of this round, we had some transmission errors. We're still working through a number of technical issues. So our apologies for that. We hope we'll be back in, have everything in shape. And we did have rook e8, not rook d8, but rook e8 on the board. And I think you were looking at knight f5.
Well,
Nasi.
Kirill also chose to move his a rook to e8, which is a bit confusing. It seems a lot more natural to use this rook for e-file and the other rook for d-file.
Right.
But he must have some idea behind it. Let's try to figure it out.
I think I've got it. Knight f5.
Right?
Bishop takes f5. And his idea is maybe to play b6. And just say, you can't take my pawn, and I want to take f5.
So the difference is that now rook is not pinned and we can
Exactly.
move b6.
Now, if
Makes
it's-
sense, but
G4.
how about we keep the extra pawn and play g4? You can play h5, but I'm prepared to meet that with just h3. Keep this pawn chain.
And the
bring
queen
the
will
king.
swing over, right? You need the queen on f4, so let's go put her b4, queen b4.
Right,
For
queen
black?
b4,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
maybe I wonder whether you should always...
No, it's
Thank
fine.
you.
I like your queen b4.
I'm preparing to probably meet that with something on d4 eventually. Let's say if queen f4, king g2,
King g2.
and now I'll be kicking your queen out shortly with rook d4 or queen d4. Both look pretty good.
Wow, and...
Hang on, pawn takes.
Yes, pawn takes,
Pawn takes, pawn.
Yes, pawn
knight
takes, and if you take knight g4,
Rook check.
oh, this is nice. You don't have knight h6, because we
I'll
can
take it.
take rook h6.
Oh.
You're pinned, and after queen h6, rook h1, and we'll have queen and the bishop for 2 rooks.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Beautiful line.
And if you go king g8, then this is a perfect moment to play rook d4.
Perfect.
We win the knight on g4. There's no tricks, no knight e3 check. I mean, you have a check, but doesn't achieve anything.
Right.
Perfect. So,
Lovely
advantage
line.
Erigaisi there.
And by the way, I see that Arjun has played the move b4.
Very classy player.
Love
Give
it.
him a dynamic position and he's in his element. But I've just received word that the transmission seems to have been fixed for the
Fingers
game between
crossed.
Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So let's head there as quickly as possible.
A6 is where we left it. We thought, Nasi thought that she was lecturing about the current position, and she was right. Good for her. Takes on A6, rook takes A6, bishop B6, bishop E3, knight E4. Wow. Bishop takes E4. Personally, I find that a kind of a stunning move. Bobby Fischer loved his 2 bishops, and he would be loath to play such a move as a bishop takes e4, he would probably be thinking knight c5, forking the bishop and the rook would precipitate something like rook a1 to maintain the two bishops. He captured, did Magnus, recaptured knight c2, trying to get a blockade against the e-pawn. Please trade on e3, bishop b5. And are we up to date with the players? I think we are. Bishop b5, last move. Jump in on this one. Bishop takes b6 actually was Magnus's move. I'm assuming a takes b6, played.
Yeah.
And Nasi, what's happening here?
And now he just has to drop his rook back all the way to a1.
Yep.
And after that, White has a very nice positional advantage. It's nothing huge, but it's a long-term advantage. And that advantage is that Black's pawn on b6 is weak. It's misleading when you look at the position. You think Black can be better because this bishop looks better than the knight. But this is what we call a very pretty bishop, but it's not actually doing anything. It's not putting any pressure on the white pieces. So this type of position, Magnus is fantastic at. Of course, he will find so many ideas, maneuver his pieces. Probably long-term, we need to create a pass pawn. Or try to get to the b6 pawn. Maybe something like queen b3, knight d5, these ideas. White's black to move. Let's say h6 or something.
Right.
So yeah, queen b3 is a good move with the threat of knight d5. Of course, Black at some point will probably commit to the b5 move.
Agreed.
So the bishop can defend it. But at the same time, that makes bishop slightly worse. And yeah, just active pieces. No immediate win, for sure. But active pieces, open position.
I must
White.
confess that, you know, you said the bishop's pretty, and it really is pretty. But, you know, if I was in Black's shoes, I wouldn't feel that I was in a bad position. You know, somehow the bishop on d3. Well, the bishop on d3 defends the pawn on b5.
Yeah, but it's not doing anything. And what concerns me the most is actually when you compare the rooks, you see the white rook is primed to jump into the a7.
By the way, he played rook a3 instead of rook a1.
Okay.
Intriguing.
He has this interesting idea. He wants to play probably queen a1 and use the a file for the attack. After rook a7, kicking the queen out, maybe he'll do queen a2 and have new targets in this position.
And the knight on e3 is such a good defender as well as being an attacker as well. It can jump into d5 and can jump to f5. And I agree with Nazi. I think Magnus is going to be in his element. So I think we are good to go on the Praggnanandhaa against Anish Giri game.
Let's
so
do it.
let's go there as quickly as possible and check out the action.
Vincent, Prague, and which game again? Sorry?
Praggnanandhaa against Anish Giri.
Anish.
And this was the wild one.
Yes, this one I thought was a transmission.
Looking like a ghost in the transmission.
Yeah, this was the Trumpovsky, which I wrongly attributed to Magnus. And we have a crazy situation. e5, queen b6. Reminding bishop takes f2. Okay, he took the knight. Bishop f2, king e2. What the heck? This must be some kind of computer prep because this is crazy stuff. e5 takes on g7, rook, knight f3. Okay, I can imagine that on a very good day we find a place to rest. We've got queen takes d5 on the agenda. Rook takes g7, queen d2. I'm a piece up. So
Bishop
black
e3 is on the agenda, as you mentioned.
Exactly. Wow, a4. I assume bishop e3 we would trade and play queen takes b2. a4 on the board, e4. My goodness, head-scratching game. Rook a3 takes on g1. How about that? I mean, you would be thinking to yourself, oh, I'm going to take this knight? No. Bishop takes g1. I'm sure the players are playing with our minds.
Well, the problem is that if black just abandons the center and grabs the material, then white will just consolidate, and black is the one left with king problems.
Okay,
But,
and we do have knight d4 check on the board. I am confused. Totally, I might add. Help me out.
I
Nessie.
have the help of engine, and I'm still confused.
Okay, good, good.
According to the engine, knight d4 last move was a mistake.
Was a
and
mistake.
Now, if Pragg plays king d1, it's looking like it's much better for white.
Because queen takes b2
Yes,
is
let's try
probably
to understand what's going on after queen b2.
required.
Again, only correct move is rook g3 here.
defending against bishop g4 check as well as guarding the bishop. Makes
And we're
sense.
always prepared to meet any kind of checks with queen c1.
Right.
So that's the reason why king on d1 is safe. We have queen right next to it, and after queen c1, computers, if black tries to take up more material, then queen is actually very good on b2. And now c2 is protected, first rank's protected, and
This is
black
nice,
pieces
nasty
are
pin.
pretty loose and hanging, yes.
Yeah, knight e2 on white's agenda.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I love this for white.
Can we rewind a little bit? Because
Sure.
I feel like we might not
Anish, wait.
have respected the rules of attack. So queen takes b2, good, I approve. Rook swings over, and now we always say, invite everyone to the party. Let's bring in a bishop. Let's
Bishop.
bring in a rook.
Bishop to d7. Let's
so
go.
my candidate moves are bishop d7, rook g6.
Right?
Okay, let's take a look at bishop d7.
Bishop d7, yeah.
Looking good.
Yes.
Want to play bishop a4 and bishop c2, but white tries to immediately get rid of your strongest
Evacuate.
attacker.
Yeah.
Exactly. Knight on d4. So after knight e2,
Knight to e6. We are not.
and as soon as you do that, my rook can swing right back to b3.
Beautiful timing on that swing.
And on queen a1, queen c1
Always.
again, as
Right.
always.
Yeah.
But this is interesting. I mean, I know computer keeps saying white's much better, but I'm not too happy with white's setup either.
And there's also bishop takes a4 in the horizon. The rook on a8 is just itching to get into the attack with rook c8. It's not an easy position to play
Not
at
at all.
all for white.
There's a big time difference,
Wow.
however, on the clock. Pragg 18 minutes, Anish down to 7 minutes. It was a good prep.
Who was out prepping whom?
Pragg.
Is this a known variation?
Not to me.
Not to me.
But let me
I
go
think-
back.
I think Pragg was the one who out-prepped Anish in this opening. And we do have king d1, queen b2 on the board.
Wow.
So we'll see if he plays rook g3 here. He also has another move, bishop f6.
Beside rook g3.
Yes. That's also supposedly good for white.
Rook g3 already on the board.
This looks so scary. I'm just going to show you this line. After
Sure.
bishop f6, bishop g4 check, white's best move is rook f3.
That was natural.
Yeah, of course.
Blockading the check with the rook. That's craziness.
I thought the knight was pinned, but knight can actually still take here because it also attacks my queen. But at the end of this line, I guess I have 2 pieces, 4 rook and 2 pawns. But computer still prefers white.
Wow. Crazy stuff. Simply mind-boggling. Thank you for that, Nelsie. I'm still wrapping my mind around the opening. Where's the fun? Besides that,
that one is wild.
Shall we go to Vincent and Gukesh?
Let's head there and
Oops, I'm
see
sorry. I'm not
what's
getting...
happening.
Still, I have a transmission error there.
But maybe we can go to the game between Arjun against Kirill, Shevchenko, tournament leader.
Okay, let's do it. This was the game where Arjun, out of a very, very sedate opening, came up with a very nice shot right here. I'm sure Kirill, when he played the move queen a5, was not looking in this direction. Knight takes d5 and knight e7 check. So that knight e7 check, that intermezzo check, really gave Arjun the opportunity he needed to win a pawn. And when we left it, guess what? He's a pawn to the good. Queen takes a7, and it feels like this should be play on one goal. This bishop on f3 does a terrific job defending the king, eyeballing the pawn on b7, and I would assume, unless I'm missing something, this should be really winning position for white at this moment.
It definitely feels that way. And one of the things is that the queen is threatening to grab on b7, as you highlighted.
Sure.
So there is no kingside attack.
Exactly. The bishop on f3, a great defender. Let's jump to the game of Wei Yi and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because that was a game. Well, again, these questions of g5 and the bishop on g3, and when we left it, we knew that the knight was making a beeline, knight h7 to f8 to g6, and give me this pawn. After I play knight takes h4, the problem is the knight will go back to g6, h5, h4 will come with tempo, and suddenly white's king is being checkmated, like it's end of story, it's checkmate. So as white, Wei Yi absolutely has to force action and hope that he lands a blow on the queen side. He played b5, knight a5, bishop to d5, c6, bishop a2, kind of leaving the knight, you know, high and dry, so to speak. What are you doing on the a5 square? Knight g6, rook b1. Ooh, a takes b. I'd try to keep things closed as possible. I think the point behind rook b1 was to play b6. So knight takes h4, b6, and kind of shutting down the queen side. Takes, knight c6. So he's kept his bishop alive. And, you know, again, just your knee-jerk reaction. I mean, I'm scared that my king is in trouble. Knight takes h4, knight g6, h4. I'm scared.
I'm terrified as well, but I'm a natural-born chicken. You know what they say? Better a live donkey than a dead lion.
Wow, that's too deep. That's too deep. It's early in the morning here in St. Louis. Don't confuse me with the
a live donkey than a dead lion. It was.
Boy, okay, nice. Is that?
That's from the guy who was shipwrecked on in Endeavour. Oh, what's his name? It's too early in the morning for me to remember.
Robinson Crusoe?
No. He was stuck in the ice.
He was stuck in the ice.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You mean the Scot, the South Pole, the Russian?
No, not the one that died.
Not the one.
No, the one that. Anyway,
No, I don't.
anyway, I thought it was a fantastic quote. So remember, when you play chess, it's better to be a live donkey at times.
There you go. What's happening?
I have some updates in the game between Vincent and Gukesh.
Please.
So it looks like Vincent decided not to castle in this game and just go for it, rook h6.
Okay.
But after Gukesh's strong return g4, now it looks like white might get punished for not castling. So would we move the knight to d2 probably?
Very logical
knight
square.
d2. I will take on d4 and start bringing my pieces over to the white side. This is looking very dangerous because at first I was thinking white can maybe still dominate with the active rook, but black has this follow-up, rook h8.
Ooh.
And if you get too greedy and try to take on f7, I think this should be losing immediately. There's many tactics, but the best one looks like is knight to c5.
Oh.
Let's try to figure out how that works. After d takes c, rook h1 check, king e2, and simply queen takes a2.
Wow.
This is the second time we're seeing this knight being pinned on d2. There was a game last round, right?
Yes.
Oh, it was Vincent's game against Nodirbek.
Yeah, but Vincent had the good side.
It's karma, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'm still.
Okay, so let's go back.
And we have knight d2 on the board, so Gukesh needs to trade and improve the queen right now.
With queen a3. If you don't mind, in the game between Wei Yi and Jan-Krzysztof, I still couldn't come to a conclusion, and I just saw a remarkable move to my eyes. After the move knight c4, I mean, I thought the plan was to play knight takes h4. Of course, in this position, we do have knight takes d6 check. I can take on h4 and take on d6, for example. But for me, this is a stunner. castles, kingside. I mean, it's almost one of those. Is that still legal? I mean, you've gone G5, H5, and tell me what's happening in this game because I really don't know. Nazi.
I think Wei Yi is about to win his second game in a row.
Wow.
His position is that good after this good move D4. So in this position, I know castle looks very risky, but after queen D2, according to the computer, if black just develops bishop E6, allows queen H6, but doesn't worry because white does not have a knight on F3 that they desperately need to use in the attack.
Yeah.
Black just starts counterplay on the queen side, bishop C5, and it's interesting if you go bishop B3. I think the rook is uncomfortable here on B5.
Wow.
Yeah, it's got no squares.
Right. So Duda played king G7, which
just to stop queen H6.
which
Very
is a
logical.
very logical move. But according to the computer, after D4, white is in charge. Knight is coming to D3. There's F4 coming. Oh, this is such a pleasant position to play for white.
Wow.
But isn't...
So where did the turnaround happen? Because
It was here.
yeah.
C takes B5 was the first positional mistake in the game.
What should he have played instead?
Knight H4 and allow B6.
Which is crucial. And if you don't mind playing B6, bishop back, and I've won a pawn. I'm threatening to go knight G6 and H4. What does white do?
We have to take on H4.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Which is, it looks like if I have to do that, I must be much worse.
Exactly,
right?
counterintuitive.
And here computer goes queen E2.
Wow.
Just simple.
And it's just not afraid of checkmates. I wish I could do that.
I know. I would be terrified.
And just D4 and tries to...
I would be desperately trying to open up a line, you know, playing like F4,
Sure.
F3.
Yeah.
But it's saying here that black's pieces are just so discombobulated there on the queen side.
Still prefers white slightly.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense, right, when you're completely objective about it. You're saying it's just an H pawn coming at your king.
It doesn't make sense. It's scary. I mean, and you know, you
just have to get over that barrier. But it is just a pawn coming at your king, which
all of the pieces, white's pieces are not terrifying.
All black pieces are on the queen side. They cannot help the attack, and that's why it's not enough to have just these pawns threatening the king. But let's see, in the game we have some moves after D4, F5.
Okay.
Wow.
F5, wow. I guess that's the active try to fix the position.
Right. And we do have a capture on F5. Bishop captures F5, and you're up to date with the position you have.
Many good moves here. Knight C2 is number one. I would
Logical.
probably be considering knight E3, but let's take a look at knight C2. So in case of a knight takes H4, we just ignore that and go knight E3. Knight G6, same thing. So black will still get the pawn on H4. It still looks a little bit scary, but here white is definitely very active in the center. All our pieces are threatening so many different things. Even rook B1 is now coming.
Yeah, I like this, rook B1. Apologies, we did have some transmission errors, so let's just go around quickly the horn and take a look at the games we may have missed, please.
Right, so can we begin with the game Praggnanandhaa against Anish Giri?
Okay,
because
Anish.
If the clock times are correct, Anish struggling on both the board and time.
When we left it in this crazy position. Rook to G3, we did also see that bishop F6 was a move. Queen A1, queen C1, queen takes A4, queen B2, 6 seconds. 6 seconds.
Yep.
Prague about to win. Takes, knight, rook takes H7, and look at that, black's king. Well, poor Anish. We think he just lost on time, but facing rook H8, it's game over.
It is game over, and it's not just rook H8 coming. There's also the queen coming,
Queen E5.
lifting into E5.
Sort of
the rook on A8. That's
come on,
loose.
let me in. I can handle this. And although it looks like we've got 10 seconds, so there was a move. I don't know what it was, but Rook? No.
Yep. No,
There
we
it
do
is.
have the
It's
result.
over.
It's over. Praggnanandhaa did win against Anish Giri.
Just an absolutely crazy game, and that'll take me a long time to decipher it.
It also means it's a terrible start on day 2 for Anish. He's lost both of his games.
Exactly. Nasi was telling us that it was a very nice comeback idea by Gukesh to capture on d4, play queen a3 against Vincent. He's done precisely that, and with the move queen a3, Gukesh is the one who's grabbed the initiative. Let's jump to the game of Magnus for a second. This was the bishop versus knight, and the engines were telling us that Magnus was for choice. He's got this great knight, and he's just played the move queen h6. I'm looking at white's pieces. There's nothing not to like. Good queen, good knight, good rook.
Target on h4.
Target on h4, and this bishop actually is not enjoying the proceedings. So it looks like advantage Magnus. Let's continue our search. Arjun versus Kirill. Now, Arjun has been a pawn up for quite some time. He's still nursing that extra pawn. I assume white is much better because he's also not just a pawn up, but he also has the better minor piece. That minor piece being the bishop, which is covering the promotion square. What do you do with pass pawns?
Push him.
Push him, baby. That's it. A2, A4, Arjun. And then another absolutely crazy game going on between Wei Yi and Duda. We were expecting here, I believe, the move knight c2 to e3. Wei Yi played knight e3 immediately. This knight on e1 is looking for a home. Bishop e4, bishop to d5. We've caught up with the players. I'm with white here. It seems to me that at the end of the day, white's king is safer than black's king. And suddenly this pawn on b7 is a real weakness. And I like white here. What's your take on this game, Nasi?
I agree with you, Yasser. White is definitely for choice. After bishop d5, I think white's trading black's only good piece in the position. And after these trades, let's say queen d7, white will finally bring this passive piece into the game. Knight c2, rook b1's coming, knight d3.
Not easy to play for black.
Not easy to play at all. The bishop on a7 looks stuck. Knight on g6, while good piece, was earlier putting a lot of pressure on h4, but it looks like that's over. It fizzled. So let's try maybe doubling the rooks.
Doubling the rooks. You had any of that? Rook b1.
Here, white can even consider just giving up 2 rooks for the queen. After rook b7, queen takes, and just simply queen g5 or prophylaxis move like king h2. And the evaluation is really surprising. I know white is better, but +3, I wouldn't think it was that good.
The problem is I don't see the rooks coordinating, and I do see queen takes h5, knight e3, knight f5.
King safety is an issue,
King safety.
right?
Yeah.
King safety, very, very good. By the way, we do have a move after bishop d5. Jan captured on d4, and we have e takes d4, c takes d4. I'm assuming knight takes d4 walks into the very unpleasant rook takes b7. Normally you don't have a visual like that. Like this bishop is actually supposed to be defending the pawn on b7, but it's like, it's not. So knight takes d4, rook takes b7 is winning for white. And we do have takes on the board.
Yeah, this is even worse for Duda. Taking on d4 was not
helpful
at all.
Yeah.
Because now if you take on d5, white can actually take with the rook, threatening knight f5, rook h5, or rook g5, pinning the knight. This rook is fantastic. I love that rook b5 move earlier.
Yeah. And not only that, but you'd mentioned that the bishop on a7 looks forlorn. It's stuck.
I think black has to just do this and, oops, not bishop b6. I meant bishop takes d4, just to get rid of this rook and that ugly bishop in the corner.
Yeah.
But of course, once the white pieces come into the play, once this knight activates, 2 pieces for the rook with the weak king.
It's not going to be good. It's not
pretty.
good. All right. Let me go to the game of Magnus for a moment, because when we left it, we just saw the move Queen H6. All of White's pieces are looking really good. But at the same time, how are you going to win the game? Last move, Bishop C4 just asked White a question. Your pieces are great. Your rook is on A7. Your knight is on D4. Your queen is on H6. What's your plan?
Well, no plan.
No plan.
No plan.
Just to enjoy the situation.
Exactly. Just, okay, so maybe we can go rook c7 if there's no
immediate plan.
No immediate problems, although I do worry about...
I guess I will just be obstinate.
Could you just go rook a8, consequences?
Oh, you're thinking you should keep your rook on the a file because there's a counter.
But it's
counterspiel.
Yeah, unfortunately, black is also weak on the back rank. And the move that I'd love to play is queen f4. That's covered. Queen takes f2. It's going to be met by rook to c8.
Exactly.
So
and
that's
check. I'm just
g3.
And you still have issues here. Yeah. So you can't. But keeping, I hear you. Keeping the rook on the a file to prevent rook a8 type of counterplay. The knight on d4 is great, but I'm wondering if the knight were on e3, wouldn't it be nicer that we could play knight to g4 and...
Rook c7 played, and just to update you, Wei Yi did win his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So great start for Wei Yi, winning 2 games now in a row.
Impressive stuff. And this game especially, let's just finish looking at this game, because what did happen? After takes on d4, rook e8, knight to c2, very logical. You're defending the pawn on d4. You're ready to play rook to b1. What's not to like? And did he resign? What? No. Seriously? Did he just resign? I think he did.
Sometimes the position is so disgusting that you
don't want to look at it enough.
Let's move on to the next game.
Something about donkey and lion dead
live donkey.
There you go.
Live donkey better than
knight
dead
to
lion.
c2, and rook to b1, rook takes b. Also, Nasi was just pointing out something pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Bishop takes e4, rook takes h5, and Duda said, "Stop it! It's just ugly." What's happening in the Vincent game? Over to you, Nasi. How's Gukesh doing?
Right, we have some moves since we last looked at it. So I suggested after rook h7 that black should immediately play rook h8. Gukesh chose to take on a2 first, which also makes sense to me, but computer didn't love it. Rook f7 and now rook h8, and king e2 only move for Vincent. And in this position, it's critical to find this move c5 for black.
c5.
While on one hand, we are trying to open up the center so we can attack d2, makes sense. On the other, we're also welcoming white pieces to just checkmate our king.
Exactly. Wow. c5.
So it's definitely a risky move to play. Gukesh has 4 minutes against Vincent's 3 minutes. So things are about to heat up in time trouble here. Without c5, there are other moves, but
Queen a6 check was played.
Okay, they just don't give black as much of an advantage. So now king e3 is the only move. Otherwise, of course, we get probably mated on the first rank. So after king e3, now c5 doesn't look as strong because of some tactics like knight to b3. Well, actually, my knight is just not pinned anymore.
Right.
So I can use it in the attack. If you take here, all of a sudden, it's black king who will now be in trouble.
Right.
But
and we do have c5 on the board, I think.
C5 wasn't that logical to me, to
Me either.
sharpen the position. When
that is definitely making the king vulnerable. As you were saying, Nasi, with the queen on a2, the move c5 immediately was stronger because the knight is pinned and it can't move. But, I must say, that is a very, very bold move. It's not a move I could play lightly.
It's interesting how Gukesh did play c5 a move later.
Right.
So he was not afraid of that move. He just thinks that this is a better version. But maybe he missed that knight b3 is actually very strong. And now white's not worse anymore.
So continue the variation for just a moment. C4.
C4.
Yes.
You,
So on
you
C4,
can't allow
I
the knight to d4.
have this move, rook a1.
Rook A1.
And tactics about to come in. If you play queen b7, knight c5. Because if you accept the sacrifice,
Rook b1.
after rook b1, your queen's pinned and your knight that would
Death
cover
by
the
rook.
queen is also pinned.
That's
so there's
hilarious,
two fantastic
actually.
rooks.
That is really clever.
Unfortunately, it's not over. So after c takes d, black has some counterplay. Obviously, we cannot take on d4. The rook on b1 is hanging.
Yep.
Can
What
you
would
run
you
with your
play?
king?
We
King
have
takes
to.
pawn.
Actually, king has to go to
King
f4.
to f4.
If king takes d4, knight b6 is winning because now
yeah,
you're
Discover
in check.
check, and I can take the rook. Yep.
That's really funny. So king f4 only move. Absolutely beautiful king on f4. And here black should just sacrifice the queen and play this position. There is some compensation indeed. Black has rook and a knight. And rook and a knight for the queen. No extra pawns. But there are two connected pawns in the center.
Wow.
So very hard to evaluate this position.
Just to interrupt you to say that Vincent's clock is ticked down. I can see on my board 1 minute. He's under 1 minute and 4 minutes for Gukesh, and he
made-
played queen c6. Double question mark, I see.
Huge blunder.
Huge blunder.
He's probably
Why?
prepared after c takes d4 to run with the king, king
Yep.
f4.
Yep.
But here, rook h to f8 is just winning for black. All white's threats are just defended. There's no more rook d7. I'm not sure why it's this big of an advantage, -4.
-4. Wow.
There's a check, queen d6, but there is no perpetual because I always have this queen b7 cover at the
And
end.
by the way, as you were talking, we did see the move c5 takes d4 check, and a king f4. You have the game of Arjun and Kirill on the live board. We're looking on the my board of Vincent and Gukesh. So we'd love to see after king f4. I love that. The general leads his army into battle. Okay. And there you have it.
And there we have it,
Now we
yes.
have king f4. When was the last time in a late middle game with queens and 4 rooks on the board you saw white's king on f4? It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Exactly. It doesn't come to mind instantly when you
But
last saw king f4.
unsurprisingly, it's going to get hunted down. So it's not an advocate. You know,
No,
not a
exactly.
good example.
Don't do this at
that
home.
Spartan warrior.
Exactly.
But yeah, rook h f8, which makes a lot of sense.
Of course
doesn't
it does. Rook hf8 and Vincent looking very nervous there.
It's attack 101. You
Well,
hunt down the king. And also, bearing in mind that white is threatening rook takes knight, and you can't move the knight because of queen c7 check.
right. And also because this rook is so powerful along the 7th rank, the move rook on hf8 is a screamer.
It has to be done right now.
And he's done it.
done it, of course. And one thing I also wanted to say is that black has to act now before knight jumps into e4, because a knight is a king's best defender. Remember that.
Along with the dead donkey and the ferocious lion.
That, you know, it's on my mind. I cannot remember who was the explorer, but the ship wasn't Endeavour, it was Endurance. Does that ring any bells?
No bells. Went to the wrong history class.
I'm during the break.
Rook-
I'm going to be searching.
Rook f8. And by the way, Nasi informed us this is +4 for Gukesh. Excuse me.
Yeah, rook h f8, and Vincent. 30 seconds on the clock.
For Gukesh, just to remind everybody, he won his first game today. He defeated his countryman, Prague. Queen d6 check, king a8 very quickly played, and ball's back in your court. What are you going to do?
The problem for
Shall we take a
Vincent
look?
is that you cannot trade off queens. You cannot neutralize any attack because black's 2 passed pawns on the queen side are
let
going to
me-
decide everything.
Understood.
And
Let me just take the rook. Rook takes f8, rook takes f8, king takes g4.
Yep.
I just wanted to ask how this goes. You do have queen e2 check. I wanted to play knight f3 in that case.
the queen comes to e4. The checks continue.
Ooh. in the knight. Yes,
And your king
that's
has been
beautiful.
abandoned by
Truly,
the others.
by the others. Queen e2 check, and I don't have a good. He's reaching for it. Here it comes.
Yeah, here it comes.
Gotcha.
And
Bang.
once
Knight f3. But your queen e4 check just took the wind right out of my sails. Maybe it's not so bad. You also have knight takes e5 check.
There's also the rook hanging on b1.
Indeed.
And he
Here
just goes for queen e4.
check. There wasn't knight takes e5.
But he can just
queen
simply
takes e5.
Yeah, he can just simply drive the
Okay, I'm going to play king h3. What else to do?
and
If you play rook h8 check, I'm going to go knight to h4.
yeah, and then
forced.
this is the question. Like, if you grab the rook, is it a perpetual check that white has?
Let's take a look. Rook h8 check, knight h4. Queen takes, grabbing the rook. You're
I
threatening.
takes it. Yes.
I'm going to take this knight. I'm just going to say, go ahead, do your worst. Check me on h1 if you like. Is it still +4?
Yes, in
Nasi?
the position that you have, black can play queen f5 check and pick up the pawn on e5.
Queen. The one square I thought I was guarding, the one square. That is hilarious. Queen f5 check, thank you. That clears the cobwebs. He's taken the rook right away. No checks. No inclusion of rook h8, knight h4. He took the rook. Was that precise and good?
Indeed.
It was, okay.
The first line of the engine.
Even. So I think we're taking the knight. There's no check, there's no perpets.
Now the king goes
The king
to,
just simply,
and now it runs to d8. Everything covered. Game
end of story,
over.
end of story. So he did take the knight as we have been advocating. Queen takes d7. And are we going to see another one of these queen f5? Rook h8 check, knight h4 instantly played. King g4, queen f5 would have been unfortunate. And this is your queen f5 check. So they've actually just transposed back into our main line.
Queen f5 is not the only winning move, but it's the most forcing one.
You mean you have another winning move here?
Have a lot of
he's
them.
gone for it.
Seriously?
Queen f5, pick up the e-pawn, and your king is completely safe. The e-pawn, the d-pawn is a runner.
Gukesh is finding the absolute best moves.
I thought queen f5 was required. I didn't realize that there were other moves. I'm looking and I'm seeing threats for Vincent. Queen c6 check, queen takes e6. But I love this move, queen f5 check. Not only does it win a pawn, but it actually safeguards the king. There are no more checks. And by the way, give me rook takes h4. And let me just catch up with the players. f4.
And now the queen will centralize itself to d5. Very
Queen
nice.
d5, queen g7. I must say, despite his time troubles, Vincent is playing very rapidly here. Rook to c8.
Another best move.
Accuracy is amazing, isn't
absolutely.
it, by
And
these players?
d3 is coming to a cinema near you.
Right, it certainly is. d3 on the board.
Yep.
Just played, in fact. Yeah,
This will be Gukesh's second win in a row.
Yes, this is absolutely winning, of course. And rook c2 is looking like, nice.
Beautiful
A lovely
tactical finish there from young Gukesh. And he wins his second game in a row. What a great day for the young Indian player.
Well, I mean, you can't keep a challenger down. Very, very, very nice. And let's jump to the game of Arjun, because, of course, he's playing against Kirill, our tournament leader. When we left it, Arjun was nursing an extra pawn. He also had a good bishop versus a slightly bad knight. And let's pick up the action in the last few moves. And for Kirill, he's been doing so phenomenally well, as this loss will really hurt. Rook c7, last move. I'm just a7. Isn't that the desirable move here?
Well, he's kind of hoping to corral the pawn. Bishop
to
d5, control the promotion square. Kirill, 15 seconds on the clock, has to deal with the advancing a-pawn.
This looks terrible. 9 seconds.
It is critical.
Kirill
And the knight on c5 also loose, so he just doubles up ace. You can still go a7.
I like rook c1. Let's trade.
a7.
Oh, pardon me.
Let's win material.
Of
and
course,
we see a handshake, and Arjun Erigaisi wins. Shevchenko suffers his first loss.
First victory for Arjun.
First victory from Arjun, yes.
Arjun. And what do you have for is in the Magnus Carlsen game?
We have only one game left. It's Magnus Carlsen against Nodirbek, and position is still equal. But in time trouble, by the way, Magnus is down to 42 seconds against almost 3 minutes for Nodirbek. I'm thinking if black manages to get f4 in, then I would be a little bit concerned for the white's king.
Okay.
So I don't think he should allow that and play knight e2 instead.
Just to stop.
Just to stop f4. And as long as he does that, white also doesn't have any issues. Not sure who's actually playing for a win in this position. Maybe both of them.
Maybe both.
Either of them can still... Oh, b4 was played. Interesting. So b4 does allow f4. Wonder what Magnus's idea is after f4.
Well, let's see. We do have a lot of moves. I have b4 on my board, f4 by Nodirbek.
Oh, we do have a lot of moves.
Queen d7, queen e5, and the players are playing fast. Queen takes h4 check, last move. King back and takes on e3. Okay. Still, first impressions are, I think I prefer white. You can play queen takes e3?
Yeah, I think you have to play queen takes e3. Pawn takes e3 looks very tempting, but at the same time, you ruin your own pawn structure, you create a liability. Queen and knight are the perfect combination.
Here we go.
And
queen f2, queen takes e3, queen f2.
And can I say thank you for the pawn on c3? I'm going to give you...
With the pawn.
He took with a pawn.
He did?
That's what I would have done.
Take with the pawn?
Oh.
Yeah, because we keep the chances of promoting that pawn and winning. Because after queen e3, I think queen f2 was unpleasant.
Okay, then white's for choice.
Yes.
Okay, got it. But with takes on e3,
White's
as he
still
played...
for choice, but he has to be very careful here. Because the e-pawn, the g2 square, there's a lot of tactics that white could easily miss.
And knight to e2 played, blockading the pawn.
Knight e2. It's interesting. Knight c2, a different idea of queen to d4. But knight e2, he's got the same ideas of
queen to d4, trading of queens.
The reason I found knight c2 a little bit more attractive is because if you take, I have queen check, and I get to play knight takes e3, covering the g2 square. That didn't happen. He did play knight e2, and we're up to date. What's times of the players?
So Magnus playing on seconds. He's
v5.
40 seconds left on the clock. b5.
And again, I have to emphasize to those of you watching at home, sometimes it's about nerves. It's, like this is a position where you've got to remain calm, and that move b5, quite the move there. Queen to f4, not queen to d4. Queen to d4 would have forced the trade of queens. Queen to f4.
Yeah, he didn't want queen to d4 because it allows king to f6. And,
Who's
as Nazi
said,
it's going to be very unbalanced. So queen to
nervousness
f4.
there by Nodirbek.
And is there any possibility for queen e4? Okay, queen e6 played.
Okay. Now this looks like an opportunity here for white because I've got check and knight f2. He's done it. I tell you, it just amazes me how when Magnus gets his position, he gets his accuracy is just through the roof. I love this move, queen to d4.
Hang on a second. After queen d4, I was thinking knight to f4.
Yes.
Isn't that pouncing on the bishop?
Precisely.
Black
King
can
h7.
play e2 after knight f4.
King h7, knight f4, e2. Knight f4, e2.
But now you can
I
take.
take it? He's
You
done
have
it.
to take it, yeah.
He's done it. And he'll be 2 pawns up in a queen ending?
Well, there's queen e3 check, and
He's
I take
done it?
one of them.
Knight
but-
takes e2 on the board.
Everything what we've just suggested has occurred. Queen,
Yeah, this is a winning queen end game for
it is
Magnus.
a winning. It should be. Queen takes e2, queen takes d5 has been played. Once again, now the players have actually gained a lot of time on the clock, Jovi, with those last few moves. It's a minute to a minute, more or less.
It is a minute to a minute, but also take a look at the white king. It has a beautiful hiding spot. It can hide on h2. It can also take a walk up the board because the queen is well placed in the center to shield it from its checks.
Exactly. Well, I'm sure we're going to see some checks. Queen takes d5, last move, queen e3 check, more or less. We're obliged to take a walk, king f1,
Yeah.
right?
Well, you don't have to take a walk because you can go, for instance, you can go king h2,
Queen
and then
f4,
after then you go g3.
and queen
And
f2,
then drop the queen back to g2.
drop the queen back to g2. Yeah.
But whether you want to play like this,
Passive?
it is passive, and at the same time, you still have to find yourself a safe home for the king in order
Exactly.
to activate the queen.
I think I would just I walk. Yes. You walk the gauntlet. Queen e3 check. I think we're going to see
I
king
think
f1.
what we're going to see is Magnus build some time first. So he'll repeat the position once.
Once. he's
Why
done.
not?
Queen, as you suggested, king h2, queen f4 check. But in this particular case, because Magnus actually had an edge on the clock, I think I would have been more tempted by king f1. It doesn't matter. We will see him do it one way or another. But he is looking at your g3, queen g2. Nasi, jump in on this one. Does the engine suggest g3?
Yes, Magnus is making the best moves. G3, queen f2, queen g2, and then setting the queen on c2 is the best setup for white.
No queen f2. Instead, queen e3, and then queen to d4, king g1 is on the board.
And there you can see Magnus is setting up his king for that walk.
Yes.
Queen f3 attacking the g3 pawn.
And inviting queen e5, I must say, just defending the two weaknesses on c3.
Queen e5 is going to be played 100%, and there it is on the board.
Defending g3, defending c3.
And the white king is just going to make a beeline for the c5 square.
It's, okay, but I'm not going to let your king prance around the board.
Well, the thing is, though,
King
at some
h7,
point you're
king
going to
h8.
have to start.
No, I'm just going to wait.
You're just gonna wait.
I'm not going to move my queen from f3.
But you can hide your king on h3.
Okay, so king
And then get
king
on with
g8,
the run.
king h7. How do you get on with the run?
I'm gonna if you hide the king on h3,
Yeah.
and then you can set about. Magnus is doing it, because then the whole point is that if you start checking,
Yes.
the king runs
dash.
away exactly towards the queen side, towards the middle of the board. And if you hide the king on h3, you are just also threatening queen takes b5.
King on h3, queen takes b5. Not afraid of any checks.
No.
Because, as you say, we're just going to make a mad dash across the board. His accuracy, Magnus, pretty impressive.
Yes, in the end game, he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT.
There you go.
Queen f2
King
check.
h3.
So we can, is this the moment, as Nasi has prescribed it, to take on b5 and finally get ready for a dash?
Yep.
Yeah, there is no need to wait any longer. Queen b5, queen h1, king g4, and run to g5 and forward.
Away you go. So we're looking at queen takes b5, queen h1 check, king to g4, run, getting on your jogging shoes, queen to e4 check, run to g5, and now I start to run out of checks.
Well, you have queen e3 check.
Okay, but
So is it-
run?
Yeah, and maybe now queen takes c3 check.
By the way, I think we saw king h2 as a response. I'm going to just refresh my board. I apologize. Yes, he did not take on b5. Magnus didn't. There was something there he didn't like. I'm not sure what it was, but he played king h2, maybe he just wanted to repeat the
I
position a
think he
moment or
just
two?
wants to build some time.
Okay. And what is the clock time?
Well,
What are
Magnus just under 30 seconds and Nodirbek 15 seconds and ticking down. Queen F3 played.
They're relying on their increments, both players. And Magnus, again, he looks very unsure about queen takes b5.
Well, he can build the time on his clock. There's no big rush, and instead he centralizes the queen.
Queen D4.
threatening queen d7. Okay.
Queen f1 check. There was no king g4, by the way.
No, because of queen f5. Checkmate.
That's right. Uh-oh. This looks like a not a 3-time repetition, pardon me.
Now the king goes to h6, hiding away. It's very important that Magnus covers the g3 pawn. Is he going to go? Now king h2.
Just covering the pawn, as you said. Queen d2 check, king h3. Cristian, in his comments about the mindset of the players, I think was very, very salient, that these players don't back down against anybody. And I must say, I've admired how Nodirbek is defending. You know, he's up against what Nasi just said, the GOAT. And there was an opportunity there for him to checkmate Magnus. And Magnus didn't allow it, of course, but it's impressive how he keeps his chances alive too, even though he's 2 pawns down.
This is one of the trademarks of Nodirbek, that he's very calm, he takes his chances. Even as a youngster, he was very confident. I can remember in the 2021 World Rapid Championships, he defeated several names along the way, and Magnus
was
one
one
of
of them. I watched that game live. It was very impressive indeed. Queen e4. Nasi, help me out here. Is there some fears of a 3-move repetition? A 3-time repetition? Because we haven't taken... Yeah.
So there hasn't been a 3-move repetition, but...
We've seen king h3 and king h2 a little bit
we've had
too.
similar position once or twice, but thing is, in rapid, would Nodirbek be able to even call that?
Yes, I've witnessed him call a 3-move repetition.
By the way, 15
with
seconds.
seconds left on his clock.
Speaking of seconds
I don't
left
think
on his clock.
Magnus is going to allow that. He's probably, instead of taking on b5, his plan is to push g4. Maybe that's why he's been waiting.
G4, I like that move. And by the way, that would break the repetition. Queen e3 covers, keeps the king protected. And now he's done it. Now, okay, that ends any discussions or fears even of a 3-time repetition.
Less than 10 seconds, and now the king starts advancing. I like the way that Magnus is playing this. 0 risk whatsoever of any perpetuals. Queen to f3. The queen covers the king, and now it's going to hide itself.
Once again, on h3. Seems to be the go-to square, that h3 square. King h3. Now this is setting up for h5. Queen d2. 45 seconds. And again, it's like a sudden flurry of moves there by the players. Magnus has 1:20, and here we go, h5. Perfectly timed. We have queen f7 check. And then we can recapture on h5 with the queen. And by preserving the g4 pawn, our king is much safer. So if you capture on h5, queen f7 check, queen h5.
But he has to capture on h5. There's no alternative. Otherwise, as you mentioned, queen
Queen
f7 is
check.
coming. And
g5?
Maybe he can try g5, allow queen f7, and then hope for some stalemate ideas.
well, he's reaching for the queen. Less than 10 seconds.
Whoa.
He's going to make the move. Oh,
yeah,
there you see.
And this makes things a lot easier, I believe, for Magnus. Because at the end of the day, that g4 pawn is actually a great defender. Cover, thank you. Couldn't find the right word there.
Shield, cover.
Shield. I will die on my shield, well, something like that.
I would die on my hill. King moves to g3.
King to g3.
No, there's
Very,
no
very nice.
effective checks at all.
Exactly.
for
Now,
Nodirbek.
with the queen beautifully positioned, defending this pawn, also menacing towards the black king, white's king can simply take a charge
Nodirbek just waits for the king.
to come.
And
King f3.
Now the king starts advancing.
It's a triumphant march up the board. King e4, king f5. Does the computer like to nail the pawn to g5 first, or it doesn't make a big difference?
Doesn't
Nasi.
make a big difference. Computer's just moving the king forward.
Yeah, I like the queen on
But,
d4 too, because
Big decisions, 7 seconds, and Nodirbek has to move the queen. He has to get away from any potential. So he moves it to queen to b2.
But
Any
now
potential checks. But
king
now
to
the king
e4.
can now go up the board.
Yep.
And sure enough, it's walking its way to victory. King goes to g6.
king e5,
And
king
look at
d5.
the queen on d4 covers every single pawn.
I know it's beautiful. It's a beautiful. Once again, we're seeing Magnus Carlsen
He's in
at his
element.
best.
He's in his element in this type of position.
He's fantastic. It's he has a great intuition of these endings.
I think he might put the queen on e5 now to also take b5 pawn.
And you can do that with a gain in a tempo, I assume. Queen e7 check and do it like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or I like the queen on d4 personally. I thought king e5, king marching to c6, for example, would have been very, very good. And
He's
Magnus
going for
agrees.
checkmate, king g5.
Yeah, because you cannot grab the pawn on c3, because then what's going to happen is that
We can trade queens.
Magnus will try to trade queens, yeah. Queen c1.
Queen
Simply
f4.
blocked by the queen, and again,
We've got a check.
the
If
pawn
you
on
take the
c3
pawn, and
is taboo.
Exactly. I can force the trade of queens, and recognizing that, queen e1.
He's playing for checkmate, right? The queen coming to f7, the king stepping up to g6.
Okay, well, it looks like it's time for queen.
You
Nasi
have to be
jumping
careful with queen
f7.
f7, king h8 to not end up in stalemate.
Exactly.
That is true.
Exactly. We don't, that's the one thing we cannot allow.
So queen f7 is good, but after king h8, give another check on f6.
You know, excuse me, I would, yes, check on c7, check on e8, d8, bring the queen back to d4, and so that we can march our king towards the b5 pawn. King h7, so give a check on, say, d7, followed by queen to d4.
He's doing it.
He's doing it. This is all very, very impressive stuff. I mean, just incredible technique.
Can he grab that pawn on b5?
I think he can. I really do. I'm just thinking that
Whether it's necessary
Exactly.
to allow all these checks.
queen takes b5 looks really, really good, actually.
Yeah.
The more I look at it, why not?
But on a practical level,
They're rich in move 100.
Century. In snooker, reaching a century is celebrated. In chess, like, no, 100 moves.
everyone looks at their watches
Yes,
and says,
yeah.
well, what have you done?
What have you done? Queen takes b5. Jump in on this one, Nasi. Do we like queen d5 check, queen d4, or queen takes b5?
All of them.
All the above.
All of the above.
And we keep what? And we got
King
another one. King
G6.
g6. Wow, king g6. Quite a surprise move for me.
I think he's provoking queen e4 check and then wants to go king f6. We do have these moves on the board.
He wants to go queen f6,
Queen f6, queen e4, king h6.
king g5.
Well, still,
You can't
you
take the pawn.
can't touch the c3 pawn.
If you take it, we
Queen-
immediately force the trade of queens.
Exactly, and that's going to be 1-0.
Like this, 1-0. So that is why the pawn is taboo. I'm just going to refresh my board, everybody. So he did not take the pawn, clearly. I tell you, it's not easy to sit there facing Magnus and play all of these moves so fast, so rapidly. There's so many traps that Magnus has set that he's dodged. King to d5. Let's go.
Exactly.
King to d5.
Set the sights on the b5 pawn. And
That's it.
he's gone for it.
I mean, it's taken him maybe longer than we anticipated, but at last his king is making it to
This
the
is
b5
the
pawn.
beauty of this such an endgame. You can try one plan and then you can just pivot
Switch.
and
Yep.
move to a different one. And King d5, very effective.
Absolutely.
And make your opponent suffer longer.
Yes.
But this is just enjoyment, right?
Well, yeah, suffering. I guess it depends on your perspective, right? If you're on the white side or if you're on the black side. King d5. Again, Nasi, if you don't mind, just a number.
+6.
+6. That's a pretty good number. King f7. By the way, because of his loss, Kirill's loss, he kind of opened a window of opportunity for Magnus.
Yeah, exactly. Because if Magnus wins, he will tie
Tie for
at
first.
the top.
At the top. Okay, here it comes, right? Queen e5, just keeping everything nice.
Okay, so maybe now Queen to d7, check. Win the G pawn and
Queen check and take the pawn.
yeah, Queen d7. I was thinking Queen c4 is also possible.
Okay, Queen d7. I'm going to cozy over. You take, I take.
And I suffer
Suffer
for another 50 moves.
Exactly. The Queen e5 is on the board, and it's a minute to 20 seconds.
Maybe Queen b7. Keep the checks are coming. Oh,
Queen
he's gone for
c4
Queen
check.
c4. The king just marches up to d6.
Exactly.
Target is the b5 pawn.
Yes, it is.
Big threat on the board. And we see a handshake. Magnus Carlsen wins.
Wow. Wow. He kept the ball in play, is what I thought what you had
100
mentioned
moves.
when Nodirbek got to play the move f4 and got in some counterplay. I thought he was saving the game, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, Magnus just outplayed him.
That was a really
And
decisive round. I think
it truly
everyone
was.
with the white pieces won. And so let's
It
take
was
a
a
look
whitewash.
at the standings. Magnus Carlsen with that victory over Abdusattorov. He goes to the top of the table alongside Kirill, Shevchenko. Both of them are now on 7 points. Wei Yi, with his second victory in a row, is there in third place, and Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Gukesh and Arjun Erigaisi, as well as Praggnanandhaa, are there on 5 points.
Let's jump to
a delightful round.
Absolutely. Let's jump to Warsaw, Anastasiya and Cristian, and get their perspective on a very eventful round. Over to you, Cristian.
I surely hope you guys did not count Gukesh out after day one, because right now he's blazing hot. And I have to say, he's so balanced. I'm always seeing him on the corridor walking with his trainer. Whether he wins, whether he loses, he has the same pace. He talks very mildly. He's not panicking at all. So this is the sign of a greatness. I have to say, Gukesh in brilliant form in day two. But take a look at this game. And Anastasiya, you were asking me about the game between Wei Yi and Duda. Yes.
You know what happened, Cristian? I was in the playing venue, and yeah, I could see that position of Duda was not really great.
Yes.
But still, when he resigned, I was kind of shocked. I think Wei Yi was also a little bit shocked, and because nothing, it seemed, was collapsing still on the board. So can you explain a little bit to the viewers, to myself, like what happened? Why actually he decided just to throw the game?
Throw the towel, yes, absolutely. Initially, I was shocked as well because I counted the pieces.
Yes.
And they're
The
equal,
same,
right?
yes,
They're absolutely
exactly.
equal material. But unfortunately for Black is completely lost for a variety of reasons. First of all, take a look at the clock. 31 seconds for Duda against 10 minutes, 23 seconds for Wei. Wei playing with precision, with poise, and getting into a completely winning position. Now, why would you consider this as a completely winning position?
By the way, knight
because
c2,
of the king.
Yeah, but knight c2, doesn't sound like an aggressive move. Yes, like
you don't have any more moves left.
Yeah.
That's the problem, right? I can just simply improve my position forever. And unfortunately for you, you are facing some big threats. Bishop takes e4, the pawn on b7 is hanging. The pawn on h5 is hanging as well once the 5th rank opens up. So for example, if you just like take on d5, I can take with the knight, I can take with the rook, and you're not going to be able to defend that pawn on h5. Also the pawn on d6, everything is collapsing in just a matter of moves for black. And the problem is you've overexpanded on the king side as well. Take a look at this h5, g4
I see these
pawns.
weaknesses, yes. The
king
is
is
not
completely
really
unsheltered right now, and unfortunately you're going to be in trouble. You're going to get checkmated and you don't have any counterplay left. That's the big problem in the position. Duda, to be honest, was just simply disgusted with the position.
It felt like
Yes.
this, the way he was leaving
like,
the
I'm
playing
done.
hall.
I'm done with this.
Yes, I cannot see this anymore. And I don't know what really went wrong in this game, but it seemed fine for him at the beginning. But nevertheless, things are getting really crazy
How
in
are
the
you
playing
feeling
hall.
about Magnus?
Yeah, just came back from the plane when I was running actually to catch up with you, Cristian. And yeah, I mean, you could see the tension between those two players. You could see the tension in the hall. After they finished the game, the spectators were applauding. And I mean, you could feel these really great emotions. He managed to win this game. I think it was really important for him because they had the same amount of points with Nodirbek, and now he's ahead. I don't remember if he's already I think he's about to catch with Kirill, or they're together already with 7 points, which is really good news for him. Second day goes well so far.
Well, first day didn't go that badly either. He hasn't lost a single game up to this point. Magnus definitely feeling good about his form. And generally the pattern of these tournaments is like that. Magnus starts a bit slow and then he just picks up the pace and
Probably,
then he wins
yeah.
at the end.
He gets his confidence, yes.
That's what happened last year.
But you know what? Now Magnus will be playing with Gukesh. Yes, who won 2 games in a row, and I think it's gonna be. I'm really happy about this. Actually, now we can really see a really great battle between those two great players. I mean, looking forward.
Huge round coming up in the final rapid round of the day. Stay with us. We're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly.
This year's Superbet Poland Rapid and Blitz even sees the return of 33-year-old Norwegian superstar Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has had success with the Grand Chess Tour with 2 tour wins as a full participant. He is playing 2 GCT Rapid and Blitz events as a wildcard this year. When describing Magnus, where do you start? He was the youngest player ever to reach FIDE #1 at age 19 and has stayed there for over 14 years. Magnus is a 5-time world champion, the reigning 5-time world rapid champion, and the reigning 7-time world blitz champion. This fast chess event makes Magnus an obvious favorite.
24-year-old Wei Yi is the #2 player in China. He is a former world youth champion and 2-time Chinese national champion. Like all the great players, he started early, becoming a grandmaster at age 13 and the youngest player ever to reach a 2700 rating at age 15. He comes to this event after winning this year's Tata Steel competition. Wei Yi will be playing this event as a wild card.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov is an Uzbeki-born 19-year-old grandmaster who knows something about Rapid and Blitz. In fact, at age 17, he won the 2021 World Rapid Championship, making him the youngest to be a world champion in any time control. Nodirbek was a youthful grandmaster, earning his title at 13 years and 1 month. It'll be exciting to watch him at his first GCT event.
18-year-old Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa, known to the world as Prag, is one of several young Indian chess champions making waves in the world of chess. Pragg is a multiple-time World Youth Champion and is the 5th youngest player ever to become a Grandmaster, achieving the title at the age of 12 years and 10 months. Pragg just played in the candidates, finishing a respectable 5th among the best players in the world. His older sister Vaishali is also a women's Indian champion.
26-year-old Jan-Krzysztof Duda is the highest-rated Polish chess player of all time. This tournament in Poland holds a special importance to Jan. The world took notice when in 2021, he defeated Magnus Carlsen at the World Cup, which sent Jan onto the 2022 candidates. He won the Superbet event in 2022, finishing a full 4 points ahead of the field and becoming a local hero to his Polish fans.
Anish Giri is a 29-year-old Dutch Grandmaster and a 4-time Dutch champion. Anish has ranked in the top 10 of all players in the world for the last 10 years. His recent victory at the 2023 Tata Steel event and his 5-time contributions to the Dutch Olympiad team has made Anish Giri a favorite player to watch.
At age 20, India's highest-ranked chess player is Arjun Erigaisi, the 54th Grandmaster from India. Arjun won his Grandmaster title at age 14 years, 11 months, and is enjoying a successful career in India and around the world. He joins a growing list of top-rated Indian players and ranks up there with former world champion Viswanathan Anand. This will be Arjun's first time playing in the GCT.
At the young age of 17, Damaraju Gukesh, known to the world as Gukesh D, has just come from an amazing performance at the 2024 candidates in Toronto, Canada, where he outplayed some of the best in the world. His win at the candidates qualifies Gukesh to play Dinglerin for the upcoming World Championship. He will be the youngest chess player to ever play for the world title. He is swarmed by Indian fans, and even with his low-key demeanor, has become a world favorite. This will be Gukesh's first GCT appearance as a full tour participant.
Vincent Keymer, at age 19, is the current German #1 chess player and one of the top juniors in the world. Vincent earned his Grandmaster title at the age of 14 years and 11 months, the youngest ever by a German player. He's currently ranked 27th in the world, and even though he's considered a long shot at this Superbet event, Vincent Keymer is definitely a player to watch. This is his first GCT event.
21-year-old Kirill Shevchenko is a Ukrainian-born Grandmaster who transferred to the Romanian Federation in 2023. Another amazing young chess prodigy, Kirill earned the GM title at 14 years and 9 months. With a peak FIDE rating of 26.94, he is the current #3 highest-rated Romanian player, and he joins 5 other players aged 21 or younger at this event. Kirill is playing in the Grand Chess Tour for the first time.
All these young grandmasters will be chasing an older by chess standards, Magnus Carlsen, the best rapid and blitz player in the world. This year's Superbet Poland will be fun to watch.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We are back for round 6 of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, and it's been an eventful day already. Yes, last round we saw everyone with the white pieces win, and we saw a shake-up in the standings because Magnus Carlsen, with his victory over Abdusattorov, does rise to the top place alongside Kirill Shevchenko. Both of these players on 7 points. Shevchenko, of course, losing to Arjun, Erigaisi, and Wei Yi, having a resplendent day, 2 victories. He moves into 3rd place with 6 points. Abdusattorov, Gukesh, Erigaisi, and Praggnanandhaa all on 5. And we've got to check out the pairings, Yasser, because take a look at this. Anish Giri plays Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Kirill Shevchenko plays Wei Yi, a man with sails behind him. Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays Arjun, Erigaisi. And this is what we are waiting for. Gukesh, the World Championship challenger, has the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Praggnanandhaa plays Vincent Keymer.
And they are at play. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop C4. And check it out. The 2 knights defense has been met by Knight G5. Not a common way of meeting the 2 knights. Knight G5, obviously in the 50. Oh my gosh. This is the Ulvestad variation from a player from Oregon. Oregon played B5 for the first time, and the nice idea is that after bishop takes B5, we play queen takes D5. We're hitting the bishop, we're hitting the pawn on G2, and so we play the move bishop F1 first. And the idea is that after knight takes D5, we now play bishop takes B5, and we're attacking the knight on C6. This must have been some preparation that Magnus had done for one of his world championships, because this is one of the most rare birds in the 2 knights. It's almost as rare as the fried liver attack.
Right.
Did you ever play the fried liver attack?
I played it as black.
As black.
Yes.
You took the piece and ran with the king.
And I ran with the king in the center because I followed some analysis by John Spielman, incidentally. But it took a lot of guts.
It sure does. Nasi, over to you. What's the theoretical discussion of this crazed position?
Very risky choice by Magnus. He's clearly going for a win because after bishop e7,
Yes.
queen h5, g6 is the only good move, queen h6, black is not castling short side anymore.
Exactly.
So it looks like black will play queen d7 and long castle, and
Wow.
I don't think Magnus would ever play this in a classical game.
No.
But
no.
in Rapid, he can pull off anything. So it's going to be, remember in the beginning, we were guessing if this was going to be very accurate draw game or fireworks. We haven't answered. It's definitely going to be fireworks.
Fireworks it is. And tell me what the computer evaluation suggests out of this incredibly double-edged position.
Computer says white is slightly better, just up
Only.
half a pawn.
Fireworks, but by the computer standards, no huge advantage for the players.
Yeah, of course, Magnus wouldn't go into the opening immediately into a losing position.
Of course.
He still has fighting chances, but position is absolutely crazy. I'm thinking if h6 and we just kick the knight out, then could we try to maybe castle soon? Maybe bishop.
But we have a move from
We do
Magnus.
have bishop e7.
Bishop e7 played.
We do have bishop e7. And I think you were about to show that because the bishop was on b5, kicking the knight back and allowing knight takes d4 is a big problem. Bishop e7 on the board. I love your queen h5.
It's the best move.
That's very disruptive. That
Totally.
stops castling short. There's a mate on h7. There's a mate.
Without queen h5, let's say if white plays rook e1 or something, black is absolutely fine after castle. White would need to come back to f3 to get the pawn back, but now black is already equalized pretty much, because here they can take on d4
Wow.
and sacrifice. Can we even take on e8? Probably not a good idea, because black minor pieces are so strong in this position and white is completely underdeveloped.
On the first rank.
Queen d5 is coming.
Yeah,
this is scary.
But the position on the board, bishop e7, it's queen h5 and it's only queen h5, right?
For an advantage, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's an interesting approach from Magnus, because Magnus is really a shrewd player. He often plays the man as well as the board.
You're right.
And Gukesh is an aggressive player. The first move that Gukesh will be looking at is queen h5.
Right.
Let's go.
Let's go.
And what is Magnus playing at? I don't
Well,
quite understand. You know, he's walking towards Gukesh's strengths.
Yeah, but I mean, we've been.
What do we have?
No, we don't have
100 accuracy for Gukesh, and just dropped because he did not play queen h5.
And Magnus has castled, and the danger has passed. What I wanted to say was that after queen h5, g6, queen h6, queen d7, we have one of those positions where the imbalances and, all of these pieces are still on the first rank. You can imagine yourself as white thinking to yourself, ooh, let's play rook e1, yeah? And let's play castles. And, you start to say, I'm grabbing material, but you start to look at moves like queen g4, bishop f8. You start to look at things and you're saying, all my pieces are on the first rank. I don't like the looks of what I did. Gukesh backed down. He played the move knight f3. Castles is on the board. And I think if it was a gamble, I don't know if that's the right word, it's paid off for Magnus. I think that this position after knight takes d4, queen takes d4 is one of those kinds of positions where you'll say, I've got this really great bishop, I've got great minor pieces, queen d6, it's worth a pawn. I'm happy with my compensation. But Nasi, jump in on this one for me. After castles, I feel I've got to take the pawn on d4, don't I?
Not yet. White could play rook e1. Could make another...
Well, then bishop f6. Oh, you can take on c6. Apologies.
Actually, knight b to d2, go into knight e4. And trying to get your bishop that way. So you could consider maybe g6, knight e4, bishop g7, but that, of course, created some weaknesses.
That wasn't my intention when I played this. So you're saying he doesn't have to go, he can preface it with rook e1.
Yes.
Gotcha.
he can.
All right. By the way, he did play in the game bishop takes C after knight f3 castles. Gukesh took the knight on c6 and has played knight takes d4. So he's won the pawn for the two bishops. I'm assuming I'm going to just play a move like bishop to b7, maintaining this bishop on this beautifully long diagonal, and away we go. And he's just played bishop b7. We're going to leave this one. Tell us where more action is occurring.
Let's take a look at Kirill Shevchenko's game, as he's co-leading currently the tournament with Magnus Carlsen. So he just made an inaccurate move, but let's take a look at the opening. It was the Sicilian Alapin variation, and I think they were following theory up until a certain moment. And after bishop g4 here, rook e1 looks like an inaccurate move, because now black can take on f3 and castle long. And white's king is definitely weaker than black's king in this position. Development, not so easy for white. Maybe we have to play b3 to try to open things up, but black can go queen f6, and we immediately have some problems here to figure out.
No me gusta. I don't like this at all. I mean,
the double pawns make a bad impression, but having said that, again, castles, I liked your b3 to try to make a resolution in white's favor. Your queen f6, just give me a follow-up after bishop e4. So, yeah, bishop e4.
After queen f6,
Yeah.
knight d3 is a good move.
Okay, I'm sacking the exchange. I don't know exactly how. Say I take on
Queen
c4.
e2 maybe?
Take on c4.
yeah.
With the knight?
Sure.
Okay, knight takes c4, queen g5 check.
King f1.
I'm not taking your exchange. I'm playing knight
Oh,
f4.
no.
Going for the checkmate.
Oh, you big meanie.
You do have knight e3.
Okay, good.
So you're not checkmated yet, but queen
Queen
h4, and I
h4.
keep going.
It's curtains.
This is
It's
very scary.
bad.
King
What?
g1?
Why is this curtains?
King, yeah, you have to go king
What do you
g1,
do?
but the rook was left over, right? King g1, rook d6.
I wanted to play knight h3.
Oh, yeah, let's all
King
say that.
g2. Somehow it's not checkmate yet. And the best move here is e6? Oh, I guess we're just including the bishop in the game. Jovi's suggestion, I really wanted to do rook d6, but unfortunately g6 square is covered.
Yeah, I wanted to do it one move earlier.
Instead of knight h3.
Yeah, so rook d6, so that if you do capture on g6,
Yeah, this is...
King h1.
Rook h6 looks so
Knight
good,
G4.
but just knight g4. And somehow black, I mean, black is still obviously much better, but white's
it's
hanging on.
crazy, a crazy line. Let's see what has actually taken place at the board, because did he take on f3? After the move rook
Not
e1,
yet.
Wei Yi is still pondering, and we do like bishop takes f3, g takes f3, castles long, and we think the initiative is firmly with Wei Yi. For Kirill, that loss in round 5, that was really a blow. He has to be a little bit careful. I mean, in this round 2, he definitely doesn't want to go down. He's a co-leader after all.
This is a nightmare position, right? You just lost with the black pieces and you find yourself in this type of position against Wei Yi. He's fantastic with the initiative,
Yes.
fantastic at attacking. And, you know, what we say as well, you know, it's when you have a position at opposite sides castling, it's all about opening lines towards the king.
And that
It's
was
been
my
done.
question again. For sure. After b3, I get to open up lines against your king. I think my move, bishop e4, I definitely overlooked that beautiful transition of the knight going from e5 to f4. Instead of my move, bishop e4, which was really ponderous and stupid, how about rook to e3?
Knight to d5.
Knight d5. Job is correct, yep.
Knight to
Another
d5.
one in.
Another one. And again, as one of those, gosh, I'm going to get an exchange. One of these days, you guys are going to take my exchange. I've been trying desperately to sacrifice an exchange.
This one, I'm thinking of knight to f4.
Knight, well, at least in this case, my queen can
Yeah, I think it's time to
defend?
accept the sacrifice.
Yeah. Nobody wants to take my exchange. I keep trying to do it. Knight takes e3, f takes e3.
It actually poses the kind of problems that the players will have if they get to this type of position, because what we're seeing now is probably very likely.
Yes.
Right. So, and you could see something where instead of choosing to win the exchange, Black is like, you know what, I'm going to put the knight on f4, fantastic piece. It's going to be checkmate, right?
You think. Again, this is one for me where I think there's 3 results. My king is definitely vulnerable, but I don't think Black's king is going unscathed either. I think there will be open lines against Black's king in the very near future. I want to go around the horn and just take a look at some of the other games going on in this, our 6th and final match of the day. Anish Giri versus Duda. Both of these players are looking for a victory. For Anish especially, it's just not been a nice tournament. D5 on the board, bishop c6. Obviously a Grunfeld in front of us. There's a bishop c2 sighting. You can't take on b7, I don't think. Maybe you can. What do you think about this?
Knight c5.
And queen over.
And I say thank you very much for the rook.
Peter Svidler is one of those players who is not satisfied unless they're material down. And here, no.
Queen a5.
Yeah, I can't believe that the bishop, no. I'm not playing rook takes b7. Bishop c6, maybe I'm playing queen e3 and just...
Could you go knight to, no you can't. Could you go knight d4?
Knight d4, I'm assuming knight c5.
I was also worried about knight to e5.
Also worried about knight to e5. Let's leave the players here and say we've got a Grunfeld position on our board. Wouldn't be surprised if we're still in theory. We're going to go to Nodirbek's game against Arjun. These 2 players, very, very ambitious. Obviously, everybody's ambitious in this tournament. We have one of those Italian games. Gioco piano. Bishop to d3, takes, d5. I must say, this is so hilarious to me. You know, you go back, and you don't even have to go back 30 years. I mean, everybody would be playing knight takes d5 here without exception. They just, you know, playing against isolated queen pawn was what we did. We've taught, the engines have taught us that even though the position is balanced, the underlying dynamics make it still a very rich position. c6 takes d5, knight f1, queen d6, knight g3, and the players have been playing very, very quickly to this position. Nasi, jump in, tell us, are they still in theory? No, I think that's past.
Yeah, it's past, but position is pretty even. I want to pay some attention to Magnus's game against Gukesh. So when we left it, it looked like... So Gukesh, first of all, did not play the queen h5 move, and Magnus was out of danger quickly.
Yeah.
But now it looks like he's actually having a better position. After knight f5 was just played, if he plays bishop f8, it's important to not allow the straight, keep the bishop alive. Magnus's advantage is that he has a pair of bishops in an open position. He's also better developed, so I think this is a disaster for white out of the opening.
Bishop f8 is second nature to Magnus in his match against Nepo. He was making that as a defensive setup for himself, and he did it incredibly well.
It's very hard to develop this bishop.
Exactly.
If we try, I think there's a problem with knight f3, just queen f6. This knight is not defended. We'll have to move this back as well.
Two bishops, great development.
Yeah, absolutely. And
What's
black
wrong?
can play knight b6 to bring the rook, open the bishop. This is extremely unpleasant.
Absolutely.
Beautiful bishop.
I
on
wanted
B7.
to jump to the game of versus Vincent for a moment. Again, two very, very ambitious juniors facing off against one another. And Prague, by the way, just coming off a victory.
Yes, he defeated Anish Giri in very spectacular style.
Yes,
And
he did.
we caught up with him to hear his thoughts. So let's take a look.
You just played a really crazy game against Anish Giri. What happened there?
Yeah, it was a crazy line, but Anish also knew it. He couldn't remember all the details. Which I was hoping he wouldn't, because there are like million line like this. He had to be accurate there. There were many options for black, but most of them go into some crazy complications, and he went wrong there. And I had to find like couple of accurate moves which weren't too difficult.
Yeah, what was the critical moment, you think? What was his final mistake?
Yeah, final one, I just looked at it with the comp. It was showing that Queen A4 was the final mistake. But I thought this Bishop G1 and Knight D4 was probably the biggest mistake.
Yeah. Would you show this game to the kids?
I don't know.
Such a crazy opening.
Yeah, it would have been nice if I had taken Rook of Fun in the previous game to show to the kids, but I didn't, so I have to show this now.
Yeah, you're mentioning the game with against Gukesh. Yeah, it was crazy. Also, another crazy game where you sacrificed the piece. Or two. What are your feelings about it?
Yeah, I felt that I should be the one who's gonna give mate, but he managed to defend. I missed one tactic in the end, and it was lost. In this line, in this kind of position, it's about calculating till the end, which I missed one move and it was over. But it was also due to time. I was getting low on time. Should have played a bit faster.
Yeah, but so far so good. Could have been better, of course. But the last round of the day, whom are you playing against?
Vincent.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So good luck for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anastasiya. And for those of you, this was the position that Prague was talking about, that it's such a crazy, crazy complex position. He felt that Anish didn't remember or recall all of the subtleties, and he considered the move bishop takes g1 a mistake, and that the final mistake was this move, queen takes a4, and he thought that he was winning from this position, which he proved.
Yeah. It was one of the wildest openings I've seen in a long time.
Totally.
But Prague was in his element. It was nice to win a game like that. But moving on to his game against Vincent.
Right. I was just going to say that Wei Yi, by the way, did capture on f3 as we prescribed, and he has castled. Here, I was playing the move b3. Maybe it's necessary to play some other preparatory moves because my king is really, really vulnerable. You wanted to go to the game of Vincent.
Yes, I wanted to see how Praggnanandha's doing. Praggnanandhaa coming off a victory in game 5.
And what we have, interestingly enough, is the Ruy Lopez exchange variation, but it's delayed exchange variation. Normally speaking, the Ruy Lopez exchange variation starts after Morphy's defense a6, bishop takes c6. Crazy. I remember, it just cracked me up as a kid. You played bishop a4, and then you capture the knight. You don't do it initially, but you get black to commit his pieces to f6 and to e7 first. And it was just, I just thought that this was so funny. It was just
for some random reason, we call it the Daryl variation.
The Daryl?
Yeah, delayed, kind of like mixed in with exchanged, Daryl.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, f7, f5, and we're up to date with the players. First impression is black's structure is not a lot of fun, but he's got the two bishops as a compensation. Not sure. I see that you have Magnus position on your board. Take it away. Tell us how Magnus is doing against Gukesh.
They followed our analysis all the way up to here.
Okay.
And here I mentioned earlier, knight b6 was a very good move for black, threatening rook d8 with the ideas of bishop takes f3. But instead, Magnus played a very logical prophylaxis move h6. But computer doesn't love that move because it gives white time to develop a little bit and harmonize the pieces better. So for Gukesh, best move here was just rook e1. Instead, he played queen c2, which is also all right. And now Magnus needs to find a good idea like this maneuver, knight e7.
Knight e7.
Going to g6.
And then going to f4.
Or possibly h4.
h4. Destabilizing the light squares.
But of course, he played the natural looking move rook d8.
Of course.
And will we see bishop d2? Probably, just to finally develop that bishop. But now knight e7, still very good move. And how do we deal with this problem?
I'm confused. I thought the knight is good on d5, and I just thought the knight is even better on f4. So bishop to d2. Why are we avoiding knight f4? You have to take that knight.
Because it helps white a little bit. I can force some trades, and my position won't be as bad as it can be if you leave all the pieces on the board.
Gotcha. So winning
Here
two
it's
bishops
actually
versus
close.
two knights
It's actually very close to equal here.
Wow.
After this, it says almost triple zeros.
Amazing.
Even though I would love to play this with black.
Exactly. I thought I was doing great. You know, got my rook on the 7th or 2nd rank. I got the two bishops. What's my problem? But no, I'm confused. I'm going to lose my grandmaster title.
But Magnus is definitely in the driver's seat here. Very pleasant position. We'll see
Okay.
how Gukesh handles this.
So just to repeat what you just said, Nasi, the move h7, h6, which obviously Magnus wants to bring his rook into play. He wants to play the move rook d8. I mean, two open files in the center of the board. What's more natural than bringing your rooks?
Right.
He can't do that because there's bishop g5. And oops, I get skewered. I lose an exchange. So for me, the move h7, h6 is really natural. And the move knight e7
No, that's
is
not
confusing.
natural. No, completely not.
Wow.
But let's follow the analysis. H6.
Okay.
Queen c2, rook a8. So
Bishop to
far,
d2.
bishop d2. I
And
quite frankly don't see what else is happening.
well, we just want to connect our rooks and bring a rook to e1.
Right, and here, you know, Nazi mentioned knight to e7, which
Yep.
looks a little bit funny, but it does actually have some point because it covers f5. Now that Nazi's mentioned queen f5,
Five.
now I'm very keen not to have it on the board.
Right.
But
you took
this
it away.
position, I mean, how is White going to deal with this idea of bishop takes knight? You have to move the knight away.
Knight e4 maybe? And by the
And,
way, we see a
yeah,
repetition going
we
on with
are
Giri.
seeing a completely drawn position between Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And there you see the players are repeating the moves.
I think they've done it 5 times.
They've done it 5 times, and we see a handshake and
Not a good
draw.
day for Anish Giri and for Duda's very, very enthusiastic fans. A little disappointing to see him at a minus score. Over to you, Nasi. What have you got?
So we have some updates in Kirill's game against Wei Yi.
Yep.
When we left it, we're looking at after long castle, black having a very good position, white in trouble. Kirill played b3, and here it was important for black to find this move queen f6 to keep the advantage, like we were discussing in our analysis earlier.
Right.
Queen f6 was the strongest move. He played knight d3, after which white managed to trade one pair of knights. Oh, this is the current position. We're going to see b takes c. And now engine just says it's equal.
Yeah.
Position's definitely not standard. Maybe e5 looks interesting.
It's so funny because I've been trying to sacrifice an exchange.
No one's taking it.
Nobody, you ladies will not let me sacrifice the exchange, and the engine doesn't want to take on E1 either. That's pretty funny.
Because that knight is better than the rook on E1. Yeah.
Says
It's not
who?
what they are, it's what they do. That's my philosophy.
Okay, I'm still reeling. You know that. I mean, I've been tasered by the donkey.
It's Shackleton.
Shackleton.
No, I googled it. It's Ernest
Scott.
Shackleton, not
Also,
Scott.
take a look at this line. If queen g6 check, of course,
Yes.
we can't play king h1 because of knight up to checkmate. King f1 only move.
Right.
Queen h5 is interesting. But here, white just trades off everything and is completely fine.
Yeah, and a great relief it is to get rid of that knight on D3.
Yeah, I'm
White's
kind of
pawn
not
structure.
kind of convinced by everything is fine. I think that there's still so much to play for. Like
There's a rook on H8. There's a bishop on F8. You're not.
but there's a pawn on H2, king on F1. I'm
King's
looking.
coming to E2. Life will be good. I'll just be in a cozy little.
Actually,
Yeah,
you
good
take with
luck.
the f-pawn.
Queen takes H2.
Really?
Okay, let's
I'm
count the
coming for
material.
Black's
1,
king.
2, 3, 4, 5. Always.
Queen E8 check. Hello, hello.
Yeah, all of a sudden, rook b1, and whose king is weaker now?
That was
Wow.
my point with B3.
Because I think white
open
king
lines.
can, if necessary, run all the way to c2.
If you get there.
And
Yeah, interesting.
Just in that line, by the way, the move F2 takes E3 wasn't intuitive for me. D takes.
You want to take with the
And
d
if
pawn.
you did take on H2, which Jovi was saying, I'm looking at the position and I'm saying my king is actually pretty safe.
Yeah, we'll hide on
an
E2, yeah.
You know,
But
I've got my counterplay is coming rook b1 just as you prescribed.
The
Nazi.
thing is, though,
Yes.
like, okay, I don't think you would capture on H2. That's, in my opinion, just
That
risky.
pawn's not.
it's
Yeah.
dead wood, right?
Right.
So I'm thinking like
E6.
E6, E5, yeah, something like this, and so that you can meet Queen A4 with bishop out to C5.
Makes sense. Yes.
That's why
much-
d takes e is better here, because now if you play e6, I can play, sorry, f takes e is
Yes.
better, yes. So now if you play e6, if you develop the bishop, I'll have d4, and I still have a very good center.
But how human-like is it to go F takes E3 and go take
Not
the
very.
pawn on H2?
A good
I calculated it all.
a good king leads his general, his army into battle. After e6, king e2, queen takes h2 check, king d3. Go for it. Leave your pieces at home and bring your king into the center.
But Wei Yi
You don't
still
play king of the
thinking-
hill? You don't.
Yeah.
There's another interesting move that maybe Wei Yi is considering right now. Knight takes f2.
Ooh.
King takes, queen h2, and
No risk. You've got
no
at
risk.
least a
You have the perpetual at least. If you go for more than that, you might end up in trouble. Its computer still says equal, but
That
bishop
is a king
c5
on
is
it.
coming.
Right? Wow. So you're saying knight takes f2 is a perpetual for black, and I think for Kirill, by the way, after the loss, that would be very okay. He studies his ship. Again, he comes into the round tied with Magnus at first place. So takes on c4. And let's go to the Magnus game, if you don't mind. Again, we are witnessing Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh D, the challenger to Ding Liren. And we have some moves. After queen c2, rook d8, rook d1, not bishop to d2. And the difference, knight b6. There goes a pair of rooks and knight e1. We got the two bishops. We're pawn down. What's your take? You like?
What's my take?
Yeah. Would you prefer the pawn? I know you're a material girl.
I am a material girl.
Yeah.
But in this particular situation, I'm taking the bishops.
You're taking the bishops.
I like the bishops more.
So after this move, knight e1, we understand what Gukesh wants to do is very, very slowly shuffle his pieces out. Bishop e3, rook d1. how are you going to take advantage of this great bishop?
You don't need to take advantage. You can just simply play. So, for instance...
Oops, that was a mouse slip on my
Yeah,
part.
so I was thinking of moves like g6, h5, h4.
G6, h5.
Run the h-pawn down the board.
We'll interrupt you just to tell you that rook e8, bishop
been played.
e3
Okay.
has been played. So rook e8 is kind of a forcing move because now suddenly the knight, I don't think, we want to have to play f3. So Gukesh did play bishop e3, so this was a very forcing decision. Sorry, you were about to tell me.
So now here, just in light of the fact that after knight to d3, you've got this whole maneuver, and at the same time, you can pin the queen to the knight. So I'm just thinking that you just go g. No, but now you put the bishop on e3. I want to go knight to d5 and then jump in with the knight to f5. But I really also want to use the h-pawn as a battering ram. I think that will scare the living daylights out of you. So g6, h5, h4, h3. Give me those light squares.
Love it. Yeah, bishop to e3. Okay, in previous incarnations of this position, we had queen f5.
Yeah, so I was going to go g6.
Yeah, g6 is a... And I was just thinking that if you did play knight to d5 or knight to c4, I thought these were very forcing moves going after my dark squared bishop, as well as my b2 pawn. I didn't want to play queen f5 and hang my b2 pawn. I might just, bring it back, just
well now, allez, h5.
h5. But you're not kicking me anymore.
I don't need to kick you. I want those light squares.
Okay, rook to d1.
And then h4.
h4.
Nothing but consistent.
I don't want to see h3 land against me.
Yeah, and that's here I got what I wanted. And now...
It feels weird. I don't know why, but White's pieces all are on the first rank, first, second, third rank. I'm not a fan of White's position, Nasi, but on the other hand, I don't see the breakthrough. How good or how bad? Give me an evaluation of this position.
My feelings exactly. I don't like White's position either, but I don't see how to punish White for playing so passively.
Exactly.
The evaluation is just equal, triple zeros.
But what plan does the computer come up with?
For black.
Computer plays a5 as the top move.
Your h5.
Wrong
I would have gone
direction.
a5 myself. No, I don't get that move either. a5. What the heck?
It's some idea that we can't. At some point, Black even plays bishop a6, so I think that's the idea.
Wow.
But let's take a look at your h5 idea because that's
more human.
Definitely very natural. Let's say rook d1. I do like this move. If White ever plays queen a4, attacking 3 pieces at once, Black always has this strong move rook e4. And White doesn't want to allow this. If you take on a7, queen c6, and White's not losing, but it's very scary.
Yeah, it does look scary.
So after h5, let's take a look at rook d1, h4. White should play h3 and not allow, of course, Black to play h3.
Right.
And computer keeps recommending this a5 mystery move that we can't explain.
Excuse me.
Maybe it's just an improving move, right? You got...
Yeah, but there's so many improving moves, right? You can lift the rook, maybe, rook e6, bishop c6 to not allow rook d7. There's so many...
Not allow queen a4.
Yeah, also, yes. And in case of b3, because this knight is definitely annoying for White, Black can, of course, take on e3. They can go to d6 or even knight a3, something that I would never consider. But it has a very interesting idea. Knight b5.
Right.
And provoking c4.
Yep.
And then coming back here, making it all the way to the center.
I swear the knight was on d5.
Traveled the world.
Yeah, exactly. Went all around the world and from d5 to e4.
But Black can do this because White is so passive and has no counterplay.
Magnus did what I think is a very human decision. He traded his knight on c4 for the bishop on e3. He said, that's a very good bishop, let me get rid of it. Knight takes e3, knight takes e3, and a c5, c4. And he's basically saying, look, I'm down material, but I'll have all of these open lines bishop f5. I don't know if this is an intuitive sacrifice or if it's just, as he sees it, the most natural thing in the world to do, which is play for the two bishops in an open position. But he has played the move c4, and he is inviting Gukesh to take a second pawn.
Yeah.
How is it, Nasi?
Well, knight c4 is risky. White should not accept that.
Should not.
Pawn, because after queen g5, your only move is knight e3.
Knight e3,
coming
yeah.
back.
Right.
And then bishop c5. What do we do after this?
Pray. Rook to d1. Okay, you can take. Oh, rook takes e3.
Yeah.
And
Rook
queen
takes
takes
if rook
e3.
d1. Let's show this line. Rook takes e3. Just checkmates white.
Good morning,
so
St. Louis.
So you have to get moves like h3. Ooh, it's going to be... No.
Yeah, we can run, but not too far. I believe there is bishop e4. Bishop a6 checkmates. Bishop e4 would win the queen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Absolutely not.
So Gukesh played queen a4, which is a much better move. And
Hitting the rook.
We might see Magnus sacrifice the exchange, rook e3. And follow up with bishop c5.
Okay. This is very, very good stuff. And I mean, I'm feeling a lot of intuition as well as calculation to back up this exchange sacrifice. Take it away, Nasi. It does look frightening, but on the other hand,
He's played it.
He's done it?
He's done it.
Rook takes e3.
Only one defense. It's queen e8 check.
Queen e8 check to defend. I'm threatening bishop takes e3, followed by mate on f1. So queen e8 check to defend the pawn. King h7.
Runs away.
And again, the only move for white to not lose the game is knight to f3.
Knight to f3. So if I take...
Giving up the pawn just so I can
F1?
get rid of your two bishops.
Is the idea to go rook f1?
Rook e1.
Queen takes f3?
Yes, and then just rook e1,
Rook
defending
e1.
the pawn.
And just to... If white had gone rook f1 beforehand, that's not possible on account of bishop c6. Yes.
Or even queen c6, but yes.
Yeah, queen c6.
Yeah, one of those two moves. So you're absolutely right. We are in a pin, but we can move away with a gain of tempo against the queen.
That makes knight to f3 very, very difficult to find. Queen e8.
Queen e8's
no
fine.
problem. You can find that one.
Well, the problem is once you get to this position and you realize the desirable knight c2 is going to be met by some horrible play on the light squares, right? Like, this is just so scary. You're forced to consider knight f3.
And you can't go e4, which is a very critical point.
Yeah,
because of the pin.
It's illegal. Yeah, the desirable e3, e4, as you're mentioning, even the computer won't let me contemplate it. It's absolutely pinned. The pawn cannot move. So what you're suggesting is that Magnus has at least a perpetual in this line.
Well, it's not a perpetual. If this line happens after queen e8, knight f3,
yes,
the position, he can keep playing for a win.
He can.
Yes.
After
and I think,
rook e1.
Yeah, black doesn't really have any risk as long as you maintain this activity with the bishop and the queen. So let's say just even move like f6 and...
f6 even?
Yeah.
I was thinking h5, h4, h3. F5, yeah, okay, f5, come on. F5 is the most natural. You're right.
Okay, I'll be right there, one moment.
No worries.
F5, okay.
Yeah, the most natural, because we want to play f4, right?
So there's a reason for f6. White has this move queen e5. That's unpleasant for black. So f6 was prophylaxis against this move, because now you have to spend a tempo moving the bishop.
Okay.
And white can just drop back and defend better.
Gotcha.
We're just 2 tempi behind, yes.
Right.
If the pawn was on h4.
We wouldn't have to deal with that.
The bishop
so the point is, in the position before we played the move f5, this also answers why we can't play h5.
Same
because
reason.
of queen e5.
Because queen e5 and queen g3. So f6 to stop the queen. But now White's pieces are kind of arrested. The rook can't move, the king can't move, the queen can't move. Do
You
we
can play queen e6, but you're not going farther than that after h5.
Right.
The best move here is h4 for white.
To stop h4. Nice.
I just wondered whether there was any perpetuals as well.
For white?
For white. So this is why I was thinking of weird and random moves like rook e2 to see whether you could get your queen to e4.
Now let's see if we can.
No.
You're right. Queen e2 is perpetual.
It is the perpetual.
Yes. Queen e4, king h8, queen a8. And if you try king g8, then queen d5.
Queen d5, yeah.
And we pick up the bishop.
So after rook e2, black just needs to not accept the sacrifice and just go for h5.
The same thing. Your rook, unfortunately, whether it be on e1 or e2.
And we can't get rid
now
of
it's
this
more
passive.
vulnerable, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Wow. Let me just refresh the position.
Gukesh did make a move. He didn't give queen e8 check.
He played knight f3.
Okay, but this is being given, I see that on Nazi's board, as a
blunder.
double question mark. Blunder.
Okay, let's
why,
figure it out.
Why is this such a
So
blunder?
first of all, we were thinking queen e8 check was necessary to defend the pawn on e3.
Because bishop takes.
Bishop takes e3 check. You have to play king f1. If you play king h1...
Queen takes knight.
Isn't that...
We've got to put that up on the board, Yasser.
That's a visual, isn't it?
Yeah.
Queen takes f3, g takes f3, and you're not going to see a prettier...
He's dismissed queen takes f3.
Yeah, you're not going to see a prettier checkmate with the two bishops than that one. Queen takes f3, so I have to play king f1. Now, you can't take on f3 right away because queen e8 check. Queen e8 check.
But you can stop the queen getting to e8 by going bishop c6 first.
Bishop c6 first. Oh, that's really nasty. And if I take this pawn, now you can take on f1.
Hello.
F3, pardon me.
King.
Good morning, St. Louis. I mean, that is huge. Knight f3. I see the two red question marks.
Yes, and in the line you're looking at after bishop c6,
Yes.
queen d1 is a better option just to defend the f3 knight.
Yeah.
But here, black has a very strong move, which is invisible at first, but if you analyze the position, you will see it. Bishop e4 coming to d3 and all those two bishops, so much better, so much stronger than this rook on a1.
The rook on a1 has never moved, in fact. Oh my goodness. By the way, what are the clock times?
The players have got plenty of time. So Magnus under 7 minutes, whereas Gukesh just under 8. But I'm pretty sure he missed queen takes knight.
So
he
this
thought
move,
it was the same thing.
Bishop c5, he was forced to play the move queen e8, defending the pawn on e3, and only then playing knight f3. He played knight f3 in the wrong order, and we're looking at bishop takes e3, check king f1, bishop c6, stopping queen e8, asking the queen what he wants to do, queen d1, the best move according to the chess engines and Nazi. But bishop to e4 followed by bishop to d3 and Gukesh in big trouble. What's happening in our other co-leaders game?
Let's head over to the game between Shevchenko and Wei Yi. We saw Shevchenko in trouble somewhat with his kingside.
This was the exchange sacrifice.
I'm taking a look at the evaluation bar.
Nobody's
because the knight is so beautiful there on
Queen
d3.
e2. Not the first move. I really wanted to get rid of this knight. I was begging for the move rook e3. He did not play it. He played queen e2, queen check. Whoa. King h1, bishop c5, and suddenly real issues. Rook f1.
So my first question is...
Yes.
Okay, I was going to say knight to f4, but now I realize bishop takes queen. It's a good morning moment from
Right,
me.
exactly. Any queen trade would be embraced.
But we do have moves like knight takes f2, and...
Knight takes f2, rook takes f2,
Queen
takes c2.
Yep.
But aren't you cashing in your chips a little bit cheaply? it's great. I mean, no, don't get me wrong. You know, you want a pawn and all that good stuff. I even have anything.
I think you have to go d4, right?
Yeah,
because otherwise, black
right.
is clamping down.
Yeah, I might be able to escape. I think you've got something even more incisive here. You can just play rook to d8. Is e4 a move? E4 looks a little bit.
Yeah, with the idea that you're going to go knight to f4, but
Yeah.
but introduce a new piece into the attack.
I
like
agree.
That one. Rook
I
h
agree.
e8.
I love it. I love it. And you do going e4.
And Nazi, you have news.
Yes, Magnus did find the winning move, bishop c6. That was the key move in this position. If he didn't find that move, white would be completely fine. But after bishop c6, Gukesh is in big trouble. As we were looking at queen c4 and queen d1 lines, Magnus just has to find one more move after queen d1. That's the bishop e4 move. And after that, I mean, I want to resign in this position.
Exactly. I've seen enough as well. The bishops on d3 and e3 you were just mentioning, their overwhelming status compared to the rook on a1. And
what else can he try after bishop c6?
Wow.
And there we see Magnus.
He looks pretty sure that he is winning.
Yeah. He's in the lead already, and with a win, it puts him in clear first if Shevchenko doesn't catch up.
A shaky start, a shaky day one, but this game in particular, and the day two, Magnus has looked really as sharp as he's ever looked. By the way, quick question. What are the peak ages for chess grandmasters? What are the peak ages? He's only 33. I think he's still at his peak.
Right. This is what I've heard, that chess players peak around about the 30s, 35.
I've always
in this
thought
day and age, I don't know.
20 to 27. I've always thought 37. 20 to 37. More or less like major league pitchers. And Magnus at 33 is still, excuse me, at his peak. And we're seeing Magnus playing very, very well. Boy, that's going to be a hard pawn to take on the plane, right? I mean, you know, normally when you pick a number, you get to keep whatever it is that you're picking, a chess pen. That was a very big pawn.
And I don't quite know how to answer that one,
Right.
Yasser. But yeah, what do you see?
Bishop e4
Bishop
on
e4
the board.
on the board.
Yeah. The queen, and I see that Gukesh is ruining the moment there that he did not include queen e8 check, and that's made all the difference as he's staring at a lost position. Tell me about Kirill's position, if you don't mind.
He is still in big trouble after. So in this position, king h1 was the mistake.
Yeah.
He had to play king f1 just to remain close to f2 pawn, defending
sense.
that pawn. Because after king h1, bishop c5 strong move, attacking f2, followed by another inaccurate move, rook f1. Because here, bishop d3 was a little bit better. You have to get rid of that knight.
Knight is killing, yeah.
And after rook f1, we have rook e8, and just black is completely dominating this position. Every single black piece is better than white's piece.
Agreed.
I don't even remember what is material evaluation, but who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah.
Look at the position, look at the pieces.
But one of the things that is the problem for Shevchenko is that this bishop on c1 is such a terrible piece. If it could move through its pawn and go to e3,
Right.
Well, we have a couple more moves here in the current position. Looks like knight f2 is one of the ways Wei Yi can pick up some material and continue the attack. As you mentioned, Jovi, the biggest problem is the bishop on c1. We have to waste time defending that bishop, and now I think just rook e6, bring the rook over, and white is has no moves. White's running out of moves.
Yeah, no, your move bishop c1 to e3 is required.
Totally.
You have to get the bishop out. And
mandatory, right?
It looks terrible. I still have the position of Gukesh and Magnus, and we did see queen d1, and almost immediately, it didn't take Magnus much time to play bishop e4, just plonk it on the board. And I don't have a recommendation. Okay, he did play queen to d7, but my first thought was that bishop the bishops are just so dominant.
There is that, but remember that
Yes.
bishop takes knight is always going to be met by queen to e8 check.
Very, very
So that's
important.
going to give Gukesh some hope.
We never allow anything like this. This is just terrible for white, but you're absolutely right. Bishop takes f3 is going to be met by check, and queen takes e3, and we're right back in the game.
Totally.
No problem whatsoever. But after queen d7, let's see if we can't figure this one out. It just feels like there should be some really crunchy-like moves. I'm almost inspired by queen f4.
Let's try that one because
Yeah.
it was the first move that came to my mind as
As
well.
well, yeah, because you're kind of like, you got this battering ram
Maybe rook to d1 praying.
for a good
No,
day.
but
yeah.
bishop takes knight is now a threat. I forgot about that.
Yeah, because we've now defended the e3 bishop. So queen f4 just comes.
White
Ugh.
has queen c8 check here, taking the pawn on c4.
Check.
And we need that pawn for the bishop on d3.
Unfortunate.
Okay, that's at least a try then.
Well, let's give some hope. So queen.
He did play after queen d7, by the way. It's already on the board.
Mistake.
King h7.
Mistake for Magnus, king
Mistake.
h7. Yes, he had to choose between two good options. There's queen g6 that keeps the position still very strong for black, but bishop d3 was very strong after king e1, queen b6. And now it was -4 here for black. Doesn't look like white can defend all the threats that are coming.
Including bishop f2 and queen e3, but
And
queen
mostly
takes
the pawn on
b2.
b2, because once you
Yes.
lose one of them, you lose all of them.
Right.
So that was completely winning. After king h7, did Gukesh play right king e2? Now evaluation is only -0.4.
Whoa. So we went from a lion's share of.
Went from -4 to -0.4.
But wait 1 second.
That's like
that
blundering a
smells
piece.
fishy, right? I mean,
No,
how
that's
can
like
this... Right.
blundering a piece is what we just.
How can
heard
white
Nazi.
save this? I mean, how is the computer coming up with that? Because I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking queen f4, bishop d3 is in the air. Is it to do with rook to d1 and
Just rook e1.
rook e1?
And then king is hiding on d1.
Bishop to d3 check, king
Yep.
to d1, and we're not. When the rook was on a1 and we played queen b6, we were
game over,
chalking
right.
up the point. Let's see. Wow. I didn't.
And if you go
didn't see
queen
that.
to b6,
Looks
I've been
looks very-
shown that
yes,
idea.
yes.
Let's be consistent.
Right, and we are threatening bishop to d3 check, followed by queen takes b2. We've gotcha. So queen b6, Nasi.
Rook d1.
Rook d1. And now you're ready to give back the
You
exchange.
can't take on b2 yet because the bishop's hanging.
Right.
You have to spend tempo moving the bishop, let's say bishop f4, and then
Okay.
white can take on f7 or even go king f1.
Wow, and we've lost coordination. King f1. Wow. How about that? That is just really remarkable.
Okay, so
We'll
whilst...
keep that on pause.
Exactly. Let's dash over to the game between Shevchenko and Wei Yi, because looking at the evaluation bar on my screen, I'm seeing that it's all the way in black's favor,
He
which means
cashed
that
in.
Shevchenko is on the verge of losing.
He cashed in, did Wei Yi. He's just taking all the pawns, and that's a
Yeah.
lot.
Will this be third win for Wei Yi today?
Yes, he would have won all his games today.
He did a Kirill Shevchenko.
And this
And
is
for
actually the
Ki-
second loss for Kirill.
Agreed, yeah. And he's Wei Yi, 2 pawns to the good, safer king. I might add to all of the other miseries that white is enduring. Here, rook takes d4 looks really, really, really good. Is time a factor? It is for Kirill, by the way. He just made his move with 40 seconds on his clock. 2.5 minutes for Wei Yi.
Is there any hope for Kirill? We have seen him be very
I don't
resourceful.
know, this 2-pawn advantage, and again, don't forget, like after a move like rook d2, who has the safer king? Black's king is just perfectly fine. There's no pieces in the vicinity other than this rook. And after, say, rook to d2, I don't know. I'm looking at rook to e2. And give me this pawn.
Eyeballing h2, you're completely right.
Yeah. And
the
again,
thing is, though, the queen has to stay on h3 for the time being, and, well, the rook has arrived on e2.
Yeah, it wasn't rook to d2, it was actually rook to e2.
And now rook h4 is coming. Yasser,
either rook h4 or rook d2.
And Shevchenko.
It's getting worse and worse.
30 seconds on the clock, and it's ticking down.
Mm.
And he moves his queen to g3.
In a sense, sidestepping rook h4, but I really didn't think that rook h4 was the threat. I really thought rook d4 to d2 was the threat. Check, king b7, sidestepping the check. And again, rook to d2, rook b1, inviting rook to d2. Kirill's going down. There's just no question he's going down after rook to d2.
d2, two rooks on the second.
Right. In Lev Polygaevsky's book, Grandmaster Preparation, he talked about the rooks doubled on the 2nd and 7th rank as being on the refreshment stall. You get to refresh yourself on the 2nd rank. Here, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm taking on h2, and I'm going to play queen versus 2 rooks, and I'm going to have 2 connected passed pawns on the queen side after queen takes a2 check, and I'm going to push him.
That's all you need to do in life, right?
Right. Get your passed pawns and push them, baby.
And there you go.
Look at them go.
One starting to motor.
Already. King g3, a5, rook e1. Okay. So as we can see, Wei Yi's in cruise control. I want to throw it back to you, Nasi, and tell me, did Gukesh escape?
He is about to, yes. He found the only moves, rook e1 and king d1, as we were analyzing just a few moments ago.
Okay.
And now the idea is that if given the chance, White's going to take the bishop rook e4. Whether you play queen g2 or bishop f2, White has, I don't have to take, but it's, rook e2 is also okay, but rook e4 very quickly equalizes the game, queen e4, and then knight d2. Yes,
what an escape.
Right, huge save after king d1. If queen g2, rook takes e4, queen f3, and this move rook e2 is the reason why it works. I mean, bishop e3, it still looks a bit scary.
Right.
But why? Oh, okay, b3. We need to get rid of this pawn on c4. That's been the biggest problem for White. As soon as that's gone, we can drop back queen d3 and really defend everything on the first rank. So Magnus, I'm still in little disbelief here when he played king h7.
And not bishop d3.
Bishop d3. He was probably thinking that every move was winning. That his position was so good, no matter what he played.
Sometimes you relax prematurely, yes.
Yes, and Gukesh, what a fighter. He found the only moves to escape, and right now, positions evaluation is equal.
Yeah. Wow, I'm still having a little trouble here. So if I play something stupid, bishop c2 check, king has to go to c1, I go queen takes g2.
Then queen d2, and then Black's in trouble.
Queen d2. I just missed queen d2. I thought I was going to reestablish my bishop on d3 and be a happy camper, but no, I have missed queen d2. Yep.
Yeah. Magnus probably knows that he missed an opportunity.
The king e2 and then moving the rook over to e1 or d1 was such a hidden defensive resource. I agree with you.
It truly is.
And there we see the players.
And Magnus has that like kind of a grrr.
He doesn't. I don't think he's realised. You know, sometimes sometimes it's better to be oblivious. And what's happened?
He did
b3, and exactly as Nazi predicted.
The whole variation they've repeated right up to and including your move b3 there.
Is it now time for Magnus to bail out? Can he just go queen f1? And okay, there we see he can give a check. King blocks, queen's f3.
And just acquiesce to the perpet, huh?
Rook e2.
Magnus does not like to give up those draws willingly. How bad is it? Let's imagine I play a stupid move, f5. You take my pawn on c4, yeah? Play f4. So I cement my bishop for the moment. Oh, you have queen d3.
Queen d3 check.
Oh, no. That's terrible.
I'm going to start advancing my own pawn.
No.
Okay, and we are seeing the players repeat
And
position. And you see handshake.
Wow.
And it was
what
a draw.
save. What a save by Gukesh.
Yeah.
But
incredible.
he needed help.
He did need help, but both sides made those mutual blunders.
I love what Magnus did, including that rook takes e3.
Yeah.
He was playing the game with Elan, and just it looked beautiful right up until he played king h7.
That's true. But he did need some help there to get to that position,
True.
remember, because Gukesh did have that saving move, queen to e8 first,
Right.
and then knight to f3.
Good point.
So I feel like perhaps
Was
all's
a
fair.
justified result, a great game. Thank you to both those players. I mean, because that was the game that we were looking forward to from the very start of the tournament. Let me just jump to Kirill versus Wei Yi. The players have gotten to a situation of queen and 3 pass pawns versus 2 rooks. I'm afraid the queen is dominating in this last move, f5. And we're about to see f3, I believe.
the black king has a hiding place. It can
sure
hide
does.
on a4. That's not a problem. And it's all about those passed pawns. The pawn f3 is going to start motoring.
Well, I'm looking at a variation that goes f3. I'm going to give a check.
King b5.
I'm going to give another check.
King a4.
And then I have to come back to prevent queen g2 check and f1. So it's been a long, long while before I studied.
Oh, hang on a
These-
second. Hang on a
yes,
second. I put
please.
the king on the wrong spot. So let's try king c4.
So
Just
check,
to,
yes,
although it doesn't
check.
really do so much.
King
It-
c4, I'm still going to hit you with a check.
No, you can't.
Oh.
No, you can't. And then the whole
Oh.
point is that when the rook comes to f7, I have queen to
d3,
d3.
because your king is nicely here. Wow, by the way, we saw a4, not f2. Just a second, something is very, very strange here. Let me refresh my board. a4, so he's inviting rook check and rook takes f4? What's going on? Rook
Okay,
takes
rook
f3.
checks.
And give me this guy.
Yep.
That is really a kind of a stunning move for me.
I'm wondering whether he's calculated. It's not possible to go queen takes rook, is it? Nothing like that. That's not going to work. No, that's
would
going to
be-
be, that's too much. You need
Yeah.
to have the pawns further up the board.
Exactly, exactly. If Kirill escapes this position,
Well,
I would be shocked.
We have it, as you can see, on the board, and now the queen gives a
Rook.
check on e1.
I think Wei Yi is feeling some kinds of pressure. He's not played this with the accuracy we would expect from him. And Kirill sensing that, my gosh, he's in here with a chance. Probably the engine is saying it's winning, winning, winning. How good or bad is it, Nasi?
The evaluation is -3.
-3.
Yeah, but
A4 was a blunder, right?
well, no, I wouldn't call it a blunder. But f2 was winning faster.
Was winning. It was
Yeah.
winning. Okay.
I mean, he's still winning, of course. It's just he has to make a lot more moves here. Well, after f2, he could have finished the game faster.
Gotcha.
And there's always room for blunders when you are in time trouble.
Certainly is. And players, they're playing with 30 seconds on the clock.
And we have
Kirill,
20
17 seconds ticking down. They do get that 10-second
Again,
time bonus.
I'm not, whoa, King F2, not a fan. I would be thinking that I want to march my way towards the pawns. So I was thinking more like rook e3, king d2. He played king f2, and let me just
Queen d6 played, covering the f4 square.
And he did that with 20 seconds? No, he's getting...
Yeah, he's getting a 10-second time, but so he did that with 13 seconds.
13 seconds.
And Kirill,
this is
7 seconds.
Very nervous tension here is mounting. 4 seconds. Rook to e3.
Yeah, preventing the black king from stepping forward to b4. The queen has to cover the checks.
Queen f4 check. King e2.
And now the king can step up.
King b4, and let's go king b4 and b5 and get those pawns to connect themselves. 12 seconds for Wei Yi.
And he does it.
With 7 seconds on his clock.
Alert,
alert. There is a check in the position. Queen g4 check, let's go. Oh, queen h2 check. All Wei Yi needs to do is play b5 and b4, and then you can give up the queen, as you wanted to do a moment ago, Jovi.
It's definitely an idea in the works once you start pushing up those pawns. And
I'm amazed he goes down perpetually underneath 10 seconds. b5 is just crying to be played.
And he does it, but you need to be
careful. Same move faster was better. 3 seconds when he made that move. And Nasi, after the move b5, are we still at +3 or whatever it's been?
Yes, the evaluation hasn't changed.
Rook e4 check, king a5. Finally, I'm seeing a few moves played rather quickly. King c1 was the latest. Queen a2, perhaps?
No, he comes down to d6.
That was the best move, Yasser. Queen a2 was the easiest win.
For sure, just to get the
pawn.
A3. Thank you, yes.
Queen d6, actually a big mistake. Now, after rook e6, it says only -1, which I'm guessing just means it's a draw.
King b2, by the way, was played. King b2, I'm anticipating Queen
I think this is
d1?
some kind of a fortress.
Whoa. Queen d1.
At the right moment, white can sacrifice one of the rooks.
For
both pawns. Once you start pushing.
Okay, you sacrifice the rook, but then it's queen versus rook,
very
right?
strange.
Okay, well, we see the queen give a check on d2.
He did.
He did.
King b1 was quickly played.
But, you know, Nazi could be right. If the king is hovering around b1 and b2, covering the a2 square, the queen cannot slide over to assist her pawns.
Well, that was why I wanted queen a2 and a3.
Okay, well, a3 perhaps coming now, so maybe
king
a2.
a2 is forced. And he's done it. King a2, natural move.
Oh, I think that this could be a fortress.
Crazy. Queen c4 check.
The nerves are settling in, right?
Truly.
Have either of you seen this type of endgame before? Queen and 2 pawns not winning?
Yes. I think most of the players of my generation were raised on Reuben Fine's basic chess endings, and we looked at these types of positions. But his move, king f2, earlier was a shock for me because I thought the king wanted to go to b1.
And just to update you,
please,
Praggnanandhaa did beat Vincent Keymer. So,
wow.
That means for Praggnanandhaa, it's 2 victories in a row.
Congratulations, Prague. And Wei Yi is just like, he's really struggling here. It doesn't look to me like he has any notions of how to make progress.
Yep.
He can't make any progress unless white allows it.
And the problem is if you advance the b-pawn, you remove the cover, the shelter for your king, and so the rooks, they're beautifully placed, they can just keep on checking the black king.
Exactly. And now with the rooks on e3 and e5, you can't play b4, can't play a3, and the king is shuddering back and forth between a2, b2, a3, and just saying, do something.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what a save. This would be remarkable.
This would be second, sorry to interrupt, Joey, second amazing save today. Gukesh saving against Magnus.
Right, you didn't see that coming.
No, but it just goes to show how difficult it is to play with the time ticking down, because I'm sure if Wei Yi if it ends in a draw, he goes back to his room and is very objective about it. He'll kick himself for going for not going queen a2. But
of course,
with the clock ticking down, you lose your mind, you lose your head.
Exactly. King b6, by the way, he is finally playing for b4, but
you can just get checked.
Right. Well, king to...
Is he going to march his king all the way to...
I don't think so.
d5?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
here he goes. Let's see it.
Okay,
King
well,
c5.
the king does have shelter on d4.
And by the way, he said rook takes b4. Let's go.
And now?
And now?
The rooks are disconnected.
This is losing if Wei finds the only moves.
Queen c1 check? No.
Queen c3?
Queen c1
and he's
check
reaching for his queen.
Yeah, he's gone queen c1.
So his idea is, I think rook b2 is forced. Rook b2, queen a1 check, rook a2, queen c3 check. Yeah. The rook on e6 is going to be picked up.
I think he can check on a2 as well.
Sorry, so we think...
So,
well, of course, if I take...
Yeah, if you take, then just queen a1, and eventually black will give a check on a2.
Right.
And if you drop back king a2...
I have queen c4.
Queen c4.
And I pick up the
rook.
rook.
And you pick up a rook.
So king takes a4.
King takes a4.
He's checked, as you've prescribed it. And I think he is picking up the rook on a6.
He is, and we're about to see queen versus rook.
King, there you see.
King b4, queen check. And then the idea is that when you go to the a file,
and there it
queen
comes.
a2, and he's got the rook. So, how's your queen versus rook? Could you guarantee that you would win it?
I was thinking about this before the event. I was like, I must brush up on my queen versus rook.
Yeah.
And sure enough, here it comes. What about you, Yasser?
Oh, I'm pretty confident. Yeah, I studied it greatly. Thanks to one, Walter Brown. Six-time champion Walter Brown was challenged by the computer specialist who had made a program of king and rook versus king and queen. And they said to Walter, we bet you $100 you can't make the computer inside of 50 moves. And they had discovered a new technique, a new defensive technique, and the first time Walter couldn't win. Mm-hmm. Walter was so angry he demanded a rematch, but this time for $500, and he won. Because he wanted to be paid.
Yep. And
we do have a resignation as he's picking up the rook. So for Kirill, couldn't have been worse rounds. Rounds 5 and 6 will not be his favorite rounds in this event.
It wasn't without adventure, but Wei Yi does move to a clean sweep today. 3 victories, and now he's tied with Magnus at the top.
I think he's tied with Magnus at the top. In fact, we'll get our standings and we'll get our graphics going here, but whew, I'm still kind of stunned by Magnus's failure there because he played such a beautiful game against Gukesh.
Yeah, he was dominating. I think he'll be very upset with himself.
Sure.
But like Jovi mentioned earlier, it wasn't just one-sided. Gukesh also gave him those chances.
Right.
When he didn't play that queen e8 move.
Which was key, yes.
Key, and so maybe it was fair at the end, but I don't think Magnus will see it that way.
No. Nobody feels it's fair when they've let their opponent escape.
No, of course not, yes.
And for Gukesh.
And then also Pragg. He just won 2 games in a row.
Right.
Good day for him. I'm curious to see what current standings are.
Yeah.
Let's
funny
take a look.
You should mention it.
And you can see with that draw, Magnus Carlsen is at the top with 8 points, but he's not alone. It's now Wei Yi who won 3 games today to move up to the equal first place. And then we see Praggnanandhaa and Shevchenko 7 points.
Tied for 3rd, and Nodirbek with Gukesh and Arjun. That's quite a chasing group, tied for 5th. Finally, Jan, Vincent. Vincent is not going to be happy with, he had some great positions and he really didn't capitalize on them. So bad day for Vincent, good day for Magnus, as he and Wei Yi share the lead.
Yeah, and tomorrow it's our final day of Rapid.
Yes, it is.
It's going to set the tone for a weekend of Blitz. But first, let's go to Warsaw, where we have Cristian with Wei Yi.
Thank you. We are indeed here with one of the co-leaders of the event after day 2, Wei Yi. First of all, congratulations. An incredible day for you, 3 out of 3. How are you feeling right now?
I think, of course, I feel good after today's games, and because I think I played much better than yesterday, especially in the first game I played with Keymer, and I almost got losing position after only for example 15 moves, and I was not satisfied with that. But for today, okay, much better than yesterday, but also some luck is needed, because in the first game, today's first game with Anish Giri,
yes,
he got a promising position, and I think he was much better. But then, in time trouble, he made some mistakes, and
that game almost reminded me of your game against Abdusattorov at Tata Steel, with the same attack, the same type of attack on the king side. The game against Giri.
Yes. Yes, I remember that game.
You were on
when
the
I
defending
played,
side.
Yes.
That one. Yeah.
Yes, and I was lucky because finally I won that game.
Yes. Well, you made the best out of it. But tell us a bit about this final game. You were black against one of the co-leaders going into this final round, Kirill Shevchenko, who's been playing great chess so far.
Yes, he played very good yesterday.
Yeah. Yes. How did you approach this game, and what are the critical moments?
I think the Alapin is one of his main weapon against the Sicilian, and yes, So I do some preparation yes, against it, and I think he already played once in this position. Yes, and yeah, this was my preparation, and I know that the live computer suggested is knight takes e5, and
knight takes e5 here.
Yes, and queen takes, queen e2, and maybe it's equal, but maybe white.
But you wanted to play for more, yes?
Yeah.
Keep more pieces on the board, maybe.
But he chose the castle.
Yes.
Which led to a very unclear position.
Let's just go back. No problem. Let's go back. Somewhere around here.
Yes. And after Shevchenko, the game was very unclear, and he had a bishop pair, but his king looks very dangerous. Yes.
Where did you feel you're taking over the initiative in this game?
I'm not sure when I played the game, because so after b3 he can sacrifice the rook for the pawn and maybe initiative. So I do not want to take it.
To take on e1.
That's why I played e5. Here I spent quite a long time to think about the position. I calculated queen g6, but then I found after king f1 I can't play e5 because I think he can take. Yeah, so I must play e5 first. Yeah, and I think maybe it should be equal, but for example, take, queen e2. But then I want to play this. I'm not sure about this position. Maybe I was better. Maybe it was equal.
Slightly better. His king is a bit weaker, I guess.
Yeah.
But you are still down a pawn after all.
Yes, so it's not easy. And but I think then he made the mistake queen e2 after queen g6. I realized that I had a big initiative. Yes. And after rook f1, this looks just
you took
winning.
Over. Yes.
But then
I want to go all the way towards the end because it felt like you were in complete control at this point.
I thought every move was winning. But,
Yes.
but then
But then the pawn started falling.
Then
yes?
I found the only way to draw.
Where did you feel like it might have been a draw?
Yeah, after his king went to the queen side, I realized that it was draw. But
Yes.
I did not give up to find the way to
How important it is to maintain that edge on the clock? How important it is to have a time advantage?
You mean how important would
It is to have a time advantage as you get in those last few moments of the game. How important it is to be ahead on the clock?
I think the time is very important, especially after in the winning position. You need some time to calculate the way to win. So maybe now I had less time, so that's why I missed the many winning lines.
Yes, well, Wei missed a couple, but still won all your games. So definitely a great day for you. Congratulations. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and
Thank
thank you,
you.
Wei Yi.
Yeah,
I like
very
that.
soft-spoken, but
I like the chuckle at the end. You
Yeah,
know? I thought anything would win.
yes.
but I found
the way.
I only found the way to draw. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Very, very nice. Nasi, it's day 2 of a rapid, and certainly we've seen some thrilling games. Your final thoughts of a very eventful day?
Yeah, indeed. I think we had even more decisive games today than yesterday. And I just love that all of the players are taking so many risks and giving us very exciting games.
Yeah, they're swinging for the fences, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
So to sum up, fantastic day for Wei Yi, good
Right.
day for Magnus, but bad day for Kirill.
Exactly. Bad day for Kirill. And for Magnus Carlsen, I mean, come on. I mean, tied for first after 2 days. We know he's notoriously a slow starter in these Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz because his blitz skills are phenomenal.
Absolutely. And I remember last year,
9-zip.
9 victories in a
come
row.
on,
And take
this
a look
is-
at the standings once more. We see Magnus Carlsen tied for first alongside Wei Yi, both on 8 points. And then it is a tie also for third place between Praggnanandhaa, who's also moving
crept up
up
there,
the
hasn't he?
standings.
Yes.
He's now tied with Kirill Shevchenko, who had a bad day after yesterday's perfect start.
And for Gukesh, he's, well, I want to say back. He saved
There's
a
not
very...
that much in it, right? Between those in first place and fifth place as well.
Exactly, 2-point gap. Easily, you can overcome that in the blitz. Duda, Vincent, Anish are all complaining.
Yeah, they are.
They left a lot of points. We're hoping for another interview, and in fact, we have one.
We do. So let's go over to Warsaw, where we have Cristian, who's with Gukesh.
Thanks, guys. We are indeed with Gukesh, who is surging right now through the rankings. Gukesh, a difficult day 1, but you came back with a vengeance in today's rounds. What did you do differently? How did you get back in the tournament?
Yeah, so yesterday I guess I just, it was a long time since I played some rapid and my time management was obviously so bad. But my games were quite good, so I was not that worried about my games. But today I just made sure that I'll manage my time better. And yeah, I'm quite happy at it.
And I see you all the time very calmly walking with your coach, whether you win, whether you lose. Not a lot of things change. You're still very calm. How do you maintain that calmness?
I guess, between the games, I just make sure that I'm not bored and we just chat a bit with Gaevsky. But yeah, I won't say I'm always calm. Obviously, I feel nerves, but yeah, I try to remain calm.
Let's talk about your first round game from today against Praggnanandhaa, a player that you know quite well. Tell us where you feel the separation was created in this game.
Yeah, so we were just playing this closed position, and nothing much happened. Obviously, black is completely fine.
Mm-hmm.
King P1 is slightly better, but yeah, the moment where it got interesting was when he played G5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was a good move objectively, but I thought there was no need for him to do that because he was. I mean, I had a time advantage, and okay, it gets quite tricky after this.
Yes.
So,
And that's what I noticed in today's games. You actually kept very close or even ahead on the clock compared to yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you think about it specifically? I need to play fast, no matter what the position and the assessment is. I just need to play fast.
No, obviously, I want to maintain a balance between the position and time, but yesterday I had so many good positions and I lost them because of times.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure it doesn't happen
again. Yeah.
And Rook F8, yeah. Around here it looks like black is like getting some attack, but yeah, maybe there is some clever way of doing this, but during the game I thought I had a lot of time and I couldn't see a clear way for black, so I was quite optimistic here.
Yes.
Take knight c5 comes, yes. Yeah, maybe just something simple like that, yeah. But okay, in this position it's black always feels like sacrificing something, so what he did was also what I was considering. So queen c7, the point is like fe4, take queen c5, king h1, d4, and some attack, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I thought this bishop a3 was clever because I stopped queen c5. Yes, computer likes this idea of just playing it simple, and he should have probably done that.
But playing it simple, it feels like you overextended. You're playing against the two bishops. It's not that easy to play like that, right?
Yeah, but also black's king is not like so much in danger. So
yes.
But okay, it's not very simple to push all the
From
pawns.
From a practical perspective, yeah.
Sure.
As you mentioned, you just want to give a checkmate.
Yeah. So what he did was logical, but I think the attack was just not working.
Yeah.
Oh. Rook f1. Wow.
Rook takes f1 seems to be the computer's recommendation. Take. Queen to e2. Now e3. And for whatever reason, it's still okay.
Oh, he has to go find queen g7. Yeah.
That's a crazy move.
Or bishop e4. Wow, this is very nice.
Very nice concept.
And if I go queen h5, just rook. No, queen h5. e2. Rook c3. Wow. Yeah, okay.
Some crazy complications.
Yeah.
Maybe in a classical game you would find this, but in a rapid,
yeah.
So
Also,
difficult.
he's burnt a lot of time, so I guess he didn't have much time. So. And d4, I thought just bishop f8 should be working. So rook f2. Yeah, I got this queen g4. And okay, once you have the queen near your king, it's quite.
You solidify the advantage, and you won this one. I do want to ask you about your game against Magnus as well, because it was such an important game. How did you approach this one? What did you feel your opponent's approach was? He was co-leading the tournament. At that point, you were trying to come back, search through the rankings. How did you approach this one?
Yeah, I just wanted to play a normal game with some good time management. I just the normal things I wanted to do before.
Did he surprise you with this
not exactly.
opening choice?
I guess knight g5 was kind of a surprise to him because I usually don't play that. But yeah, b5, it was not one of the things I was like spending a lot of time on. But yeah, it was not a total surprise either.
You've analyzed this at home?
Yeah, sure. I briefly, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And yeah, obviously queen h5 is the move here, the main move. But I couldn't remember all the details, and I thought, okay, it's risky to play this without proper knowledge. So I tried to play something simple, but yeah, he just easily equalized. And yeah, here I was very much worried about knight f4 and this idea. I guess just queen c8 or something. Yeah,
just
like
piece sacrifice like this.
Yeah.
And if you try to cover up with bishop f4,
I guess just check and rook d8 maybe, or rook d8 directly. Yeah. It's very hard to. It's probably not possible to get out of this.
Too many pins.
So,
yeah. C5 is coming, queen g4 is coming.
Yeah, but okay, he played some logical moves. And yeah, the other critical moment was, yeah, when I played, I actually found this funny idea during the game. I don't know how strong it is, but like rook on bishop e2 is a nice move. Like rook e2, knight c3.
Knight c3, yeah.
But okay, I can play queen d2 and I'm not dead yet, so.
No, but that's very beautiful, actually.
Yeah. Okay, he didn't find this one, and anyways, his position was very much like very good, and I just can't develop this c1 bishop. But yeah, I tried to consolidate a bit, and till here everything was logical, and c4 was very, very interesting as well. I should have probably played queen d2. I realized it during the game, but I just miscalculated something when I played queen a4. So rook e3 is critical. Take bishop c5, and what I wanted here was just queen c4 with the point of bishop e3, king h1, queen f2. So, if queen f2, then knight f3, bishop f3, queen c8, queen f5, queen f3. But he just has bishop a6 and
checkmate.
Yeah, I realized it a bit late after he played bishop c5, but luckily it's not dead yet. But yeah, anyways, I made a mistake. I should start with queen e8, king h7, knight f3, so that he doesn't have bishop e3. And yeah, bishop c6, queen e5. And if he takes, then rook e1, and I guess black should just give.
You solidify the position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I played knight f3 thinking bishop e3 is just a mistake because of king f1. With the point of bishop f3, queen e8, queen e3. But yeah, once he played bishop c6, I realized I'm in trouble. Because my point was queen a6, but he has queen g6, which is very strong.
Yes, and if you try to defend like this,
and
queen
this
c2?
runs into queen c2. And what Magnus had missed was queen c4, queen c2, queen e2, bishop b4. So
that's nice.
Yeah, so I had to find something else. And this queen d1 is kind of sad, but okay, I have to play it.
You have to do it.
Yeah.
How did you assess your chances? You understood that you were probably worse, but how did you assess your chances to hold the position?
I thought I should be like losing, but at least in a lot of trouble, but I couldn't see a clear way, so I still had some hopes. Yeah.
Fight, yes?
Yeah.
Well, and you certainly did. Yes, queen
and
takes
yeah,
g2.
He had a win after.
I think this is already equal at this point.
Okay, probably somewhere he had a win, but.
After queen d7, I think bishop to d3 first.
Bishop d3.
Yes.
And queen
b6. Just try to go for the checkmate.
Rook d1, bishop f2.
Gukesh, still a very good day for you at the office. It feels like you're getting used to the time control as well. What is the strategy for tomorrow? Are you going to try to maintain the pressure on your opponents?
Yeah, I want to play some good games. Today was obviously quite nice. The first two games especially. Yeah, tomorrow I'm looking forward to play some good chess and not repeat the mistakes I did. So.
Go get some rest, talk to your coach, talk to your dad who is here and supporting as well, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Gukesh.
Right. For those of you joining us late, just take a look at the standings. Why? Because it naturally segues into round 7. We've got some really big matchups. Go for it, Jovi.
We certainly do. Magnus Carlsen, Wei Yi tied at the top with 8 points, and Praggnanandhaa Shevchenko on 7 points.
Round 7, Magnus is going to play.
Yeah, Magnus is going to play Praggnanandhaa.
Yes, indeed.
And Wei Yi is running the teenage gauntlet. So let's take a look at the round 7 pairings, and we see Vincent Keymer plays Anish Giri, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa, Arjun Erigaisi, Gukesh, and then here it comes. Wei Yi plays Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, but that's not the only teenager that Wei Yi will be facing. He'll be playing Gukesh.
Yeah, it'll be a gauntlet all the way through for Wei Yi. Will have a real challenge. As we check our predictions, I can't really give myself much credit for this. I went with King Kong.
so did I. And there we can see Abdusattorov He's not doing so well, but I wouldn't write him off just yet. He's incredibly resourceful.
We're going to toss it over to you guys, Anastasiya and Cristian. Final thoughts of a very eventful day 2.
Well, I have to say, whenever I see one of the leaders in this event and ultimately one of the players that wins the event, it's all about consistency. And that's what I'm seeing from 2 players right now, maybe 3 players. Of course, Magnus, he's always consistent. But now, finally, I'm starting to feel that from Gukesh as well, especially after day 2. And it feels like in his demeanor that he's on that path of consistency. The same can be said for Wei Yi. And I have to say, I'm very impressed with his play. It's not a surprise. I know he's such a great instinctive player, Wei Yi, that is. He won it in the tie breaks, in Tata Steel, in the Blitz portion as well. So he definitely has it in himself. This is going to be a very, very tight race in day 3 for the title in the rapid portion. But we know the Blitz is coming as well. Anastasiya, how about yourself? What did you see in today's rounds?
Yeah, today actually I paid attention that 2 players now who are on the top, Wei Yi and Magnus Carlsen, had completely different ways to get to the top. Magnus just played +1, you know, but he showed stability. He made 2 draws, 1-1 game, had chances to beat Gukesh. And Wei Yi actually won all 3 games today, and both of them now are leading in the tournament. Praggnanandhaa had chances to win all 3 games, but lost the first one against Gukesh. I hope you remember that one, with that crazy game he lost at the start of the day. But he still shows quite good results. He's on the 3rd position right now, which is really, really great for him. Overall, we had a really fantastic event, and actually, as a spectator, I'm enjoying so much staying in the playing hall. You know, all the games are so interesting. I mean, you cannot find the game which you want to be stuck with, because everything is happening on all boards, you know. Such a mess everywhere. So I'm really enjoying to be here as a spectator. I think the fact that we have so many young players helps a lot to have such a great action here.
It's a mix of styles, and it definitely plays in the fans' favor. Definitely looking forward to see what the players are going to bring to the tables in day 3. Guys, back to you in the studio, and we'll see you tomorrow from Poland.
Sharing in the enthusiasm here in St. Louis, you're absolutely right. We're seeing fights all over the boards.
It's been a lot of fun.
Fun day.
Yasser and
Absolutely.
Nazi, and it's been an intense day of chess. Thank you everyone for watching. Stay tuned tomorrow, because we are going to see the final day of Rapid. Can't wait for that. You don't want to be missing it.
Bye-bye, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.